I Hi, sir.
What's happening here? GDMS.
GDMS.
International conference banner
No budget.
Give me a
Rajesh. Rakesh.
Topic
host, sir. Hi, sir.
What's happening here?
Record live போயிட்டு இருக்கு. இங்க நான் லைவ் வந்து பண்ணிட்டு
Hi, good morning, everyone. Here we go with the 5th Global Digital Marketing Summit by the theme, The Next Big Digital Marketing, Rethink into the Reinventable. So I'm starting with a quote. Good marketing makes the company smart. Great marketing makes the customer feel smart. So here we go about the Texas American University. Texas American University has been developing great minds in the field of medicine, public health, business management, information technology, nursing, and health allied sciences program for more than a decade. Represented by the tradition of innovation and research, we are breaking a new grounds, pushing towards the boundaries of knowledge and making an impact on our students' lives. We wish to continue this tradition for a future that will define our work and organization at the international stage. We have our campuses in Guyana and Zambia. So let me introduce about the Guyana campus. Texas American University Guyana is a private medical university in Guyana, South America. Guyana is a country where the Caribbean meets, the only English-speaking country in South America, and is known for its lush and thick rainforest. The Texas Medical School in Guyana is one of the fastest growing and well-organized medical college in Guyana and listed in one of the top Caribbean medical schools in the country. The constantly evolving healthcare needs of the world can only be addressed by the expert medical professionals with sound knowledge and competent skills in their fields. To meet this growing demand, Texas American University College of Medicine offers medical degree programs in Caribbean. And also, we have public health, management, IT programs, and nursing also available with us. Texas American University Zambia is one of the most sought after private medical schools and is known for its state-of-art infrastructure and up-to-date curriculum designed to craft world-class doctors and healthcare practitioners. With the education system built to international standards, we are committed to providing our students to exposure and guidance required to excel in competitive global ecosystem. And intensive medicine and public health management, nursing, and IT health programs combines theoretical knowledge and practical experience to prepare leaders tomorrow. Texla E-Conference is a wing of Texas American University, which provides a platform to the students, marketers, and professionals across the globe to conference online. With latest technologies evolving in the world, things have become more convenient for people. To be a part of this world, we need to adapt to what's new. Keeping in mind the latest trend, Texas American University, one among the renowned medical universities, plan to change the way people attend conferences and has brought the idea of e-conference to reality. Texas American University is only the private university that has launched the concept of e-conferencing and has so far enlightened over 15,000 global audience to its event. The Global Digital Marketing Summit is a premier series of digital marketing conferences. It creates a unique platform for digital marketers, strategies, entrepreneurs, C-level executives, marketing specialists to meet, collaborate, and share insights and explore. Global Digital Marketing Summit is a premier series of digital marketing conferences. It creates a unique platform for digital marketers, strategies, entrepreneurs, C-level executives, and collaborate insights and explore new marketing techniques. GDMS has been conducted thrice. Before that, have 7,000 participants, and this is the 4th in the scale. Since digital presence becomes crucial for business to thrive, this is going to be a signature event in 2022 digital world that you can't miss. Good day to everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome all the participants today for the 5th Global Digital Marketing Summit. I welcome all the diligent speakers and guests from all over the country from different walks of life who have come here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the global community in the theme. The next big digital marketing, rethink into the inevitable. We are also proud to announce that this year conference is being conducted along with the cooperation of associate partners, the IBITS, Digital Marketing Skill Institute, media partners, World Economic Magazine, International Business Magazine. Myself, Dr. Rakesh, Manager for Examinations and Academics, related to Texas American University, and I'm happy to host today for the 5th Global Digital Marketing Summit under the theme, the next big digital marketing, rethink into the inevitable. The first session of the day start with the keynote. We are having a delegate, Mr. Siddharth Lal, Managing Director, Bruce Clay, Australia, going to talk about a topic about search engine optimization in 2022 and beyond the future of SEO. I may welcome Mr. Siddharth Lal to be available, and please turn on your video so that everyone can see your face. Mr. Siddharth Lal. Thank you, sir. I'm just giving an introduction about Mr. Siddharth Lal here. Mr. Siddharth Lal is a domain expert in the digital marketing and is a speaker and an instructor at various industry forums, including TEDx, Australian Marketing Institute, DMAI, SCS, AdTech, etc. In 2005, he used his digital marketing knowledge to transform his entire business from an offline model into an internet marketing powered inbound sales organization. It translated into 15 million in online sales for its channel. He has worked with both SMEs and leading brands and helped them massively scale up their online presence by optimizing their digital marketing strategy. He's currently the MD for Bruce Clay Australia. The Bruce Clay Inc. is a global digital marketing agency established in the USA 1996 that specialized in search marketing and paid search. I welcome Mr. Siddharth Lal to take over the session today.
Hi. Hi, everyone. How are you? And thanks for having me. So we are going to be talking about search engine optimization in 2022. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to present my screen. So just give me a moment while I just put my screen on play. And if you guys can just confirm that you're able to see my screen.
So we can be able to see your screen.
Perfect, perfect.
Please press F5 so that the full screen will be visible.
Okay, full screen. Just give me a moment. I'll just move it into full screen. All right. Are you able to see my full screen now?
No, sir. It's not in a full screen. It's in a notes page, actually.
Okay, so I'll just transfer. Sorry, I've got multiple desktops. I'll just transfer them across. Give me one second.
Okay, sir.
All right. Does that work for you now?
Yes, sir. Now it's okay. Perfect. Please go ahead.
Perfect. All right, great. So since you've already given an introduction about me and my company, I'll just be very quick around that. I won't spend too much time on it. So we've been in the business since 1996, and we've been, head offices in the United States. We've got offices in India, Australia, Middle East, Europe, etc. and we've got quite a few digital experts on board. We do our own search engine optimization training, and we've written our own book on SEO as well. It's part of the Dummy series. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight into the session, and I'll just start off with a little bit of a humor thing. So, what irritates people, but it's something that SEOs love. And the answer is traffic, right? So if you're driving on the road, traffic is the last thing you want. But if you're in the online marketing space, as a website owner, manager, etc., entrepreneur, you want and would love to have as much traffic as possible, right? So moving into the search engine optimization space, it's a very different world today. It's significantly more competitive and more complex. There's constantly changing technology that's coming through. There's new platforms, there's new algorithms. So as a result, there's more resources that are required in order for you to be able to compete in this space. And obviously, as more resources are required, more investment is required, it will take longer for your websites to be able to get the necessary traffic. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a graph which talks about the number of websites, and this just gives you an idea of what's happening and why getting traffic to your website is going to become and is becoming increasingly difficult, right? So, as you can see in that graph, when the net started in terms of the public internet around the mid-90s, the number of websites was very, very small, the number of websites, right? And this graph, which is actually I've taken from Google, and this only goes up till about 2008, and you can see the hockey stick growth that is visible. And you've got 180 million websites already in play by 2008. So in just about 10 years of launching of the public internet, give or take a few more years, you've had a massive jump in the number of websites there. Now, what I'm also going to show you is another screenshot. So now, according to Google, there are 100 billion web pages. So I'm not talking websites. Each website has, some have 10 pages, some might have hundreds of thousands of pages. But overall, Google is talking about it having indexed over 100 billion pages, right? Now, what I also have is a screen grab from 2006. And there's a query which I've typed in over there, best phone deals, and you can see that Google is showing there's about 982,000 results, which is roughly the number of pages they've indexed around that topic, right? Now, I did that same search about a year ago, and that's the next screenshot that you see. And as you can see, when I did that best phone deals on Google in 2021, we are talking about, 3, 6, 9, 10 decimal places. So probably 9 billion results around that topic, or certainly a very, very big number. So you can see that the number of web pages have been growing exponentially, right? So now, correspondingly, if we talk about the number of the population, internet population, right? Now, in 2006, the internet population was 17%, which is the 17% of the people were online, right? 2021, nearly 60% of the people, world's population, are online, which is about 4.6 billion. Humanity is online, right? But think about the Google web page, right? And this is important. Now, this is a screenshot of Google web page on the left from 2006, and in 2021, which is on the right. And as you can see, Google still has that one page of search results. So about 10 roughly websites are shown on that first page of Google. But as I've shown you in the background, you've got literally the world's population has exploded. In terms of internet users online, the number of websites has gone up, but the front page of Google, which shows when someone does a query, still remains the same in terms of the number of links. So there's only 10 results being shown. So if your website makes it to that first page of Google, which is organic search engine optimization, you are going to start making some serious amount of money. You'll get lots of traffic to your website, right? So that's the idea. Now, I'm also going to talk a little bit about the growth in terms of the evolution of the Google algorithm. So the Google algorithm, basically, what's happened is back in, early 2000s, the Google algorithm was not as advanced. And it was very link incentivized, right? So if your website was able to attract a lot of links on the web, you were able to get a lot of traffic because Google thought your website was really good. So think of links as votes, right? But soon Google realized that people were gaming the system. And therefore, in about 2011, Google introduced a couple of penalties that you might call. They sort of improved their algorithm. And this is where we talk about Google Panda and Google Penguin. So Google Penguin, which is the name of this algorithm update, was more targeted around links and link spam. So if your website was getting links from very low quality websites, suddenly those votes were no longer counting, right? So if your website had done a lot of those kind of low quality link building, your website got diminished in search results. The second thing Google did around the same time is Google Panda in 2011. There they talked about the quality of content on the website. So another thing that they noticed was a lot of people would just duplicate content. So take content from another website and paste it on their own website. Or they would just build very low quality pages. So Google also came down hard on that, and they said that you have to have great quality content in order for your website to rank well on Google, right? Then as artificial intelligence started coming into play, big data, search queries, etc., all of that started happening. In 2013, Google launched Hummingbird, which was their next evolution of their algorithm, right? And Google was able to understand user search queries better. So it was no longer that you have to have that exact keyword in the query for Google to say, okay, this website matches it. Google was able to understand using NLP, which is neuro-linguistic programming, right? Moving further, 2015, Google started understanding that the world was moving towards mobile devices, and therefore the mobile user experience of your website started becoming important. So as a website owner, you should now have a responsive website, and the user experience on the mobile should be really good as well. Okay, moving further, Google has introduced RankBrain, BERT, and these are all further improvements in the Google algorithm using machine learning, big data, AI, etc., right? And Google is now able to understand the intent behind words as well, right? So there's a huge advancement in the Google algorithm. And that's exactly what I've said in this next slide here. Hummingbird, for example, is paying more attention to each word in a query, ensuring that the whole query, that is the whole sentence or conversation, is taken into account rather than just particular words, right? So Google has started understanding that. So this is what we call semantic search. So in terms of semantic search, what happens is, rather than you just using a keyword on the page, you want to talk more naturally. You want to have, more content, not just on the page, but around the theme. So your website should have multiple pages of content around a particular topic, right? And this content should be high quality. And that's the only way you will be able to rank better on Google, right? Now, in terms of the future of SEO, I have a very interesting Google YouTube channel where they talk about the future of SEO. So this was a podcast by John Mueller, who is a search advocate for Google, along with Gary Elias and Martin Splitt. Gary is also another search advocate, and Martin Splitt is a developer at Google. So the three of them had a very interesting conversation around this exact topic, which is the future of search. And they looked at various parts of the ranking algorithm, the website, etc. And they were saying whether how useful is this moving forward into the future? Does it still remain in place, etc. or not? Now, in case you're interested in seeing this podcast, I've got the source up there. So it's on youtube.com, and you can see that source. So you can copy that, and you'll be able to see it's about a 1 hour long episode. Now, essentially what they discussed was HTML, which is the basic language of the websites, right? Like when you're coding the website, that's going to remain in play. There's going to be, no changes around that. URLs, which is the site architecture of your website, that's going to still remain as important as well. Voice search, does that impact SEO? Now, doesn't really impact SEO much. We're still going to write our websites exactly the same way in terms of the content we are putting on the website. Links, absolutely, they have always been important, but they've sort of diminished a little bit in value in terms of you need to make sure that the websites that are linking to you are all high authority websites and on theme, right? You don't want websites which are not on theme, which are linking to you. Keyword research, absolutely, it's going to remain super important because you need to understand what is the topic you're writing about in terms of your page. What are people searching for? So you have to listen. What are people searching for, and then write around that topic. And that leads us straight into the content, right? So once you've done that keyword research, you need to write content around that topic, and that content has to be high quality content. It can't just be simple content which you've not really spent time researching, understanding, etc. You need to write good in-depth content, support it with images. If you can possibly add videos into it, animations, anything to make it more interesting as well. Image optimization, certainly that's going to be important. What happens today is people are able to click really high quality images, pictures on their phones. Now, if you just transfer that image straight onto your website and you have got a, say, 5 MB picture, you really don't want that going onto the website just as is. So you want to make sure you've compressed the picture. You want to make sure you're adding alt text to that image so that people who are, who have a seeing disability, right? So, or rather, they say vision impaired is, sorry, the right word. They are able to, still understand what that image is about. Making sure you only have canonical content on the page, on the website, sorry. So which means that you don't have duplicate pages around that same topic. And then structured data is going to be super important as well, because structured data, while it's not important from a user's perspective, as in a human user, but search engines, they're robots that go onto the page. For them to understand what the website is about, structured data adds another element for them. So it makes it important from a search engine perspective. So if we talk about artificial intelligence, which is a very big opportunity which has come into play, one of the things is, while AI has evolved significantly, and there's no question, like we are making huge amounts of leaps in this space, right? And AI is doing a lot of things. But if we talk about it from a SEO perspective, it's sort of like a mixed bag, because where I believe AI is really helping us is in terms of the tools and technology. So we are able to get some really good data using AI and big data, etc. Right? And then that AI comes into play really good over there. But if we talk about online brand building, right, which is like getting links, etc., I haven't really seen AI come into play in this space. So, if we think about digital PR, etc., I don't think AI has really come into play around that space. If we talk about keyword research and selection, again, I haven't seen any tools out there which are really able to do the keyword research for that topic and then give you, these are the best keywords that will fit based on user intent, etc. But that is something I do think is going to start coming into play very soon. While we might not have tracked it already, but I think that's something that might come into play. The next one is content creation. Now, while content is very important, AI is starting to come into play in this space, right? Now, while the Googlers talked about this, and they talked about OpenAI, which is GPT-3, which is this artificial intelligence, which has been pre-trained with 570 gigabytes of text. So they've basically taken all of Wikipedia that was available, and I think this was as of till 2019, I think, from memory. So they've trained that artificial intelligence with everything that they could find on the internet, on the Wikipedia, etc. And it is now able to write content on your behalf, right? So you give it a topic and you say, hey, I want to write about, let's say, motorcycles, and it'll write about bikes. You want to say, hey, I want to write about home loans. It will write about home loans. But the thing is, a lot of that content, and I've tried this myself as well, might not be the best quality. There might be duplication. There might be things which you need to be really careful about, because see, AI does not really understand intent, etc. as well. So there might be issues around discrimination, racism, religion, etc. that might come into play, and you need to be really careful about that. Also, sometimes when I've because I like trying out different tools, etc., and sometimes when I've looked at creating content using the AI tools, one of the other issues that come into play is duplicate content, right? Or some of the gibberish starts coming to play, especially in long form content. So there's still a long way to go over there. But I certainly see that that's another place, content, where AI can really start helping out, probably within the next 2-3 years itself. Again, I've got a couple of resources in the bottom of my slide, and happy for you guys to read through more about them. Another thing that's going to, and it's already making a big play, is Google wants the internet to be super fast, right? And therefore, your website has to be blindingly fast. You don't want websites that take long to load, right? So your pages, they need to be optimized so that as soon as a user comes, they are able to load over there. Voice search, one of the things you will want to think about in terms of voice search, because that's something surely that's coming into play. Because if you think about all the devices, right, you've got your phones with you, and people nowadays, ask Siri questions, ask Alexa questions. All that's happening. So, and especially if you look at the millennials and the next generation, the Gen Zs, and I'm seeing this with my own kids as well. They are, rather than typing out queries, they're starting to ask Google, ask Siri, ask Alexa, what's the weather, what's the temperature, what's this, what's that, right? Where's the nearest this thing? So conversational queries is something that you'll want to be thinking about in terms of voice search. You'll also want to be thinking about near me, like people ask, what's the nearest dentist near me? what's the nearest supermarket, where can I, nearest McDonald's, etc. Who, why, where, when, what. Those are kind of things that people are asking about. I'm going to skip through this thing. Now, I want to touch a little bit also about how important SEO is in terms of websites being able to crack the code. So what I want to talk a little bit about is there are some websites that have done the wrong things on Google and have then been failed, right, in terms of penalized. So, and I want to showcase some very quickly, some very big examples. And these are things you can go back and check on the internet as well. So demand media, about 10 years ago, they were massive on the internet. They had lots of properties, etc., internet properties, I mean, and they were reliant on Google. They were getting a lot of organic traffic, right? But because they were doing the wrong thing, Google penalized those websites, and as a result, they just got wiped off. And by the way, they had listed on the stock exchange, on the US stock exchange. That's how big they had grown, and they just got wiped off. So just type in demand media, and you'll see that search demand media, Google SEO fail kind of thing. Similarly, Forbes, very big website, magazine, etc. And they've been penalized by Google for selling links, right? So that's something else you can also do a search on. So that's why I'm saying you need to be careful about the links. JCPenney, it's a very big US retailer. And they were again caught because they were buying links to artificially promote their rankings. And again, you can do a search on JCPenney Google penalty. I don't have too much time in this episode that we are doing, this event, so I can't get into details, but that's why I'm saying just look that up on the internet. Manual penalty, JCPenney, Overstock, and BMW. They've all had these kind of penalties in place. Now, I don't want to scare you guys, so let's also talk about some really big wins, right? And these are just a few examples I'm throwing out there. The internet is filled with all these websites that have made it really big on the basis of organic traffic. So if you can do your SEO well, if you can, you'll be able to build really big websites. Now, Canva is actually an Australian website that is absolutely huge today. And I'm going to show a little bit more about Canva shortly. And I'm also going to talk about a couple of more river pools and IBF. Savan is another one. Savan is an Indian Asian streaming website launched many years ago. And they did amazingly well. And finally, they were bought out by a larger player, Jio. And we worked with the Savan team for about a good 5-6 years, and we built their website in terms of traffic, organic traffic, from low six figures, like I think somewhere around 500,000, and we helped them scale to about 16 million in traffic over that period, organic traffic, right? So very quickly, first let's talk about Canva. So Canva is basically the Australian side, which has gone, and if you can see the screen, they've now got 95 million organic traffic. That's 95 million organic visits a month. Think about it, it's huge. So they are in the space of creating, it's a software tool which helps you do design, and it's made it really easy for designers. And when I say designers, I meant, users to do design. And and if you see their traffic share, worldwide, every country, they've just got like, US 10%, Australia 1%, different countries, every country is contributing to that traffic. You see the kind of keywords. Now, they've got all these long tail keywords. So they've created pages around what users are searching for. So they're ranking number 1 for customized e-cards, color palette, resume customizer, right? Logo maker, everything. So they are creating all this content, and then they've got this huge amount of backlinks that they are getting. And between all of that, they are powering their number of organic visits to the website. IBF, which is the India Brand Equity Foundation. Again, they came to, so this is a site that we have worked with, whereas with Canva, we have not worked with Canva. I was just giving that as an example. And these are publicly available figures, so I'm showing this. IBF came to us about 8-10 years ago. And in their case, they had a declining traffic trend when they came to us. I think something like 80,000 visits, which over a 1-year period, it diminished to 30,000 visits. And then we worked with them, we helped them solve technical issues. So technical SEO is super important, site architecture, URLs, duplicate content, all of those things. We helped them solve that out. And simultaneously, they were creating content around topics that were interesting. We helped them with user experience. And we took that traffic, which was declining, and we, from 30,000 visitors, we were on that journey with them till about getting them to about 600,000 users monthly. And again, you can see a whole range of keywords are bringing traffic to that website. River pools, this is a case study I came across on the web as well. And the reason I bring this again, so I'm just showing you a few different ones from different industries, and to show you that, you know, this is a much smaller player, River Pools. And as you can see, back in that 2012, 2014 period, they were a much smaller business, not having much traffic at all, until the website owner started understanding how the web works, what are people searching for, and started creating content that people were searching for, right? So if you can see, they rank, even today, they rank for topics that people are searching and are important for their website. So mini, small, fiber. So they're in the swimming pool space. They build swimming pools. And, you know, so if people are searching for fiberglass pools, cement swimming pool, right? In-ground pools. So they have created content around all of that. And their target market is the United States. And as you can see, 88% of the traffic comes from the United States. So by building great content, they've been able to leverage organic search. So to finish off, how do you win in SEO? So you want to make sure your technical website is good in terms of technical stuff, which is your URLs, your coding, your speed, the user experience, all of those kind of things. You also want to make sure your on-page stuff is good, which is your titles, your descriptions, the keywords that you're using to put on the page, images, the content of the page, all of that. And then you want to make sure branding of your website, which is off-page, also called digital PR today. That is, other websites have a reason to link to your website. So you're sort of like an authority in that space, and therefore they're linking to you. So you need to have that holistic picture coming together for your website to be able to rank. You need to, you can't have a cookie cutter approach. You need to have a custom strategy based on your particular website. And then you have to have data-driven decisions. And then final slide here, and that's what marketers need today is a device that tells us the innermost thoughts of their target audience, exactly when they want your service, right? So wouldn't it be great to get your hands on this device, which tells you exactly what people are thinking about your particular service, about your particular business? Guys, people, that device has been with us all along. It's called Google. It's telling you exactly what are people searching for, and not just Google. You can use other stuff, like you can go to websites like Quora. What are the kind of questions people are asking? You can visit forums in your web space, right? For your industry, and find out what are people searching for. You can go to Reddit. You can see what are the threads people are searching around, right? So you can do keyword research, Google Keyword Planner, etc. Figure out what are people searching for there. Google Trends. So there are so many different ways. There's Answer the Public. All these things which will help you tell what people are searching for around your business, around your industry, and create content around that. So that's it from me. if you ever need to reach out to me, I'm available on LinkedIn under the name Sid Lal, and I'm also on Twitter, and that's @Sid Lal, SIDDLAL. That's it. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siddharth Lal, on the topic presented, SEO in 2022 and beyond. Dear participants, if you have any questions, please raise the questions in the chat box so that Mr. Siddharth Lal will explain on those or clarify those questions. Please, dear participants, please raise questions in the chat box. Mr. Siddharth Lal, if you don't mind, please share your email ID or contact or any other mode of contact to you. Please share the IDs in the chat box so that the participants also can contact you directly for any queries or clarifications in future.
Sure, sure.
Participants, polls also enabled from our end. Please poll the presenter, Mr. Siddharth Lal. And Mr. Siddharth, we received one question. Can you give more insights, the latest helpful content update?
Sure. So helpful content update has just been released by Google literally in the last couple of weeks. And essentially they talk about, how the content on your website needs to be high quality, etc. And that's sort of what I've also covered in my presentation, that Google is looking for websites which are answering people's queries, and those answers need to be well researched, right? You need to be able to show that you're an expert in that area. So the content has to be extremely well written, well researched. You need to be able to add examples which will help you, add graphics to the content, infographics. If possible, you can add videos. Depending on the topic, you can look for, is Google rewarding short content or longer form content? So for that, what I suggest that you can do, if you want to rank for any particular query in your field, best way is go to Google, type that query into the search engine, see that first page of Google, what are the kind of websites that Google is ranking for that particular topic, and then click and go through to each of those pages. Now, some websites might be, say, Wikipedia, etc., which are not really in the same space as you. So I would not really pay too much attention to them. But other websites which are very similar to your profile, absolutely see how much content have they written. Have they written 1,000 words on that topic, or have they written 3,000 words on the topic? And then I would sort of create something in the similar range as well. I would also look for what else are there things that they have not answered from their particular page, and then I will add that content as well within that topic. So that's the way that we would go about. And if you're doing all those things, you're always going to be safe from the Google algorithm.
Much for the answering the question. And we received another one question. What all aspects should we see in a website to create a backlink for our website?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What all aspects should we see in a website to create a backlink?
Yes. Okay. Perfect. So backlinks, while they were super important, 20 years ago, and they were very highly valued by Google, the value of the backlink has diminished. Now, having said that, links still play an important role in the overall ranking process, but they should not be the only thing you're looking for. Now, if you want to get links to your website, there are obviously lots and lots of ways, but first thing you want to make sure is your website should have super content, because why would another website link to you, right? You have to give them a reason to link to you. So that reason will be when you have great content, which is giving answers to users about a particular topic, right? So you have to write that great content after researching it, make sure it has got all that, extra features like images, etc. Once you have done that, then you need to still go out and figure out who are the kind of websites that are talking about this topic, and then reach out to them. So you might reach out to journalists, and you might ask them that, hey, I send them that, hey, I've written about this topic. So in the future, if you're writing, an article in this space, here it is. Because journalists are always looking for article ideas. So you would want to create content around that. Similarly, you could look at Twitter, who is tweeting about these kind of topics. Then you can reach out to them and say, hey, I've written this topic around this theme that's of interest to you. You can link to us. You can look at the internet and using tools like Ahref, SEMrush, Majestic. These are backlink tools that are available there. Figure out which websites are linking to similar sites like you. What is the backlink profile of those sites? And then you can do one more thing. You can even search for broken links, right? So that is pages which might not have been updated for a while, etc., and therefore they are now broken. And then you can reach out to those webmasters and say, hey, you're linking to a broken link. I've got similar content on my website. Link to me instead. So look, there are loads and loads of ways to get those backlinks. You can sponsor events, you can sponsor local stuff in your area, you can contribute to causes, so you can get links from that side. You can create social media type of things. You can create your social media profiles and get links from there. So there's a whole bunch of ways you can get links.
We have another question, Mr. Siddharth. What is a black hat SEO?
Okay, yes. Black hat SEO is something which you do when you're trying to game the Google algorithm, right? So you want to get to the top of Google's algorithm, you want to get the top rankings in that space, but you don't want to do it by playing with Google's rules. You want to do anything which can avoid those and try to make it seem like your website is better than other websites. So I'll give you some examples of black hat SEO. One example could be, white text on white. So if you have white text on white background, to the human eye, it's invisible. But because it's coding, in the code, it's visible to the search engine. So you can make the search engine think that you're writing content around that topic, and you can add extra stuff which the human will not see, but the search engine sees, right? But search engines are all very aware of these kind of things. So that's an example of a black hat SEO. You could take over websites. So, using viruses and all of that, you can take over websites and then insert links back to your website, right? That would be another example of black hat SEO. While I'm giving you these examples, guys, please do not practice these. These are not the best ways of getting rankings, because sooner or later you will get caught. And when you get caught, your website loses all its rankings. So the best way is to do the right thing and create great content, reach out to journalists, reach out to other webmasters, talk about your website, and get the links.
Dear participants, please poll for Mr. Siddharth on the topic of handled today's SEO in 2022. Thank you, Mr. Siddharth Lal, for your wonderful presentation. And
thank you.
For our members of Textile e-conference, I want to thank for your insightful presentation today. Thank you so much.
Thank
Stay
you.
online, so that we will continue the next presenter, and we have a next general marketing topic. And we receive one more question, the final question. This is a very fundamental question, but needs clarity. I use Google Keyword Planner, Ahrefs, SEMrush, RankWatch for keyword research. Each tool gives different number of search volume. Which tool do I trust more?
Okay, great question. Yes, that's very true. Each tool ends up giving you different responses in terms of number of search volume, right? Now, the way I have always looked at it, because I know for a fact that even Google Keyword Planner, you would imagine Google Keyword Planner would be the most trustworthy out of the tools, right? You mentioned SEMrush, Ahrefs, all those, right? So Google Keyword Planner probably has the most amount of backend data and is probably the most trustworthy. Having said that, I know for a fact that the search volumes that even Google Keyword Planner gives back are not correct, because I've got access to loads and loads of websites from clients that I work with. And when I look at, say, a certain topic, and I can see that my client website is getting more traffic than what the Keyword Planner is suggesting as total traffic, right? So that's not possible. So I know for a fact that the tools are not giving accurate results. So the way I have always looked at it, and what I suggest to you, is whichever tool you use, right? And they are good tools. SEMrush is also a good tool. Ahrefs is also a good tool. Google Keyword Planner obviously is a good tool. Just use it in terms of figuring out, if you're looking at a bunch of keywords around a topic, whichever one has the maximum search volume, that probably is the one which has better searches, and therefore that's the topic I would select. But then you also have to come into play and look at user intent. Does it satisfy whatever topic you're writing about? So you don't want to write about, just because there's a high search volume, you don't want to write about that. Similarly, you also want to see if it's a head term, which is a short keyword phrase, versus a long tail keyword. Long tail keywords generally are easier to rank for as compared to the head terms, right? So you might want to look into that as well. Then it also depends on your own website. If you're a very high authority website already, then I don't mind picking up the keyword which is very difficult but has good search volume, versus picking up a smaller keyword with lesser search volume. So it depends.
Mr. Siddharth, we thank you for your valuable contribution and your time. Please be joined with us in the 5th GDMS conference. Thank you. And dear participants, please contact Mr. Siddharth Lal in the following IDs shared by him in the chat box. I'm called upon the next participants, the entire panelist, Ms. Prosper Juliet from CEO Digital King Marketing Solutions, Mr. Vivek, Founder, Work Readiness Hub, Ms. Claire Bale, Director of Marketing, Nottingham Girls High School, Ms. Jaislyn, Head of Client, Digital Channels and Content Marketing. I welcome you all the panelists here. About Ms. Prosper, an innovative and enthusiastic entrepreneur with 8 years of expectational experience in marketing, customer interaction and management, a marketing consultant, brand ambassador, sales team builder, and professional digital marketer, as a public speaker and life coach. She's actively engaged with youth NGOs as a psychosocial counselor by professional. On social media, she's a woman behind the Prosperous Women's page, on a platform that motivates young people to live a purpose-driven life in entrepreneurship, mental health, and spiritual life. Mr. Vivek, founder, Work Readiness Hub. Mr. Vivek is a relationship, result-oriented, and network-driven professional with over 60,000 hours of experience from the consumer space across urban and rural retail, covering modern and general trade, e-commerce, digital marketing, youth marketing, and influencer marketing areas. He has played multiple roles at leadership positions, managing large team of people. He has worked across various sectors, including retail, FMGC, fashion, pharma, wellness, and toys, with extensive travel within India and various international markets. He possesses multi-industry experience and is now serving a mentor and trainer to the youth community. He serves in the capacity of mentor cum advisor to educational institutions and mid-sized organizations and help them by playing the role of change catalyst. With his professional side comes the blending of his social side, which has been equally strong. He has been engaged on the variety of community initiatives of over 25 years now. Currently, in addition to being a Rotary member, he also serves as GOI Atal Innovation Mission. Currently, he is in a mission to navigating the youth on their career and workplace needs by striving to build on their skill set relevant to the workspace environmental, and also assisting organization to achieve growth on multiple times from strategy thoughts to execution. Ms. Claire, Director of Marketing, Noitam Girls High School, founder of Anti-Racist Blog, that's a big crazy. Claire has become a leading voice for diversity and inclusion in Nottinghamshire community in the UK. Her determination to get more people talking about racial equality has led Claire to become a trustee for the Nottingham UNESCO City of Literature, partner of Real Talk TV, and writer of the Black Policy Institute. Claire works in education as a diversity and inclusion lead for the Girls' Day School Trust, a network of 25 schools, where she is also the director of marketing for Nottingham Girls High School. Claire has enjoyed a successful marketing career across a number of industries and has a passion for understanding people and driving change. Ms. Jaslyn, Head of Client, Digital Talent Channel and Content Marketing. With over 20 years of B2B and B2C brand, marketing and communication regional experience in various industries, Jaslyn specializes in brand building, client experience, management, content strategy, and multi-channel performance marketing. She has managed regional marketing team across the Asia Pacific in global MNC, including Citibank, EY, JLL, Kantar, Credit Suisse, and State Street, driving marketing informations, building go-to-market strategies, and getting up high-performance marketing teams from the ground. A self-processed data and customer insight fantasy, she believes that a good company knows a pain points of their customers and the value they bring to address them, while a good campaign delivers on the promise in a compelling manner. I welcome you all the participants are here to create a panel on the topic of gender marketing, diversity and inclusion and marketing inserts in the future. Welcome you all, guys.
Thank you so much for that warm introduction. Really appreciate that. Are we good to go now?
Yes, please.
Okay, lovely. So to kickstart this interesting panel discussion, let me start with just one line, which is marketers really have a big role to play, bringing about diversity as well as inclusiveness into brand, into advertising, and into promotional campaigns. And today, as we speak, brands have been doing that left, right, and center. With this as the opening statement, I would like my esteemed panelists, Prosper and Jaslyn, to share their opening thoughts. Jaslyn, would you like to kick off?
Sure. Thanks, Vivek.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. And like great minds think alike. So this topic is really close to my heart, personally, because as a woman, as Asian, Chinese, I mean, we are kind of considered the minority in the whole big bad world of Western culture, which very much Singapore in the context of everything else, we are quite westernized in that sense. But even then to today, working in all the different companies, I've come to observe that there are very different nuances that I myself am learning and still learning and need to be constantly conscious of in my years working in different companies and having to learn that from different people, being exposed to different perspectives. That has helped to shape me into the person that I am today. Take, for example, when I was still very young, I had an uncle that is actually, in today's context, he's considered as gay. But at that time, when I was young, growing up, seeing him that he was dating guys, it didn't occur to me there's something strange. I didn't know what the concept of being gay means. And to me, it's a very natural part of process that I grew up with. It was only when I was in school and I started out working, people were around me there were a lot of noise about this is not right. And that's where, I suddenly woke up one day and like what I've taken for granted to be right might not be natural to other people. So then that's where I find myself having to kind of like be that change ambassador to help my uncle to speak up and to try to change the perception of all those people around me and tell them that, hey, actually there's nothing wrong. Like we are all humans and we all have the right to love whoever that we choose to at the end of the day. So then when I started working in MNCs, then this become a really big thing. We call it pride nowadays. But if we look back, all these things are not new. It's not new concepts, but it's just becoming more and more aware and appreciative of the differences and the right to choose and to be who we are as a person and an individual.
Wow, I think that's an amazing beginning to this entire thought, Jaslene. You giving a personal example of your uncle and how this was absolutely natural process for you, and only when you actually grew up did you really realize, saying, okay, is there a difference? And then this entire pride thing that you spoke about, yes, I can completely relate to that, because even in the Indian market, the Pride Month got celebrated in a huge way, and I can relate the kind of Bollywood movies that are coming up, in India. In the last 5 years, if I have to just build a context, there's so many movies which have just addressed this particular scenario. And when things start to come in movies, in cinemas, what it typically depicts is it starts to showcase where the society is heading. It starts to showcase what's reality in the world. Brilliant. Thank you so much for that opening statement. Prosper, over to you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. I'm actually greatly honored to be here. And I would really say that marketing plays a very huge role in diversity, because looking at our country, Zambia, in the past 10 years, we've actually had different people from different countries wanting to come and showcase their products and introducing their cultures. So I think this is where we got to really learn and eat. I'm actually a fan of Indian food, but it didn't just come about like that. It's because they had to come and bring on board their culture, and they also had to and we also had to introduce our own culture to them, and then that actually made a lot of sense. So I think marketing plays a very huge role in diversity, and they also had to not discriminate our culture, but to actually embrace our culture the way it is. For example, you find a lot of foreigners like Indians speaking our own language to get along with us. So inclusivity and diversity plays a very huge role. It has to bring cultures together for us to reach a common goal.
Wow, I completely understand and completely agree to what you are really, talking about, Prosper, where you are really coming from. And as we go deeper into the discussion, I'm sure a lot of these elements will start to come out at a deeper level. So this brings us to this question saying, what does having diversity really brings on board? To my understanding, the moment I look at this power word called diversity, what really pops up in my mind is a dimension that can really be used to differentiate groups and people from one another. And the moment we talk about a dimension like this, we start to look at people from different age, gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, education, national origin. There's so many different facets. So would you like to really kickstart your thoughts connected to why having diversity is such a key? And would you like to go deeper into this context? Prosper, would you like to start with that? And then we can go to Jaslyn probably.
Okay, so diversity is very important because in every aspect of a business, away from just the marketing, diversity is very important because when you are advertising a certain type of a brand, you need to know who you are targeting specifically, what type of group you are targeting, and what type of age group you are also targeting. The other thing that I would say why diversity is important is because it brings about innovation and creativity. So when there is diversity, you actually find that in a workplace, you won't just find one type of people. You actually find several types of people. One example I would give is that there are some certain companies that would limit their maybe application for a position to those that are graduates only and not those that have experience, because there are people that have huge experience but don't actually have the qualifications. So diversity actually opens up a company to have brilliant ideas when they bring different sets of people. So you have those that have the experience and those that are graduates. So having the two types will actually make you break it down in terms of when you are solving problems, when you're coming up with innovative ideas, because you're actually covering different types of people and what they would actually need. Yeah.
That's great to know. I think that's a great perspective that you have shared here. You are saying that in any workplace there's two kinds of people. One, if the eligibility criteria is to have a minimum level for the entry, you are saying why just limit yourself to that? Why can't you also look at people who bring in some incredible work experience? They may not really have the qualification, which probably the workplace can actually help in getting. And then that's where a lot of diversity can really come. And yes, that invariably could be one of the angles. Jaslyn, what's your view to this and to any other thoughts that you would like to add on?
Sure. I think, it's also being aware, like culturally aware. Like maybe 10, 15 years ago, we can say that we are culturally less aware of what diversity and inclusion means, especially as we are less exposed to different cultures, including global cultures, aside from the ones that we grew up with or are educated on. But now I think it's different, and anyone to claim that is actually less convincing, unless we have been living in a cocoon like a hermit, all this while, and not aware of what's going on around us. And to me, I think, Prosper, to add on to your point as well, I fully agree. Diversity is about ensuring that there are people from different backgrounds to bring about different perspectives, ensuring that these people and what they bring to the table and their views are supported, that they feel included. For example, coming from a bank, like as our part of our hiring practice, we try not to only hire people who have only worked in, for example, banks all their lives, but we focus more on their transferable skills, their experience in their respective fields of expertise, rather than just the kind of a degree or certifications that they have. And having different perspectives, I find it also very important to prevent groupthink, because I think nothing kills innovation, like what you said, more than groupthink. So ultimately, I'm fully on board. I think diversity will bring about greater sustainability in our business growth, as well as better decision making for better long-term profitability.
Okay, so sounds interesting. You have brought the element of sustainability here. So the moment we look at a perspective like this, Jaslyn, do you really see that these things are only possible when it is driven at a strategic level? So does diversity and strategy really go hand in hand at the top-down level? What would be your view, Jaslyn?
Yeah, I mean, I did read somewhere that, boards with at least 30% of women representation actually tend to drive higher profitability and margins for the business in the longer term. And of course, looking at that aside, if we're a bit more strategic, it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing, right? Like where do we start? It's not just for the sake of fulfilling or checking off a quota, like you have X number of women on board, you have X number of different race on board, but more just looking at the big picture. If we find ourselves asking, why do we need to fulfill this quota? Then I think that's where we need to check ourselves and say, why is it so difficult? Can you imagine the tables that turn and you say, why do we need that many men on board? Like, why do we need this,
Mhm.
to put it into that perspective? I don't think it will sit well. So every time we find people asking that kind of questions, I try to turn the tables around and put that perspective and put somebody else that's the majority into that context. And they find that, okay, there's something wrong with this sentence. Yeah, that's it. So yes, there you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
that sounds interesting. So this brings me to another question, which probably I'm coming to you, Prosper. So
Mm.
having strategic thinking, like the way Justin really explained with an example here, do you think this strategy also helps the organization or brands or marketers to start looking at the consumers from a holistically different perspective? They start to look at the consumers without any kind of stereotypes and stuff like that. What would be your view, and how do you like to really link strategy to that?
So I think strategy is very important because it actually helps you understand the kind of an audience you would want to reach out to. I think that one of the examples I can actually give is that you can't copy and paste a strategy you used for a product that you launched 5 years ago for another product that you are launching in the 21st century. It actually won't work well. So strategy actually has to go hand in hand with what is trending. And it actually helps a company to reach out to the consumers with what they actually need. For example, in the times that we are in, we always make sure that the strategies that we are creating match with the young people, because actually the young people that are making brands to sell out. Yeah.
Okay, so you are saying that strategy needs to be built in sync with the changing and evolving times, which is so true. So does this also mean that all the stereotypes that probably brands may have had in the past of what's really the right definition of beauty and how things have really progressed, those things must have seen a sea change? What would be the view of both of you on that? Jaslyn, would you like to kick off? Yeah, Prosper, go ahead.
I think there would need to be an advancement, a polishing up. For example, we wouldn't really say the marketing in general should be taken out of the way and we should just focus on digital marketing, because as we look at the statistics of the world, not everyone has technology yet. We are still getting there that everybody should have technology. That means that it should be a balanced sector. So a strategy should be able to attend to the audience online and the physical audience too.
Okay, that's great to know. Justin, what would be your view to this?
Sure, I think this strategy stereotype it hits it hits a spot with me, because ultimately I really do think companies need to ensure diversity and inclusiveness in their entire product strategy. Don't make assumptions without studying the market, and ensuring that they are inclusive in their product range, even if it's just a small subset of their entire targetable base. Because these companies will find that they will have competitors coming in to serve the so-called underserved and under-targeted by offering the very product that they didn't, because it didn't look profitable to them initially. And then soon, I think they would just find themselves being the outdated one. Because in Asia's context, for example, not too long ago, I see companies using words like fairer, whiter in their marketing copy, even as they try to look inclusive by featuring people of color, or in Asia's context, non-Chinese people. Yeah. Even then, they try to lean towards the fairer non-Chinese models, or they will still be talking about their product being good for looking fairer. Now, they tend to avoid that. They use terms like brighter, clearer, and more translucent, as if they're referring to glass panels when they are talking about skin. That to me is still not quite being truly inclusive, because being truly inclusive means that you make sure you have a variety of products for people with different needs than people who want to look translucent. Because some of us just want to look healthy. And looking healthy can mean looking the way we are, looking tan, having sun-kissed skin, or skin with freckles, moles, or whatnot, and just feeling good about ourselves. So I think it's about the way we communicate. We need to communicate more inclusively. And the more we do that, the more it becomes a norm. Because I think that's just the way most consumer perception and behavior works. Because most people learn, they observe, and accept that as part of societal norm. And such norms are very much led by companies, individuals, as well as authority. with the capacity and capability to influence. So we definitely all have a part to play.
Wow. I can completely and seamlessly resonate with what you have just said, Jaslene. And I think, two things which I'm really picking up from what you have just said is, one is it's the right time to, bring the word inclusivity into our discussion, because we are talking about D&I with the element of marketing intersection in the future. So another element that strongly comes across with the kind of examples that you've given on fairness and the other anecdotes and analogies that you've really expressed is the power word called authenticity. Can we really say that D&I can exist without authenticity in any fashion? What would be your opening comments on this, Jaslene?
Sure. So I think it's really, preventing unconscious bias in our advertising, and marketing has a huge role to play the way as we shape the approach, from the selection of the visuals we want to feature to the messaging we want to communicate. Sometimes it can become a double-edged sword as we continuously choose to feature certain stock images of people that look a certain way, or creative concepts that illustrate a certain stereotype. We might be unconsciously enabling that bias, as the more we use, the more we are providing those signals out there to the public that these are wanted and an accepted form of imagery, messaging, and creative concepts. And that feeds into the whole biasness, as then the providers or suppliers of these creatives and images think that's the demand they need to cater for. And then it becomes a vicious cycle. And with AI, ML, it's like garbage in, garbage out. Then they learn, and then they will think that that is the norm and that is the right thing. So we need to make sure that there is diversity, inclusiveness in everything that we're putting out there.
So you have aptly picked up the example of how brands are using imagery that doesn't relate to the geography where the brand is getting showcased. I can completely relate to that because, looking at our Indian market, there are quite a few brands who in the past have used those kind of imagery, showcasing international personality in the local market. And then the moment you look into something like this, you see that there's a complete disconnect because, we are a land of so many countries, and there's a clear divide of urban and rural. A large part of India is the rural part of the geography that we typically talk about. And for them to relate those kind of people is beyond imagination. So it's a very, very fair and apt point that you really brought forward here. Prosper, what would be your view to the current context that Jaslene have really expressed?
So I think I just love the example that you gave, that diversity and inclusion actually does quite a lot. I think one example I would give, and it keeps stalking me, I once met a company, an Indian company that came to Zambia to sell hair products. When you look at the texture of the Indian hair and the texture of African hair, it's so different. And then it says, buy this and your hair will grow. So I don't understand, because the image itself is showing me Indian hair. I'm like, these people have Indian, like long hair naturally. So now how does that match with me? So you find that some brands don't end up reaching their targets simply because they didn't use the right image. Yeah, so the right image should be used to the right target audience. And I think culture also plays a role. It's important to actually reach out in a language people can use. I love it that some products in, especially India, you find that even if they write English, they'll write in Hindi as well.
Yeah.
For
yeah.
easy, accessible to every person. Yeah.
No, not just that. Let me also add that in India, it is much beyond that. You go to different states of India and they are parallelly using the local regional language. For example, you go to Tamil Nadu, which is the south part of India, you have Tamil as a language. You come to Mumbai, which is Maharashtra, which is central part of India. It's the financial capital of India. People are using the local language, which is Marathi. Just like Hindi is a language, Marathi is another language. So that is happening much, much, much deeper, because regionalization has gone to a whole new level in the last 1 decade or so. So with this, let me just come to the point of inclusivity. The moment I think about inclusion as a word, I feel that inclusion is more about having the perspective at a strategic level. And having inclusion need not be an expensive affair at all. And one of the classic examples that comes to my mind is about bringing genuineness. The moment you think about inclusivity, and if the brand or marketer or the organization wants to be genuine, then what will really happen is they will start to look at diversity focused marketing initiative that actually doesn't really come as tokenism or lip service. They actually, include holistic and all encompassing view of the organization, of the brand, of the people. So this is what my thought with respect to this is. What will be your thoughts to what I've just shared, Jaslyn?
Yeah, I think it has to be part of the DNA of
Yeah.
an organization. It has to be part of our core values, because authentic storytelling, it starts from within our organization. It needs to be seeded into every business function,
Yeah.
including the suppliers that marketeers work with, the influencers that we engage to promote our brand and services, and right down to the corporate partners that we work with on joint promotions, not just the people that we hire. And ultimately, D&I is also not just giving out rainbow cupcakes and then telling everyone you're inclusive or to be inclusive. It needs constant education.
I like that idea.
Sorry, I was being a bit, I mean, everybody loves rainbow cupcakes, but it's just the icing on the top, right? Because we need to build a good foundation. And to do that, we need constant education. We need reminders. We need measurement. It needs to be incorporated as part of our goals, or every employee's goals, if you ask me. Not just about clocking number of training hours, but really practicing what we preach in the way we work, we operate, we think, and how we communicate to the public.
Okay, that's great. Prosper, what are your thoughts?
I think it's very important to include the employees in growing a brand. It's very important. Reason being, I've come across this in my country where if they want to market a product, so they're going to use brand ambassadors. Okay. Brand ambassadors, give them a once-off payment. They're just going to bring the huge following and it ends there. But if they are to reach out to the brand ambassador, they have no idea of what your brand is about. Totally no idea. All they did was just to bring you the people. So it's very important to include the team people that you work with to take your brand out there, because they won't just take the image, they'll take the word, they'll actually make your brand a part of their lifestyle.
Okay, so basically what you are really saying is whatever the brand or marketer or the organization wants to communicate, it has to purely reflect in terms of what's really happening in that particular environment. Does that make sense for you, Prosper?
Yes.
Okay, so with this, what comes to my mind is what are some of the ways by virtue of which we can incorporate inclusive marketing? What do you think are some of the ways? Would you like to open up with one of the thoughts, Prosper?
I think one of the quotes is that your team must be creative. And secondly, like we spoke about, inclusivity in hiring practices. Practices are very important. So a team must continually educated, like Jocelyn said. Education helps a team to upskill because they actually have to keep learning on what's trending. So inclusivity is very important in terms of making sure that your team is scaling up in terms of what is trending currently.
Okay, so you are saying hiring practices. Jaslyn just spoke about people represented in imagery. Another thought that comes to my mind is using inclusive language. So respecting and honoring pronouns, replacing gendered languages like you guys or ladies and gentlemen with more gender neutral terms. This could also be another idea. Jaslyn, what are your thoughts? What do you think would be some of the other ideas connected to this?
Yeah, I think like marketing teams, they need to be comprised. They need to comprise of like different backgrounds. Now, let's say you find that your marketing team is leaning towards too much of a certain gender mix. I think that's not necessarily good. And also too much of certain similar backgrounds, be it working experience, even educational experience, or even sexual orientation. So I think it's important to have very diverse perspectives coming together, and that's where they can really think outside of the box and then work together to try to find common ground and break boundaries in the way we are positioning ourselves as a brand. And I do agree with what Prosper said, when we engage influencers, beyond just getting them paid, we need to make sure that they fully understand what our brand stands for. We need to do a thorough screening as well to make sure that they really truly embrace and truly believe personally, and they adopt the same values that your company supports. Otherwise, I think it can be a double-edged sword, and it can easily come back and bite us if they then, are found to be not authentic at all in their public personas. Yeah.
Sure. I completely agree to what you're saying. So the moment you look at diversity marketing, preventing that unconscious bias that a lot of times runs in advertising. So do you consider this to be one of the key challenges that marketers always have to deal with?
I think very much so.
Yeah.
Because even when we are looking at some of the, at least in Asia, we are very much, we have this so-called fixed family nucleus concept, where a happy family is two parents, heterosexual parents, and maybe at least one or more kids. And then it becomes almost like abnormal if you start to want to say you want to feature a single dad or a single mom, or even two different, like two of the same gender with kids. So we do need to be conscious of the different religions, especially in Asia, Southeast Asia. I know that there are certain religions that are still more conservative in terms of these dynamics, but that is still trying to strike a balance between what is reality versus what is acceptable from a religious perspective versus what is truly inclusive. So it is a very fine balance, I have to say, especially marketing in Asia.
So your thoughts are actually opening another thinking process, and that thinking process is, what is it that the marketers can typically do? We have genuinely discussed about the fact that bringing in diverse voices to the organization is extremely important. But do you also think that making your commitments measurable to the public, both internal stakeholders as well as external stakeholders, is equally important? What do you think, Prosper, about it?
I think it's very important because it actually shows how genuine your company is and how genuine your products are. Because at the end of the day, we are not just looking at generating an income, we're looking at creating a brand that is going to last for a decade. For example, Coca-Cola, it really makes sure that whatever messages they're taking out there is favorable for the people, and within the company people are actually able to enjoy the same benefits.
Yeah,
Were you
sure.
able
Yeah.
to hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Prosper. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in diversity, it's very important that a company should be able to make decisions that are not only based to their benefits, but the benefits of the consumers. And they should be able to understand the voice of the customers as well. So the decisions should not only be based on profit making, but the decision should also be made on what are the people saying, looking at the marketing strategy that you are using to actually get to them. Yeah, it can be diverse, but at the same time, it shouldn't be manipulative. It shouldn't be. Apparently, I will not mention the name of the company. It's a well-known company in my country, and they've sold like they're the best. But what has happened is, because of having a lot of companies, one of their products, they had to do quality control, reduce some products, and make it watery, just because they're saying things have gone up. No, so it's not supposed to be like that. So at the end of the day, they have to look at the brand on both sides, because at the end of the day, you might not really know that you actually be losing maybe 1% or 2% of your clients, or of which by the time you create another product, it will be very difficult for that particular client to trust your brand. So these decisions have to be taken strategically within the management of the company.
Okay, so your thoughts actually opens up another question, Prosper, here. And this question is, which means that the organization has to ensure that the teams and supplier, so the internal teams, the external teams, as well as the supplier, they are completely reflect a reflection of the marketplace. Do you think having a reflection of the marketplace will actually be of great help if the organization or the marketing department really wants to drive the agenda of D&I, Prosper?
I think having a reflection of the marketplace is very important because that's what gets us to know if people will love the product. So if you really get to know that it's a need that everybody is using, that means that the suppliers should actually just be able to match with what the people are requesting. For example, if it's farmers, so if you are making, let's say you are producing fertilizer, and now for your fertilizer to be able to sell, they must actually understand why they should buy it, in what duration to be able to actually wear products. So I think it's very important that and reflect what their market really wants. Because without reflecting what their market really wants, it's like creating a product and it won't sell in the specific duration that you want. Yeah. So when you really understand the reflection of the type of a market, you will also be able to be mindful even on the price. You'll be mindful on the price, you'll be mindful on how to get it to them and what would be attractive to them.
Okay. So if an organization or the marketing team or the marketer, if they have to really be a reflection of the market, one of the big piece that becomes important and imperative here is how is the internal scenario really working out, which means what is the kind of D&I measures that are actually genuinely being driven in the workplace? Would you agree to that, Jaslene? And what would be your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think right now most companies would have what we call diversity panels. Like as part of the hiring process, we would have like maybe X percentage of the interview panels need to comprise of a certain gender mix, certain racial mix, and so on. Depending on what is some of the key priorities for that company in terms of the whole dynamics of D&I. So that's one. And then the other part is you deep dive into your internal themes, your internal like business functions, like the same D&I matrix needs to be applied as well to make sure that the hiring is fair. Then overall, when you add together, you'll find that your entire organization across all different functions, you have a diverse pool of real talent from different backgrounds. It's not a matter of saying that, okay, IT needs to be, how many % male versus how many % female, and then, finance will always be that percentage. So even right down to marketing, we implement that quite religiously, and it is part of our goals. And it forms part of the management goals as well, all the way to the global goals. And if we fall short of that, actually, then it's something that actually implicates everybody, and everybody actually needs to answer for it. So that's just how seriously I think most companies should take it in terms of D&I.
Okay, so one of the ways by virtue of which this could actually go deeper into the marketplace and to the external world is when the organizations start to share personal stories, when the organizations actually start to share personal stories of employees, of individuals, of vendors, of variety of different stakeholders. Because today, the moment we talk about marketing intersection from a D&I perspective, it is no longer a limiting factor within the organization only, because every organization today has to operate in a holistic world, an holistic scenario. So, Prosper, do you really think that having the power of storytelling and sharing these personal stories can actually help the brand to reach out to the relevant stakeholders in a lot more promising and authentic manner?
So storytelling is one of the most important ways because it actually brings, no matter how complicated your brand may be, but in a story, it's actually easy to communicate what you really want to do. And it actually communicates to the daily lifestyle of the people. So I would give an example. I was watching a video on YouTube where there were 10 wheelchairs. So they were actually showing on how they can play basketball while they are on wheelchairs. But one person was the only person that was disabled. The 9 were able to walk. So what did they do? They pretended to also sit there and play basketball just for that person to actually feel included in that they can also have the ability. So storytelling makes people feel included in a brand and reaches a wide range. And then another example I would give is in my country, there are certain villages where these huge brands would go and shoot a video where one is washing from a stream and then they're having a challenge in their clothes getting clean. So it actually brings a lot of inclusivity depending on who you want to reach to. So storytelling has the power for a brand to take off in a very short period of time because it actually captures the mind of a person.
Okay.
Or their
So,
attention.
sure. Justin, what would be your view with respect to either storytelling or any other measures that you think can help D&I from a workplace environment?
I think, sustainability, take sustainability as an example, right? Now it's such a big thing that some companies have started to implement sustainability matrix or index, to their internal processes all the way to their external suppliers that they work with. And then they allocate or like attribute a certain model and rating of how much carbon footprints you're leaving behind, as a form of measurement and accountability. If D&I can actually, achieve that scale, then I think that would be where we can make the most impact, where we can actually, really make a real difference in how society behave and move towards being more inclusive. Because some people, of course, some companies are being a bit overly opportunistic and they start jumping onto the sustainability bandwagon. And I see that same thing happening to D&I already, where even though, because they think that they will cater to a certain market, they start, putting like maybe a token, 1 or 2 female like talent of that certain race that they want to market to, just so to make the consumers feel better. But at the end of the day, their product might still not be catered enough for that particular market because they're not really listening to the customer. They're just taking advantage of the D&I profits that can bring to them. And to me, those companies will not last in terms of their product strategy, because very soon the homebound market of the target consumers, their companies will come up with something that actually caters to the demand that's missing and caters to the need that is missing. And then these companies will then start to lose business again. And then that's where they start to have to go back to the drawing board and think of something else. Yeah, so if they cater to the needs of the customer, they listen to what the customer really needs, tailor the product accordingly, then it's a win-win situation. And that's really truly inclusive.
Very, very interesting. You have brought 2 important elements here. One is obviously sustainability. You spoke about it earlier also, and you have once again shared a few anecdotes connected to sustainability. Another very important element that you brought forward, Jaslyn, is the entire perspective on carbon footprint. Now, for a lot of organizations that I see today, carbon footprint at a holistic level, at the top strategic level, is one thing. It getting percolated deeper. And the moment you ask an employee saying, what do you really mean by carbon footprint? I think that's a $1 million question. To me, that is similar to D&I. How many people will really understand D&I, and how many people really understand how carbon footprint is actually getting calculated? Or see, as you rightly said, a lot of things for lip service or tokenism is one thing, and a lot of things actually happening in reality, impacting the marketplace, impacting people in reality is a different thing. What would be your view, Justin, to that?
Yeah, I mean, it is a tough one, right? It is a tough one. It can be quite chicken and egg in that sense, because we ultimately kind of still need to pander to certain powers to be at the regulators level.
Yeah.
Because regulators also look at, or the government officials, they also look at what is the so-called mass trend, the popular perception of what is considered as acceptable versus non-acceptable, especially in context of Asia, and taking Singapore as an example. We are very multicultural. We are, and then we have, which means we have very different dynamics in terms of religion and perception over what is so-called acceptable to them versus non-acceptable. And recently we made a big breakthrough in our regulations. We finally made legalized homosexuality, and it was a big hoo-ha for everybody, even though for many 20 decades or so it's been going on. But it's just that it's something that we sweep under the rug and pretend that it doesn't exist, but everybody knows. But the government has come to a point where they are forced to actually take positive actions to finally accept and embrace. So I think it has to come from the top. It has to work via an ecosystem, like where the authorities, the regulators, the government, to the big MNCs, the powers to be, they need to come together and set the example and lead by example. Otherwise, with just an NOS for common people, we work together on the ground. We have our own ground up movements as well. We have a pink dot parade that goes on every year, and it has been going on for the last 10 years. And so this pink dot parade has finally made itself heard and helped to push forward this movement. So ground up, top down, I think that's how it needs to work to really make an impact and then effect that change. So I would see that is how it needs to get done.
Very, very interesting. Prosper, any thoughts that you would like to add to this?
I think it's important what Justin said. Building from ground up is very important, because the message should be unique, each group knowing its different needs, desires, and connecting with the brand. So it's very important to build from ground up, especially when decisions are made from stakeholders. That means that companies should be able to listen to their employees as well. Yeah, because they're actually the ones that interact with the customers. So when they give feedback, we should be able to make decisions based on what the customer's needs are. Well, much of my examples are from scenarios simply because I have much of experience than much of a. So my scenarios are mostly from experience. So it's very important that you build from ground up, and that way you can actually be able to enhance the desires and needs to help people connect to the brand.
Okay, so with this, let's just come to what really are the benefits of diversity and inclusion the moment we look at it from the angle of marketing. One of the thoughts that comes to my mind is it actually helps in broadening your reach significantly, because you start to look at not just people who are your existing set of consumers or people with whom you link the product, but you actually start to look at all of those set of people who are currently not even part of your target group at all. And you can start to tap those set of people also who have simply passed by your brand before, any time, any point in time, connected to any of the touch points. Do you guys agree to this kind of a thought? And what else would you like to add in terms of the benefits? Jaskin, would you like to go?
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. That is the kind of incremental benefits that companies will enjoy, which again, back to the earlier point, where it will enable companies to achieve more longer term growth and better profit margins, to put it into a commercial sense. But again, that has to be genuine, right? It has to be authentic. Your goal in mind is not to, oh, I want to do D&I, I want to practice D&I, I embrace D&I because of profit, but it must be truly because you believe it is the right thing to do, and the profit will come. So that's how I see it.
Okay, and Prosper, what would be your view to this?
I think I totally agree with that because at the end of the day, embracing DNI increases the revenue because the employees will be working not just with a mindset to get paid, but with a mindset to reach out to your brand, of which when your brand is able to reach out to the people, definitely that's an increase in productivity.
Okay, so I think both of you completely agree, and you've added your valuable thoughts to this entire piece. Another critical element that comes to my mind the moment you think about benefits is it is a beautiful way to demonstrate the organizational values. And today, the moment you think about values, one of the big connection of values is with the Gen Z consumer. The Gen Z consumer wants to associate with brands which are a lot more relatable. And the moment you think about relatability is directly connected to the kind of value synergies that the consumers see with the brand. What would be your view to this, Prosper?
I think that's very important because when a company is actually having a perspective of that, it actually helps in having more talents to choose from. So when a company has a culture, especially that their culture is actually their culture should actually reflect towards what the consumers want. For example, Digital Kings, we believe in easy and accessible. Why easy and accessible? We want people to actually easily access products, easily accept services. So the culture of a company makes it very comfortable for employees to actually work quite well, and opportunities will definitely rise in the businesses and it will thrive overall, and there will be equal success in the company.
Lovely. Jaslyn, what would be your thoughts to that?
I do agree because the Gen Z they operate on a very different world almost to us without revealing our age, especially to me and you, Vivek. But
Absolutely, completely agree with you. I deal
because
with Gen Z day in, day out.
yeah, Gen Z, right? They are the consumers of the future. They are more culturally aware. They are more conscious, which is a good thing, much more than like their parents and grandparents. And I think that is moving towards the good right direction because they have been traveling around. They have been exposed to so much on social media. So I think I see that it's the move in the right direction. And even some of the so-called Gen Z consumers in China, even though they live in a somewhat kind of an enclosed environment, but they have access to external, they know what's going on globally. And the more they learn, the more then they are aware and the more they realize that what they have been taught maybe in school by their grandparents are not entirely right. So which means then that brands to stay relevant, they need to keep up with the Gen Z and need to keep up with what has been exposed to them. The truth is out there, as I say.
I think we are always inquisitive to learn something. We keep scrolling because we're looking for something interesting. So that means that the more interesting something is, but our grandparents are quite old and then they don't even have much time for all these things. So that's why a company has to be driven by a culture that can actually embrace us. Since you're talking about us, we've said yes.
I completely agree with you, Prosper. Thank you so much for that value add, Jaslyn, from your side. So I think to conclude, one of the most important concluding statement here would be that brands, marketers, organizations, they really need to empathize a lot more with a diverse section of the society. So DNI is an extremely important area of the business. And in reality, no area can be left behind the moment you think about it from a brand, from marketer, from consumer's perspective. And it has to get deeply embedded into every business function. Would you both agree to that?
For sure. It has to be part of the DNA.
Brilliant. So I think with this, we can take up if there are any questions. I think there's one question which has come in the question and answer. You guys can have a look at that. I think there's one question which has come up now. I think it is from Masoni Patwayo. Marketing the product should be considered in all different angles, such as location, ethnicity, and culture of the people found at that particular area. For example, in Africa, we have a country called Democratic Republic of Congo, where you will find that in some areas they don't know how to do farming. All what they know is to do illegal mining and sell the little minerals on the black market. If you were to take farming inputs for sale in that area, definitely you will not sell any. Therefore, area visibility is also very important. So, what would you really like to? So there's okay. There's also an answer that he has given. Any views that you would like to present here, Prosper? I think it's Africa. So if you can share your thoughts, it will be much better.
Well, we are just neighbors with the Democratic Republic of Congo, and most of the foods that the Congolese consume come from Zambia. Most of them come from Zambia, they come from Namibia, and also come from South Africa. And I think for the past 1 year, the president of Congo has made a partnership or a collaboration with Zambia in reasoning to educate their people in terms of them realizing the benefits of farming. So I think it has been a culture in Congo to say, since they have the gold, so it's a mindset they have. Since they have the gold, they can actually transact with the gold to get what they want. Meanwhile, I think no much information has been given to them why farming is important. So I think it's very important to actually have an educational program. I think this is one of the reasons why, as Digital Kings Marketing Solutions, we just didn't want to be making money using digital marketing. And that's why we came up with a program called Job Creation with Digital Marketing to actually educate people in terms of why it is important to understand what digital marketing is and what is involved in it. So I would say that it is important for marketers to actually want to educate, because when you educate, people have interest. So I think they're lacking some information in certain areas. Yeah.
I hope that answers the question. Very well answered by you, Prosper. So I think it has been a very, very enriching panel discussion for me personally. I've really learned a lot from you both, Jaslyn and Prosper. Thank you so much for enriching my knowledge. Any closing statements? So before we just conclude, any closing statement that Jaslyn, you would like to share with the audience here?
No, I mean, it's been a pleasure and I'm very inspired as well by Prosper, a CEO, you know, at her age. I think it's great, and what you're doing really is very meaningful, and I've learned a lot from you as well. And Vivek, I mean, it's been an honor to be on a panel that you're moderating. So look forward to more of such topics, very close to my heart. And yeah, I mean, look forward to connecting offline as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Likewise, Jaslyn. Prosper, over to you before we invite the GDMS team to take over.
Okay, I am so grateful for such a huge opportunity to actually speak to quite a number of people, to share my experiences in just the brief 26 years of my life. And I am so amazed to learn quite a lot from Vivek, and I am so grateful to Texas America University for this particular opportunity. And I think if you have your students that would actually want to reach out to us, I think inbox they can reach out to us, because it's very important that we keep helping one another to upskill, because the more we upskill is the more that we can actually do the marketing diversity and embrace the entire future that we're building on. Thank you so much.
Awesome. I think
so much, dear panelists. And for the topic of discussion, gender marketing, diversity and inclusion, and marketing intersect in future. Thank you so much. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and experience with us. Dear participants, if you have any questions, please raise the questions in Q&A chat box. And the poll is also enabled. Dear participants, please poll for the topic undergone by the panel members, Ms. Prosper, Mr. Vivek, and Ms. Jaslyn. And meanwhile, please share your contact email IDs in the chat box so that any participants having any doubts or something, can contact directly to you. Please.
I have shared my LinkedIn ID on the chat box.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. We are also proud to announce that this year conference is being conducted along with the cooperation of associate partners. We have the IBIS, Digital Marketing Skill Institute, and our media partners, World Economic Magazine, International Business Magazine. Dear participants, please poll for the panelists. On the topic, they were discussed for the general marketing, diversity and inclusion, and marketing intersecting future. Okay, thanks for joining with us, the entire panelists. Please be connected with us the entire day, today and tomorrow, and have a great day too.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks once again, Jaslene and Prosper. Thank you, GDMS team. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear participants, we can welcome the next keynote session by Payal, founder, Phoenix Digital, on the topic of how marketing automation techniques are revolution the digital marketing industry. Ms. Payal.
Hello.
Hi, ma'am. Please turn on your video also. That's great. Ms. Payal, an young, dynamic Google certified professional who thrives for the business success, working with multi-industry entrepreneurs and helping them to achieve their desired ROI, having 6 years of experience in diversity, marketing channels, and founder of Phoenix Digital. Ms. Payal, please take over from here.
Thank you so much for having me here. I would love to present the presentation or share my experience with audience about the topic, how marketing automation is revolutionizing the digital marketing industry. My fellow speakers have already shared how digital marketing is growing day by day and why there is a need of digital marketing into the businesses, why businesses have adopted the digital marketing. Right. So I am here to take over the session to the next level about how we can manage our digital marketing practices in a better manner. Like many companies are doing digital marketing activities. They are generating good amount of leads. They are generating good amount of revenue. But what is happening? They are losing out the customers. They are not able to keep up with the customer regularly. What they are doing, they are acquiring the customers and not doing any follow-ups, and the things are arising like they are end up in losing the customers. The hard work they put in to acquire the customer, they lose and don't make the follow-ups. So that is where the marketing automation activities came into light. So I would like to present my screen to take it forward.
Please, ma'am.
Thank you. What is marketing automation? Basically, it refers to the performing routine marketing activities using artificial intelligence or the usage of technology to increase the productivity and engagement with the prospects and the customers in order to maximize the consumer retention and shorten the sales funnel. What do I mean by this? For example, we can take a case study like you are working in an organization, and what you have to do, you have to send the newsletters to your readers every week, every month. What you are doing, you are manually importing the list, you are manually writing up the emails, sending them. So it is manageable until you have less number of user count, right? But when we talk about the user count is in lakhs, 10 lakhs, millions, billions, what will you do? It is, you might take help of the technology into that case. So we have introduced, like you can say in the marketing automation, we have tools where we can automate this process so that you don't have to manually input the data, manually delete the unsubscribers, manually send the emails weekly, monthly, or the fortnight. What marketing automation has done, they have eased out this process. Not just the email marketing, it has also introduced various activities which are helping brands to generate the revenue, like reminding the audience about their product and services, what they are doing, what their requirements are. It has increased the real-time interaction with the audience. I would like to show you the use cases of marketing automation and how we have to set up the marketing automation. Before starting with the use cases, I would like to introduce why and how you can set up the marketing automation. As I just told, that why does the need of marketing automation arise? It arises because the user base on the internet has increased to the billions. Every second person is using internet these days, and it is increasing day by day. So queries are popping up on Google, as introduced by one of the fellow speaker, that how SEO is increasing and how people have started interacting with the website. I told you that there's a management required to manage all the leads, all the email lists and everything. So how we have to implement the marketing automation and how it works? First of all, we have to identify what our goal is, like what we want to achieve by implementing the marketing automation. Marketing automation could be implemented for anything. Like if you want to send the WhatsApp messages to your users, you have to make the follow-up for the conferences, you have to send the emails, you have to do the abandoned cart recovery or anything. You have to discover what your goal is. Then you have to plan the funnel accordingly, that how you are going to acquire the customers, what you are doing, how you have planned, what is your objective is, and at what stage your objective is going to fulfill. You have to create bit of milestones. Then we talk about the tools implementation. There are plenty of tools present in the market which we can use to implement the marketing automation activities. I will introduce with some of the tools in the further slides. Then the fourth thing what we have to do is to analyze the results, that whatever we have aimed for, we are achieving it or not. We have to do this activity. So let's take forward to the use cases of marketing automation and how they are revolutionizing the industry. Initially, the push notification was introduced. Now, let me tell you about what push notification is. Whenever you use a mobile phone, you might have browser in it. You might be using some applications on it. It asks you, do you want to switch on the notification? Browser asks you, allow the notification or disallow. What you generally do? You might disallow the notification, but some of the audience is really allows the notification in the topic which they are interested in, right? So what happens by switching on the push notification, brands get access, the websites get access to interact with the audience in right when they're using the mobile phone without them having on the website. So push notification brings the traffic to the website. Push notifications reminds them that this particular sale is going to get live on the platform. This particular activity is happening on the platform. They should attend. They must attend that particular activity or participate in it. Let me take an example of our food delivery apps. Here in India, we have a very famous food delivery app named as Zomato. What they do at the time, at the morning time, at the evening time, at the afternoon time, what they do, they just drop a notification. Did you had your lunch? If not yet, just tap on Zomato and make an order. So what they are doing, they are reminding the audience that this is the lunch time. You have to come and order the food from Zomato if you haven't prepared yet. So push notifications are playing very great role in acquiring customers back on the platform while they are doing some other activities and not interacting with your brand in that particular moment of time. Then the second use case we can do by using the marketing automation is follow-ups. What is follow-up? Like if somebody has filled up the form on your website, they have any query, they might fill up a form on your website. We all keep the contact form on our sites, right? So once they fill up the form, what we are doing? We are just viewing the form into our emails and not doing any follow up until 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, or the agent is assigned to call them. Meanwhile, they might forget about what they have filled and they might lose interest into that or find some other options. So if we can set up a follow-up system to them about beginning the conversation, about understanding their query, or about making them understand what their requirement is and how we can help them. For this, I have one interesting case study which I would like to show. That particular case study is of a painting company, that's very renowned company into India, that is Berger Paints. I would like to show how they interacted with me when I applied on their website for this service. You can have a look. What did, as soon as I filled up the form on their website, they just send me the message on WhatsApp by asking, thank you for placing your request for Berger Express painting service. Berger Express painting service is hassle-free painting service that gives you home the perfect makeover while following all safety protocol. Then they asked to confirm me my details and they asked to proceed further. I asked, yes, I would like to proceed further. That was the area pin code. Then they give my details and completed my thing, asked the question set like what my address is, what kind of painting service I need. They introduce all these things like these are the services we have, which one you want to pick up. I picked up the service as painting and painting service twice from this particular service panel. Then they move to the next step, what kind of service I need, whether I need the interior service only or the exterior service or the both. I selected the both. Then they asked the next question, what the carpet area is. I gave them the idea of my carpet area as well. Then what happened? Then they asked me how soon I want to get this particular service. Then I told them that I am planning to get this particular service within the next week. So what happened? That is how they filtered my query. Like if a particular representative was going to call me and asking me these questions, they have to hire a resource to manage all this, right? So instead of hiring a resource for doing for making a calls or by doing the activities, instead what they did, they set up a marketing automation activities, which has helped them to interact with me in real time or the time suitable to me, because WhatsApp chat could be accessible to any time and the representative would have called me as per my time slots, right? So that made easier for them to filter out the queries which are actually interested or not. Instead of wasting their time, they have introduced this automation technique into the lead filtration system. So this is what the follow-up thing can be. This is the lead filtration activity, and that is how Berger has got the very real inquiry and filtered one without wasting any time, without wasting a resource, without making a follow-up process very lengthy. They made it very short and clear. So this is how marketing automation is being used into the industry. Now let's move to the other case studies, other use cases where we can implement the marketing automation. I apologize for the slow movement of my slides. Further case studies for further use cases of marketing automations are like, we can use into the lead segmentation as well. As you saw, I interacted with the Berger Paints on WhatsApp. Somebody might have interacted with them on a phone call. Other person might have interacted with them on their Facebook page. The third person might have interacted with them on their Instagram profile or via email. So they have multiple segments from where they are acquiring the leads. And what they have to do, they have to segregate those leads in order to measure the platform performance. So we can implement the marketing automation into the CRMs where leads could be segregated and leads could be placed in such a manner so that each individual platform should show their performances and the ROI measurement from that. And the third case where we can apply the marketing automation is gamification. Now, what gamification is? Gamification is like building a reward system or building a activity that might give incentive to the users. For example, you might have heard about the refer and earn kind of system. If not, let me introduce you with that. For example, if we are talking about a brand, let's take H&M or Zara or any other brand you might aware of. They might tell you to refer a friend in order to get the 10% discount coupon code on your next purchase. What is this? This process is the gamification. They are rewarding you in order to bring new customers to their platform. And what you will do in order to gain that particular 10% discount, you will invite your friends to come up to the Zara's platform to buy products, and so that you can get the 10% discount. So to proceed with this procedure, companies cannot do manual work, right? They cannot call each of the customer to tell them to refer a friend. It will take lot of efforts and time. In order to save these efforts and time, marketing automation gamification techniques are introduced, which will be helpful for the audience, for the brands to proceed with this procedure. Next, what thing we can, where we can apply this marketing automation? In query handling, as I reflected on the Berger paints, or we come across with the chat bots, we come across with the video bots on several websites where people are discussing with the chatbots what their requirements are, why they are there on the website, what they are searching actually, and how many queries they have resolved yet. Whether chatbots might recommend them some articles, chatbots might tell them that these are the resources which we have, which might be favorable for you. You can have the things which you are looking for. The chatbot could help them to find the resource they are planning to look. So this will help users to stay intact with the website and helps the brand to hold the customers on their website and reducing the bounce rate. Another use case is post scheduling. Like if you want to post something on the social media, you might believe in posting on all social media at once. For example, this particular conference is being live on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and other places. What we are doing, we are making it live from one place to all the platforms. We are not going to the each and every platform manually to ask the audience to join. We are live from here. We are hosting the conference from here, and this is being displayed live on several platforms. So this is what we call the post scheduling or multitasking at from one point of source, right? Then where other case study is personalization. For example, you have a big email list, or you have a big number of data which in which you want to follow up to them, or you want to reach out to them and ask them what is happening into their life. Just an example. Or you want to show them some offers, personalized offers to them. What you will do, you might wish to send them messages by their name only, so that it feels more personal to them. Rather than sending a random hello, you could have sent the hello Pile, hello Shreya, or any other name the person possesses. So in the data, you might have mapping of the customer name, email, and phone number. I'm assuming all this as your company is doing the digital marketing. So you might have the data segregated into the sheets or into your database or into your CRMs. What would you like to do with that data? You might follow up with them by using the personalization, using their name, using their previous requirements, or whatever the personalization columns you can create. So marketing automation tools can help you in that as well. Third, they can also help you in creating the media. Do you know how interesting it is? What if I say you can create a video by giving the inputs, by giving the text inputs, the video will be created. And why I call it marketing automation? Because the marketing and videos are, we need to create a lot of marketing videos. As a digital marketer, I do create lot of videos for my clients, for myself. So these tools are really helpful for me and the fellow people like me who are looking out to create the solutions for video creation right away, marketing video creation especially. There are the websites where templates are there and you can give the textual input, and then they create the medias for you, like small videos, PPT, and textual content. Though they are developing platforms, I would not say they have mastered the art of video creation by themselves, but I must say they are developing platform and will be very amazing in the near future. So I would recommend you to use those platforms as well. In the end of the presentation, I would definitely tell you the kind of tools I had discussed about, and you can start the marketing automation activities with. Then I'm coming to the abundant cart recovery. This is the most, or you can say, blessing to the e-commerce industry. What happens? People usually visit to the websites, and what they do, they just put the product into their cart and then move. They don't buy. We don't have any source to remind them that you have left the product in your cart, why you're not buying that, or we would like to give you a discount coupon on your cart value. We should be able to do this, right? So this all activity has made possible by marketing automation. There are tools into the industry which are helping out to make these abundant cart recovery, which is helping the e-commerce brands to generate a good number of revenue. Into the recent studies shown by WebEngage and the SimilarWeb suggest that e-commerce industries have seen 0.89% of growth into their revenue by using the abundant cart recovery. And users also feeling overwhelmed that brands are giving the discounts to them, brands are reminding them that particular product is present into their cart. Then the next use case is of the telemarketing. Now we have introduced the bots into the telemarketing as well. Bots can make a call on behalf of you and filter out the audience which is actually interested. You might have experienced someday, you might have received a call from a particular company. See, you are qualified for this particular offer. If you would like to know more about this, just tap on the button 1 or 2 as per the IVF selections. And next use case is the most interesting and the most useful for all the digital marketers out there, that is advertising target. We call the remarketing activity. How all this is happening? This is all happening by using the marketing automation only. Advertising targets as in remarketing activity. Somebody is interacting with your brand and they are able to view all the related advertisements into their feed, on their social media platforms, on the website they are browsing in, or the videos they are viewing. How this all is happening? This is all happening by using the marketing automation tools. Next, I already discussed about the data filtration. So now I would like to introduce you all with some of the industry leaders which are into the marketing automation and helping to provide the solutions that I have discussed just. One of the most famous and the most used marketing automation tools are represented here. Marketo is by Adobe. Marketo is present in the industry. Zoho Automation, Oracle Marketing Cloud, Salesforce, IBM Marketing Cloud, HubSpot, ActiveCampaign. Several tools like them are leading the industry of marketing automation. How they are helping us? They have provided us with the suite by which we can implement all the use cases which we have discussed. Adobe marketing gauge platform, and the marketer has all the tools, all the hooks, all the APIs which we need to implement all the requirements, all to meet our all goals. These platforms are helping out to us in achieving our desired goal by using multiple hooks, multiple APIs, and multiple, you can say, the multiple widgets which we can implement to achieve our goal and to engage with the customers in real time. They are actually the blessings for the marketeers who are looking forward to automate their marketing processes. As earlier I discussed about the email marketing, there are several tools which are helping out to build the email marketing list, out of which one is the MailChimp, second is the Aweber, and several tools like that. Then I discussed about the follow-up system or the CRM. There are a lot of CRM into the industry, but which I am using a Salesforce CRM, and also the NeoTop, which are recently introduced, and you can say they're affordable to everyone. I am also using the Zoho automation tools for several things. Likewise, you can also implement all these tools into your industry to automate the tasks you are doing on the repetitive basis. As I said, let me tell you one case study. I was working in the morning with one of my clients. I had to post like 20 posts straight away on the social media platforms. What I did, there was a problem with their platform. There was a problem with the pages. So what I did, I posted it manually. 20 posts on Facebook, 20 posts on Instagram, 20 posts on LinkedIn, the similar posts. That took my 2.5 hours. But what if I could have implemented a tool like Buffer or Hootsuite, which are helping us to plan our post well in advance? They are helping us, they are providing us a platform where we can connect our different marketing channels and post at once. So it could have saved our 2 hours. We could have spent just 30 minutes in connecting our all channels and creating a set of posts, and the Buffer could have posted on behalf of us on all the rest marketing channels. So that is how the marketing automation industry or the marketing automation tools are saving your time, saving your money, increasing your productivity, increasing the accuracy, and helping you to meet the deadlines. Now I'm going to talk about that what kind of growth we can see into the marketing automation industry. And into the past decade, the digital marketing industry has grown exponentially. Likewise, the need of marketing automation tools is increasing day by day. So I would like to show the statistics by finance segment of yahoo.com. They have predicted that the US present market size of you can say the present market cap of marketing automation industry is 5.2 billion, which is expected to reach by $9.5 billion in 2027. These are the statistics presented by financeyahoo.com. So this is the expected growth that is coming up into the marketing automation industry. Isn't it interesting? This is where the new digital is going to be. All the tasks which are going into the manual fashion in the upcoming days, they might be done by using the tools only. Tools are getting training from machine learning, AI. Every day there are new tools introduced into the market, which are helping out the marketeers to perform their tasks fastly, quickly, and accurately. So likewise, I would like to introduce you with some of the basic tools which you can implement without the help of any expert into your business, or by reading the resources on their website, and which might be actually useful for you. These are few tools which you might be aware of if you want to implement your marketing automation or you want to start with the marketing automation. IFTTT, this is the tool which helps you to create the hooks, create the applets, in which you can instruct the platform do the certain activity. Then comes with the Pabbly. Pabbly will help you to post simultaneously on multiple platforms Buffer will do the same activity. High price will help you to personalize the landing pages, personalize the videos, images, and lot more. I would recommend you to explore this tool. MailChimp again is the email marketing tool and the landing page builder. It also helps you to create the very engaging landing pages, which will help the marketeers to convert the audience rightly. And now I would like to ask my audience about their views on how consumers are behaving with the tools, what consumers are doing. If you find something new on the website, what you might be doing. I would like to ask everybody, kindly drop some questions or some suggestions, your views into the chat box so that we can take over those topics further.
Ms. Payal, thanks for your presentation and appreciate the time you took here.
Thank you.
Dear participants, please raise question in the chat box so that Ms. Payal can address on that same. And we received the first question, is the automate reply important for small scale business?
And for this question, I would like to say it doesn't matter whether your business is small scale or a big scale. You should implement the available tools which comes into your affordability or by which are present on the particular platform. Like Facebook has automated reply options, Instagram has automated reply options. So I recommend to implement the available tools which are there so that when the consumer comes to your platform, they should be able to find a two-way interaction system rather than viewing the boring website or viewing the only page. They should be able to interact with your platform as well. In order to build the two-way communication, I recommend one should implement all these tools or implement the tools available to them for marketing automation, regardless of small scale business or big scale business. There are tools into the industry for all sizes of businesses.
Participants, please raise questions so that Ms. Payal can address on the same. And also side by side, we enable the poll for the topic she presented today in the 5th GDMS. Dear participants, please poll for Ms. Payal. And also, Ms. Payal, please share your contact email IDs and everything in the chat box so that they can utilize it later also.
Sure, I have presented the details into my presentation as well and sharing it into the chat box for future references. I am present as Digital Marketer Payal on all the social platforms, and my email address is connectwithdmp@peoniesdigital.com. I am putting it into the chat box for the further reference.
Thank you, Ms. Payal.
Thank you so much for hosting me and giving this opportunity to speak up on the particular topic that interests me and might be helpful for the audience as well. Thank you so much, GDMS, Textile American University as well.
Thank you, Ms. Payal. And thank you so much for your interest and attention, participants. We'll go to the next keynote session by Mr. Kenny, CEO, Astro Radio and Rocket Fuel Entertainment, Director, Astro. On the topic of marketing strategies versus a new media universe. Mr. Kenny is the CEO of Astro Radio Malaysia, #1 radio network, and Rocket Fuel Entertainment, a media and entertainment, a record label and talent management company. In addition, he is also a director of Astro Media Solutions, spearheading integrated media solution, driving advertising revenue and AdX share across Astro Group's media properties. Mr. Kenny is also serving as chairman, communications and multimedia content forum. Prior to joining Astro, Kenny held senior position at Universal Music Group, Unilever, and CNI Holdings. He holds a Bachelor of Computer Science from the University of Manchester, UK. I warmly welcome Mr. Kenny, CEO, Astro Radio and Rocket Fuel Entertainment, to present the topic, Marketing Strategies versus New Media Universe. Mr. Kenny?
Hello, good afternoon. First, I want to test whether you can see the...
Yes, I can see you and your screen is also shared.
Okay, good. So I'll take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kenny. I'm from Malaysia and I'm from a company called Astro, and we are the largest media and broadcasting company in the country. So we have several different types of business. So we have TV, we have radio, we have podcasting, we have e-commerce, we have TV shopping, we also have broadband. So we cover most of it. And also, of course, we have a large digital business. So today I'll be sharing a little bit about marketing strategies and media. I know that today's conference is about digital marketing, but today in my session, I just want to go to a little bit more on the strategy part instead of just the technical part. So now the previous speaker did a very, very good job on marketing automation, and I myself learned a lot. So now I want to bring us away from just the marketing technology, marketing automation, and go into marketing strategy, and the whole media landscape and how digital marketing fits into everything, and just to rethink of how we want to go for the market that we want to talk to. So I just want to mention that, this is the new media universe. It's a very, very different universe that we are dealing in. And if you look at it, this is the total universe. Digital is only a small part of it. And if you look at the way that, what the revenue is, the biggest is, of course, gaming. Second is video. Third is social, and fourth is audio. So usually when we talk about digital marketing, a lot of people get confused. It's because it's a very big term, right? So, but if you break it down, the four biggest so-called digital marketing or digital media revenue and digital media platforms are actually these in the world. And this is, and of course, the biggest one is actually gaming, which a lot of people are not really invested in, which I will recommend a lot of people to study of how to move into this new space called gaming. Next is video, which includes TV and OTT and streaming and all those kind of things. Then we talk about social, and then we have audio, which is radio/audio plus audio streaming. This is just a very quick summary of the map that I showed you before. It's by a guy called Ivan Shapiro. He's very brilliant. If you want to Google his name, you can read all about him. And this is the summary that he gave. In summary, the media and what we are working as marketing professionals, the whole media world and marketing world is becoming very, very big. And we need to know where it's moving, so that when we invest our marketing dollars, we know where to invest in and we know where the audiences are. So this one is the ever-expanding media universe, as I've mentioned. So we have got traditionally print, TV, radio, and billboards. This is before digital. Now we've got TV, or what we call TV video. We've got audio, out of home, digital, and print, and these are the key ones. TV video, these are all the things that you need to learn if you want to play in the TV video game. Again, a lot of this, 3/4 of what you see here are actually digital. This is where you should also spend time and investment and money and also effort in learning what these are, so that when you are investing in digital marketing, you know what to invest in. In audio, what in the old days we call it radio, but now we call it audio. And you have all these different things. FM, AM is a traditional one, and then the rest are the new platforms for audio digital marketing. With out of home, again, traditionally we have billboards, which are what we call static out of home. Now we have digital out of home, mobile out of home. So we have all these kind of things in out of home, where it's also part of your marketing playbook and marketing strategy playground. And of course, digital, where I think most of us spend our time. But even digital, if you look at it, actually it's spread across many things. So if you are just thinking digital about just Facebook, just Google, and Instagram, I think you're thinking about a very small subset of the universe. There's actually a huge component of digital that we should think of. So, but everything here that you see that I've just shown you from here upwards, actually everything is digital, and everything is what we call the marketing and the media world that we need to look into as far as our strategy is concerned. But before we start, before I look into technology, before I look into media, like I said, it's important for us to understand the marketing strategy, what we are doing in terms of messaging, who we want to message to, before we choose what kind of tools that we want to go after. So I always give this example of, this one, to many people is a bag and or is a purse. To guys and, everywhere it's just a normal purse, it's a normal bag. But a lot of women in the world, when they see this, they know what this is, right? This is a Chanel bag. I forgot what's the model, but this costs about 10,000 US dollars. So to the women who are buying this, they don't call this a bag. They call this pride. They call this peer pressure. They can call it anything they want, but the reason they buy it is not because it's a bag. The reason why they buy it is because it gives them value of something. It gives them a status. It gives them self-satisfaction. It gives them other things than just being a bag. So people who buy this don't buy it because you want to carry something. You buy it because it's something, it's a different meaning to you. So why am I saying this is because most of your audience and most of your customers, when they buy something from you or the people that you're marketing to, they don't look at the features, they don't look at those things which you usually talk about because they are not looking at that. When people buy from you or they buy from your competitors, they are buying it for a different reason. They're buying it for a reason that, you need to understand why. Like I said, for people who buy this Chanel bag, they're buying it because of something else. It's not because it's a good bag. People buy a Rolex not because it's a watch. If you want to buy a watch, you can buy easily for 20 US dollars, but a Rolex can cost 20,000 US dollars, 30,000 US dollars, and people don't buy a Rolex because it's a watch. So even if your watch has the best features in the world, it can last 100 years. People won't buy it for you because it's a watch. People buy a Rolex because it means something to them. It's a different meaning. In the old days, people buy IBM not because it's a computer, because in the old days, in the 80s and 90s, there's everybody in the IT world knows that if you buy an IBM, you won't go wrong and you won't lose your job. If something goes wrong, you can blame IBM. You don't need to blame the IT manager. So people buy IBM not because it has good features. People buy IBM because it's the most stable, company in the world in terms of IT. And many people in Asia, they buy luxury cars. But for example, in a country like Malaysia or Singapore or many other countries here in Southeast Asia, people buy a Mercedes not because it's a prestige car, it's not because it's a good car. I mean, there are other cars like BMW, Audi, Volvo, that you can buy, but most people buy a Mercedes here because the main idea is that because it's a good second-hand value. It has got nothing to do with the car, it has got nothing to do with the brand. It has got all to do with, if I buy this car, I can sell it at a very good second-hand value. So the reason why people buy things are not obvious. So as marketeers, as marketing professionals who are in this room and those who are listening to me, I think that the key thing is you have to understand who your audience is, because when you talk to your audience, you need to send them the right message at the right time on the right platform. So you must know why they are buying certain things or why they're avoiding certain things before you choose your media, before you choose your marketing strategy. So this is the core of your strategy. So like I said, the strategy first, this Sergio Simon was the ex-chief marketing officer of Coca-Cola twice during their biggest heydays in the 90s, coming to the early 2000s. And he said that actually, for him, the ultimate objective marketing and the purpose that we are all here actually is only 4 things, right? Get more people to buy more things more frequently at higher prices. Only these 4. If you are not doing any of these 4, you're not doing marketing. And a lot of it that we do is just a waste of time. We are doing just because people ask us to do, or we are just following somebody. If whatever you do as a marketing strategy doesn't do these 4 things, or any of these 4, or combination of these 4, then you are in trouble. And he says that retention or loyalty are useless if no conversion is happening. So he says, what is conversion? Same thing. You get more people to buy more things more frequently at higher prices. You must, as a marketing strategy, you need to do these 4 things. So I think what I need to talk about is from an objective of marketing and the objective of what we are doing in the digital world, right? So the thing about it is that I think when we talk to our audience, when we talk to our customers, when we talk to the people, in the world that we are in, it is about relationships. So it's something like dating. It's a 2-step process, it's a 3-step process, 4-step process. It's not immediate. And the objective is not media, is not, a lot of PR. The objective is not above the line, below the line. These are all technical terms. It doesn't really matter. It's not about CSR, it's not about ESG, it's also not about social media, it's not about points, redemption. The objective, I think all of us have to remember, is that whatever that you're doing, your strategy, you have to get more people to buy more frequently at higher prices. And that is the key. And in terms of marketing strategy and how you pick your media and which digital tool do you use, which marketing tool do you use, which media tool do you use, there are 6 A's that I usually tell people that you have to list down, and you have to understand and you have to appreciate before you can choose which tool you're going to use for the audience that you have. So these are the 6 A's. Today, I will only focus on 2, which is the 2 yellow ones, which is audience and addressable. I'll quickly talk about the rest in the white part so that when you go back, you can have a reference to them. The first one is attention. Again, I won't spend a lot of time here, but I just want to pass this message for those of us who come out. For those of you who are a little bit more junior and you just come out in the marketing world, one of the key things you understand is that most prospects that don't buy are confused about the offer. That means whatever message that you're sending, people don't know or they're confused and they won't buy from you. So this is the problem with the creative world where people are trying to be too funny or too creative and people don't know what your message is. I think that is the problem. So we need to be able to send a message to a lot of people about who we are, our brand, what we stand for, what we want people to do, and we need to send in a very clear message to them. And the biggest word that you will hear now is what we call attention. And a lot of people are doing what we call attention metrics. A lot of people in the marketing world are doing what attention metrics. I mean, conversion is one thing, but if you don't have, or reach or impressions are good, but if you don't have the right attention, you're not doing your job well as marketers. So there are 3 things that is important to attention. One is how long a time you can hold their attention. Second thing is whether people can understand what your message is. And the third one, whether they can recall what you're saying. So if you have these 3 things, that is what attention. So when you develop a marketing strategy, a message, or a campaign, these 3 will be important to you. So this is what I call the 4 wheels of what we need to do in terms to get people's attention. So when you have your audience, you have your media or your marketing, then you need to align these 4 things, right? Creatives, your location, when and where you put the message, your message, your timing when you do it, and then what we put when these 4 things, what we call the condition. When you have these 4 things, you're actually conditioning your audience to understand what your message is. So, and this is important when we send out a message to somebody. So I won't concentrate on this, but you can go and read. What I'm saying here is that there are different types of messages that you need to send, depending on who the customer is and what is their position in the market. You cannot have one message for everybody. And these are what we call the assets that you need to build. So I just want to reconfirm here that actually content is no more king. It used to be the king, but now content is not the king anymore. And who is the king? The king is anybody who owns the platform, who owns the content, who owns the IP, the intellectual property, and also what we call first-party data audience. That's what we need to do. And all these 4 things are what we call the last mile. So this one is very important for us to understand and for us to start building so that we have a proper ecosystem to be able to market to the people that we want. And if we talk about 3 components of marketing and media, you've got the client side, you've got the agency. Some of you are from agency, and some of you are on the media side or publishers, right? So you have 3 things, and all 3 components are trying to form their own ecosystem, their own platform, their own content, their own IP, and their own first-party audience. And the best is to be able to see who can do this the fastest and who can do this the best. But what I put the red arrows there is show that if yourself do not have the complete ecosystem, then you need to partner with either the agency or the media partners to build your platform and to build your whatever that you have. And again, if you're an agency and you don't have all these 4, then you need to partner with a client or a media partner to have a combination so that you become what I call the king or the queen of your ecosystem in terms of marketing. And this is an example of why it's so important. If you look at Amazon, Amazon just spent, I think, about 1-something billion or $2 billion US to buy Roomba, which essentially is a what we call a vacuum cleaner, a robot. So people are asking, why does Amazon buy a vacuum cleaner? They are really so powerful, right? And actually, Amazon is one of the most powerful marketing and data companies in the world. And one of the biggest reasons why they buy a Roomba is because the Roomba has a power to be able to collect data of your house. It can map your house. It can tell you what is around your house by scanning the objects, and it can tell how big your house is. And if in the future it can also listen to your house, and it can actually detect who is in the house. So this is a very powerful tool that they have to collect data, in a lot of homes to add to their other data that they have. So this is what we call the battle for first-party audience, and that is the reason why they spent $2 billion just to buy a vacuum cleaner company. So like I said, if you are in the TV video business, so you have to look for the last mile. Whoever owns all of this will win. Audio, if you are battling in the digital audio streaming space, then what the important thing is about local. local music, local podcasts, and the more local, the better. If you are dealing with out of home, then your format will need to improve. So static billboards are no longer powerful. You have to keep changing the format. And for digital, for those of us in digital marketing, I would advise us to look for this word called premium inventory. Not just inventory, but premium inventory. Programmatic has a lot of issues. It's okay, it's good, but it doesn't give you the premium inventory that you need to reach your target audience. So look for any partners that have premium inventory. And we talk about audience, like I said, you must first understand who the audience that you're talking to, and different kinds, like I already gave the example of the first few, then we'll talk about Domino's, right? And, people who buy Domino's don't buy it for the pizza necessarily. They buy it because there's a promise that they can get the food within 30 minutes. People who go to drink Starbucks, Starbucks doesn't have the best coffee in the world, but they sell, I think they're the biggest coffee seller in the world. And they have the most coffee chain in the world. People don't go there because it's the best coffee. People go there because it's the best place to sit and to do your work or to study. So it's what I call, they have the best halfway house in the world. And that is the reason why people go there. So if you understand your audience, you can build your business and your marketing message around the audience that you have. Again, I won't go into this. These are all additional slides that you can read. What I'm saying is that in terms of your audience, or why your customers, when they buy, they are within any of these three what I call angles, or they look at you, or they want to buy something, they look at these three things, and they will, this depends on where you are, they will buy because of what you are actually giving them. An example is Apple. People who buy Apple is because Apple has product leadership. Apple has features, benefits, but it has a limited range. People don't buy it because it's cheap. People don't buy it because there's a huge range. People buy it because it works the way it's supposed to work, and it has features. And those who focus on product leadership, like Apple, doesn't have a big range to them. They're not customizable. Those of us who take AirAsia, who fly AirAsia as an airline, because it's operational excellence, and those who buy it from there because it's cheap, it's cost, there's a cheap cost, and there's a convenience, and the total cost is actually cheap. So that's the reason why people sit AirAsia. It's nothing to do with the quality of the plane. There's nothing to do with the quality of the experience or the service. It has all to do with cost and convenience, and so on and so forth. So you have to understand, again, where your company sits on this thing, and then which angle your company sits in, and then then you have to sell accordingly to the message that is consistent with what they're expecting. I won't go through all this, but you can, when you have the deck, you can download it, and then you can check. So so in terms of audience, I think we have to first talk about it. This one is not only just digital, but it's everything, right? So you have to look at audience. There are actually 4 categories. So you've got the watch, listen, read, and what we call advocate, which are all the KOLs and talents and influencers. And this is how people used to buy audience in the past. But now, when you look at how we look at audience, what we need to do is actually to look at them as a total audience, not by media. So we don't look at, say, oh, what can I do on Facebook, or what can I do on Google, or what can I do on TV? That's not the right question. The right approach is that, who are my audience, and what are all the related tools that I can use to reach that audience? So you have to think from an audience perspective, not from a platform perspective. And for those who are looking at TV or video or YouTube, Facebook videos or Reels or TikTok videos, you have to understand that it's audience first. You have to look at unified views. You have to look at views of your audience across all these platforms. And for those of you who are doing traditional TV buying, GRP or CPP actually is no more in fashion. You have to look at CPM and CPV. And then the other things, like I said, is the other thing that we have to look at is, with the cookie going off, we have to look at the new thing called addressability and targeting. And it's what we call addressable audience. And this is something that is very important. And this is something that, and I'll give you an example, like Astro has launched, we are the biggest TV provider in Malaysia. We have satellite, we have broadband TV, and we have pay TV and everything. So right now, what we can do is that we have what we call addressable TV. So we have, you can have 2 different homes watching the same TV program, and we can send 2 different advertisements to 2 different homes watching the same program. You can't do that in the past. So if somebody is watching a cricket game or somebody is watching a football game at the same time, different families or different TVs will receive different advertisements depending on the audience segment. This is what we call addressable TV. And this word is very important because addressable audience is going to be a key thing, and you need first-party data, you need first-party audience, and to fulfill it. So you have addressable TV, addressable audio, addressable portals are what we usually do on web and app, and then we have addressable advocates, which are key opinion leaders or influencers. I won't spend a lot of time on activation. I just want to mention that in order to curate the content that you want, in terms of marketing strategy, and you want to reach your customer, reach audience, you have to understand, what is their affinity to, right? And for example, in Malaysia, where I come from, the rank #1 is culinary, which is food. #2 is music, right? The rest is number 3, 4, and 5. So as long as you build your strategy, your content, your activation around these things, you won't go wrong, right? So you have to know by region and by culture. And I'm sure from those of you who are from different parts of the world, you understand where you are from, but you need to also understand who you're reaching out to and what is their affinity. Advocacy is about influencers. It's a big part of digital marketing, which a lot of people try to go into, but they're not sure. And I previously conducted a workshop on working with influencers. I won't really go too much into detail. I summarize everything into one slide. And I just want to mention that if you're working with influencers, or you're going through a trading with influencers, or you're looking at the influencer campaign as part of a digital marketing campaign, you have to be careful of a couple of things. One is that followers and fans are two different things. A lot of people have a lot of followers, but they don't have fans. So you need to differentiate between who are, even if somebody say, I have 1 million followers, it doesn't mean that they have 1 million fans. The fans are more important than the followers, because fans are the one that will determine how engaged people are, or how much people will be affinity to buy the product that you're selling. And you have to differentiate between influencers who are just doing posting, or influencers who help you to market. Those are two different kinds. And influencers are not advertisements. Influencers, they do their own thing, they create their own content. They're not just there to post with a picture. If they're just sitting there and post with a picture, those are ads, and those are not influencers. So you have to understand there are different kinds, and here, the more you understand about influencers, the easier and the more powerful you can work with them. And these are the things that, again, I won't go too much into detail. These are things what we call you should look out for, as we move into the new media world. You have to look at regulations are changing, and you just have to follow it. A lot of marketers don't follow. They don't look and study regulations in different countries, or different aspects of different media and different content, what kind of regulations. You need to know that so that you can react. Brand safety is one. AI/ML means artificial intelligence and machine learning. Of course, metaverse Web3 is a big thing. Then you more and more you have to differentiate between, if you have audience data, you have to understand the difference between demographic and psychographic is two different things. A person who earns $2,000 a month doesn't mean that they will spend $2,000 a month. So that's the difference between psychographic and demographic. TikTok and Roblox are two key things. So I would recommend everybody to really dive into to understand how the mechanics work, because this is the future of marketing for now. AOTM means is what we call the app of the moment. And I think from the digital marketing standpoint, we're very careful, because there are some apps at this moment will seem particularly attractive, but after a while it will drop out, so they're mostly fad. So be careful of over investing in what we call the app of the moment. Vernacular or cultural is important. We live in a very diversified world. You have to understand, and you have to market to specific cultures and vernacular, which means languages. And the other one is West versus China. A lot of best practices are coming out from the West, which is US and UK. But I highly recommend for us to look at those that are coming out from the East. China, I know India has very good technologies that's coming out. Japan, Korea, don't forget about these countries. Again, go local and you won't go wrong. And this is my end note. When you are trying to, send out a message to people, you need to choose what you want to say, right? And you can't be all three. You need to, and when you choose a media partner, or you choose any agency, or you choose a media platform, just remember, no one can give you all three. You have to pick two. And you choose the best partner that you have, or you choose the best platform that you have. Don't be greedy, and you won't go wrong. But the most important thing is to understand your target market, your audience, and you go after them based on the strategy that you have picked. So that's all I have to say. My 30 minutes are up. If you want, you can download the slides from here from SlideShare, or you can reach the organizers and they will give you the slides. So thank you very much for your time. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dear participants, I sincerely appreciate your attention today. Please vote for Mr. Kenny on the presentation done on the topic of marketing strategies versus a new media universe. And also please raise questions on the chat box so that Mr. Kenny can address on the same. Also, Mr. Kenny, please share your email ID, contact details in the chat box so that if anybody having any issues or clarifications related to your topic, they can contact you. You can guide also. Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Dear participants, please raise questions so that Mr. Kenny can address on the same. Also, the poll is enabled for the presentation done by Mr. Kenny. And okay, there is no questions received till now. And Mr. Kenny, thank you for your time and effort. Also appreciate the information and advice you have shared in GDMS. Thank you once again. I call upon the next keynote speaker, Mr. Balakumaran, founder and CEO, Brand Story. He's going to present the topic on employer branding and effective internal and external employer communications. I welcome Mr. Balakumaran here, and a short intro of him. From being a first-generation entrepreneur to becoming a serial entrepreneur, made Balakumaran, the 35-year-old management consultant and NIFT alumnus. Brand Story Digital, the first startup that he founded in 2014, today employs over 120 people providing digital media and brand solutions. Over the last 8 years, Mr. Bala has charted growth stories for over 500 plus brands across US, Middle East, and India. To these brands, he has lent his expertise by providing brand and digital strategies, implementing digital roadmaps, and delivering ROI on digital investments. He continuously strives to empower business and to adapt simplified tech solutions. Being an experienced professional in providing strategies with a 360-degree approach in the digital space, he specializes in brand and digital enablement. He has a proven experience in building, leading, and managing high-performance, cross-functional creator and marketing teams. His versatility spans brand management, e-commerce, digital transformation, and new business development. He extends his expertise as a CMO on demand to various brands across industries. An avid reader and a salsa and martial artist, Bala is open for collaboration across digital marketing, digital products, digital analytics, and growth accelerations. I welcome Mr. Bala once again to present the topic on employer branding and effective internal and external employer communications. Mr. Bala, please.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. Thank you for the brief introduction.
Yes, I'm audible. Your video is turned on, and if you have any presentation, please share your screen so that everyone can view your presentation.
So just please let me.
We can see your screen. Okay, now it's good. Good to go.
Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you so much for the brief introduction. And this employer branding communication, we are into action, primarily working with all high performance growth organization when they've been struggling to find great talent into their organization. So the problem statement arised. Then we are also dealing with the young people into the ecosystem who are, let me say, young people across the world who've been looking at to associate themselves with the brand or organization that they could able to answer their well-being. So today, unlike the 80s, 90s, the 2000s workforces that went to offices or went to work for living, for wages, and the other aspect. Today, the young workforces are also very social conscious in the other aspect. So there is a cross function of the 90s or early 80s. 80s and 90s. Kids who are in the decision, and the bottom of the pyramid of the employees been built by large young people today come from a different era, technology, and understanding of the whole world itself. Now that is a problem statement where the organization transformation need to bring in and to adapt through their right employer branding communication. So this is where the whole conversation of aspect that has been raised in the name of understanding what is employer branding as a context itself. So what is employer branding for us? So it kind of describes our promises from the employer point of view to an employees or potential employee candidates or the prospects, as we HR usually call it as, right? So what is the promise that we've been delivering to our potential prospect and employees through certain XYZ channels is what we describe as an employer branding. And the whole context of the employer branding or the communication or the context, it's not arrived by an external writer or an agency who could able to describe what is your employer branding. It kind of it's kind of communication that just resonates what we are internally to an external ecosystem. So an employer branding cannot be created, but it can act as a transparent communication that preaches out that what we are inside to the external into the world. So that's how we describe employer branding. And why an organization need to do a company. So there are primary three metrics in the hiring space that we usually measure, which is time to hire, cost to hire, and quality of hire. So this is during the pre-recruitment stage itself. We will be measuring this stage. So what does it mean? A time to hire meaning how quickly we could able to deploy a talent, and what is the cost that we've been paying to deploy a talent, and what is the quality outcome of that particular talent. So all these three contexts that we need to measure when we deploy a potential prospect into the system and continuously develop them, right? So it also helps in a better employee engagement post we boarded a particular prospect, and we continue to engage them. So to ensure that an employee feels home and also feels it's the right place that allows him to not only get benefit of the all our benefits that we've been offering from the organization, but also he feels that he's been part of the system that has been driving a mission to make some good into the world and so on, right? So a better brand, especially the large corporates traditionally doesn't have this problem statement in terms of acquiring large talent at scale. But the problem is, if even at the large enterprises, if they've been driving a niche segment, like let me say today, if they want to drive a quantum computing or AI modeling into the ecosystem, then very few talent has been available across landscapes, even at the territories that we usually go and hire. So India is a great talent landscape for the engineers who could speak English and also good in basic math. So similarly, you could able to figure out only few pockets across the world. But in these pockets, can we able to hire at scale where the other organization also competing to hire the same talent? So when there is some demand supply, even for an enterprise, the cost of the prospect is usually goes higher. So henceforth, we also need to ensure that when we are paying a top dollar for a hire, but we also need to ensure that the quality of the hire is also fits into across the ecosystem. So that's why these metrics have been extremely important in terms of when we do an employer branding. So when we understand what is employer branding, we also need to understand why we are doing what we are doing, and to have the better metrics on these three basics like time, cost, and quality is what we've been doing it. And it's extremely critical for an small medium enterprises who need to attract high quality talent competing against the enterprises who will be willing to pay a top dollar because of their the financial strength that they do have. So how an SMEs would be able to bring it in. So if you don't have a purpose that has been communicated to the potential prospect, we need to find what is that has been attracting to a potential prospect to join in subject matter expertise and so on. So, and SME business heads, CEOs and HR heads and HR leaders need to focus on the content that goes out to explain why this mission has been up there. And if not, the hiring or the cost will continuously keep going because of the demand supply gap into the ecosystem. All right. So how it helps? Okay, so a better employer brand helps you to ensure enhanced your prospect satisfaction. It kind of helps you, give you the competitive advantage, and also it kind of helps you in terms of overall benefits related to the company's reputation. It also helps you to access the new talent pool in terms of any niche segment that we've been going in. So another major challenge the HR leaders or the business leader go through is even the technology has been evolving so fast. I mean, probably today we would draw a cycle. Technology could be relevant or irrelevant in a 3 or 5 years timeline framework, and we need to build the entire talent pool ecosystem to in support of an X mission that we're trying to build from the business point of view. So a good employer brand attracts right talent in volume, helps us to fit and engage together to achieve the business objective, is where it helps in the overall context. So we derived that what are the business impacts that this employer branding could able to bring in from the revenue point of view and also the employee performance point of view context. So the revenue point of it, whether investing in a good employer branding, does it make sense? So what is an ROI calculation that we will be arrived at? So we brought into these points in the name of, let me say, firstly, it helps us to identify the right potential candidates who've been volunteer to be part of us, and also building an employer brand awareness into the market and having brand equity in the name of the hiring spaces. And very, very important context is you could able to attract great talent at the lower cost. So you don't need to pay a premium if you have a good employer brand that kind of pull people towards your communication. And also you don't want to, you want to reduce the attrition rate that has been in. So there are certain technology companies that we work with. So we kind of see an attrition rate up to even 25 to 30%, which is alarming, because in 1.5 to 2 years, you almost lost, you will be losing around 50% of the talent, and that's a cost of hiring. Rehiring is become extremely expensive to it. So a good brand, good culture, good communication internally, the transparency that translate that we are of the people and by the people and for the people internally. So even talent that went out would come back because they kind of see that the likability around the brand, it's been extremely higher. All right. So in terms of the employer performance context, from the hiring the high performance to onboarding the employees in terms of more effective channel, and also having an enhanced communication and the change management effectiveness. So this is a particular context that we would want it, because a motivated employees bring in massive change into the ecosystem. For example, when we work with the CXOs or the HR leaders in the name of cultural changes, because we cannot create a culture. For example, there are places that we say, hey, we want a culture video, and we go and try to understand the culture of the organization. We will see a pin drop silent in a massive 5,000 square foot floor, and the culture is just doesn't exist, and they want us to create one culture. I mean, through only for communication, it's extremely impossible. So what we arrive at it, we take this context, we try to bring in real cultural changes in terms of employee engagement, and that engagement program that evolves, then we'll capture into one content, and then that content has been translated out, identify programs that helps niche programs that kind of helps identify high performance into the ecosystem, and we continue build this communication for the employer branding context. So what does this communication mean? Okay, so the communication starts from like there are 6 or 7 layers that we need to understand where this employer or potential candidates will get to understand, get to know us, to be part of us until the exit. There's a multiple communication touch point that we need to develop for our potential employees. So we need to understand, okay, so it starts from the pre-recruitment or into the orientation program itself, and jump towards the entire process of employee communication, where we do a top to bottom communication, meaning an employee be part of an organization and they don't even understand what is the vision and the mission of the organization, where we add value as an organization, and how we kind of take care of the entire ecosystem or communicate to the ecosystem. Then there is a communication failure that happens. Employees are being part of our overall program only for the wages or the revenues or the benefit they get, but they kind of not looking at a purpose that they could be associate themselves and to be proud about the whole context. Then also multiple communications around the performance management kind of helps an employee to do better. It's no more measurement of an employees to get more work done. It's more of the communication need to run through to help employee to perform better. So it's towards on the motivation side, not on the feedback side. So that's why we always deploy a methodology to have touch points in the name of feedback and coaching, or giving opportunity to coaching in from the well-being, flexibility, work-life balance, and the other context. And then there are L&D programs, rewards and recognition, and the facilities of the environment. So these have been important. For example, today we are also recommending CXOs to change the way your workspace look like. For example, today's young folks are not coming only to work, learn, socialize and meet people, but they're also looking forward very Instagramish, good looking space, a vibrant space for them to be motivated to come every single day. So the facilities and environment is also a context has been become extremely important for the candidates today. And out of all this top 1 to 6 program, the recruitment and orientation communication is the external communication. Many potential candidates, candidates out there, but very few are joining us. Reason being, how much your brand has been visible to the market. So you might think as a HR leader or CXO leader, do we need an employer branding function that we need to do? Or your marketing team, you're expecting your marketing team to do an employer context, then there is a fundamental gap that we figured out. Reason being, any of your employees struggle to introduce themselves, to tell them that, hey, I work for X organization, and this X organization do these function in XYZ verticals. Then these are the brands, primarily in SMEs and the high growth companies, being in a short form where we would be hiring high number of people. We kind of identify this wherever your potential, your existing employees find it difficult to explain what we are doing in the real time. to an to their own communities or social circle, we can understand there is a need of recruitment brand function that need to do it. So this recruitment conversation is what we call it as external communication for the employer branding. In this employer branding, so we divide this external communication into 3 layers. What we consider as on top of the funnel, where we need to consistently build communication around the brand, our philosophy, global appeal, opportunities, and the aspiration. Aspiration is nothing but where the organization being led through. So today we also suggest most of the CXO's job is to sell vision today, because there are hundreds and thousands of people you want to lead, or even let me say even just hundreds or even few tens of people. They would align themselves with you only they understand your overall vision, where you taking the company to, or where you want to take this group of high performing people in terms of the life. So the primary communication is around the brand that we need to build over a period of time. Now, how this communication will be built in? So it could be in simple your LinkedIn post, which is an artwork within copywriting, but it also could be a brand walkthrough that kind of helps you to let me say helps your potential prospect to understand what what is our brand is look like, and what is the kind of the culture that we've been around it and all that. So now the second layer is the engagement, where the diversity and the culture component meets in. So is it for all, or is it for only for one set of potential prospect? What kind of leadership opportunities are being around? So this is a high time that we would able to promote high performing mid-level management teams in the name of leadership, so they could able to lead, because today and young or a mid-level manager who have been joining an organization X, they want to know what kind of team that we are already going to work in. So who's my leader looks like? Does he sounds very authoritative, or it gives me glimpses of how friendly and intellect my leaderships and teams are, and so on. So building content around your macro and micro leadership within the organization pyramid, it becomes extremely important into the system. And also this we wouldn't able to, let me say, this has been very lightly taken, because every organization has an L&D program. Most of the organization has registered with one of the online courses and given an access to every single employees and things like that. But are they truly evolving up? So a candidate comes and spend 3-4 years. Did they really learn and moved up in the curve of, let me say, their career progression and so on? Or the content that we need to build. So whenever there is a resection of the cost cutting, the first budget cut goes on the L&D space to save money. But L&D and upskill became extremely important for the new era of skill set that has been extremely rare to get it. So your existing skill set might already have the business understanding, customer understanding, and upskilling them through a right L&D program would move them up into context. So whether we can be able to communicate this conversation out there to the potential prospect, by helping with the right testimonials or right L&D program managers. I'm sure large enterprises who have a dedicated department around it, but most of them get caught up with the operations, nitty-gritties of the L&D implementation on the real-time program. And every program manager need to act like the flag bearer for their own program. And every component or every department has an X percentage contribution to overall brand hiring and the and the employer brand communication that they want to do it. So layer 3, primarily we need to add the bottom of the funnel is an employee getting converted into a candidate. Not only the brand philosophy and the vision matches, not only the opportunities and the leadership abilities that are going to support him to be a better person, but also you need to match today's job role skill display and the personal attributes. So do our communication also explaining the job roles, what kind of people that we mean, the clarity. So, I mean, I'm sure 90% of the HR who are watching Abhi right now. So primarily our job roles goes out only in the name of JD, and there is not much effort has been going after, communicating what is important and what is not important in this context. So now how a program management on the employer branding falls across from the top of the funnel to the middle of the funnel to the bottom of the funnel. And there are the mix of content that need to arrive at, like on a periodical time, either it could be monthly, quarterly, weekly, or even yearly. Whatever the process, content distribution, content development need to be part of this, the external communication. So what we figured it out is there are over 16 brand attributes, from the remuneration to benefits and perks to job satisfaction to the innovation in tech that happen in space, or the management, the organization. There are things that we boast about. Are the first layer of the 16 context that you could be able to create your content is all about, right? Then the layer 2, the brand can always communicate on the business milestones, the company culture, the team and the people, the workplace environment, L&D opportunities, balance well-being, and change and stability. So that could be a part of your other communication context. And then we can also speak about D&I. For example, matured organization like Deloitte, we would see they put like a lot of effort in Bangalore, which is a tech capital of the country. They put a lot of effort on D&I initiatives, and they've been pushing, building content, making their workspace extremely workable place for D&I context. That through our work experience we would see is. And then there are other environmental, social, and governance messaging. Probably, I'm sure 99% of the current employees itself may not even aware of what kind of CSR contribution that we as a brand has been contributing to it, and so on. So this environmental, social, and governance component gives them in a sense of ownership, that they're also being part of this whole brand participation in these spaces. And every employee believes that they're also being part of this. They enable this context into the ecosystem. So these are the content hooks. From this content hooks, we'll be moving into, let me say, one this has been created. This through this content, we created multiple awareness. Just a second. Sorry. Thank you for it. So we build awareness and the engagement program content around these content hooks, build an absolute user-friendly career pages, and build communication collaterals, and push it through as a recruitment ads. So the visibility of your positions, company culture is continuously build, visibility in the name of brand visibility, and also a better brand recall has been established. So through this methodology, you could able to build a consideration stage. The customers moves into a multiple consideration stage, and your pipeline gets it to build. So this is a flow that we propose as a framework to the HR leaders and the rest of the teams, or the CXO teams. Once you identify your critical position roles, you can the orientation between the marketing teams and the HR recruiter need to happen, and build this communication based on the multiple attributes that we spoke, and how we would be able to building from your LinkedIn communication to your JD to your emails to your phone scripts. And once that communication strategy has been built, we move into a design collaterals, assets, and content and other complement communication. And then moving into, let me say, digital campaigns, where we'll track the funnel, where the hiring we could able to understand the submissions and the reporting that has been done over a period of time. So this is a hiring flow, a channel flow that we've been able to understand as a registration flow. And internal communication has been pretty clear between most of you of the team. Large enterprises already figured it out. Can we able to do it in a format that can be exciting? Can we also able to, the previous speaker was speaking on the importance of vernacular. I would say there has been a strong internal communication for departmental wise, region wise, offices wise will be an extremely important context over a period of time. So these are the quick communication necessities for the internal context. Figure out your EVP. Most of the time, your employer value proposition is same across. There are multiple methodology to arrive at it, but you can also arrive at it understanding most of the time for me, employee value proposition is around the benefit of your potential prospect and your existing employees alone. So get that context, build a process around the recruitment, marketing, and the candidate management, from the recruiting to onboarding to continuous engagement to retention. We could able to build multiple communication necessities. So for internal communication, these are the drivers which you want to run through quickly. The time is up. And we have the media challenges in terms of the communication, from your social media to your email correspondence to your intranets. First, take a list of what are the channels, available channels. Do we have enough content distribution across channels? And fill in the content strategy, and then produce the content and keep pushing it consistently. It's not a day one game changer, but over a period of time, we saw a tremendous amount of change in the overall context. So thank you so much for your time, and you guys can reach out as required. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Bala, for the wonderful presentation on the topic of employer branding and effective internal and external employer communication. Dear participants, if you have any questions, please share in the chat box so that Mr. Bala can address on the same. And also, side by side, we enable the poll for the topic presented by Mr. Bala. Please poll for the presentation. And meanwhile, Mr. Bala, please share your email ID or contact address in the chat box so that if anybody having any doubts related to the topics or something, they can contact you and you can guide them also. Thank you so much, Mr. Bala. Dear participants, please raise any questions if you have. And also the poll was enabled. Okay, once again, Mr. Bala, thank you so much. I deeply appreciate the wonderful presentation you made in this 5th GDMS conference. Thank you so much for your time and stay connected with us.
Thank you, Jay. Thanks, Siddhant. Thank you, guys. Thanks for watching.
I call upon the next presenter, Mr. Mukundan, Board of Director and Executive Vice President, Asia Pacific and Japan Champions Group, going to present on the topic on next level lead nurturing, how to segment and automate your marketing to close more deals. So about Mr. Mukundan is a board of directors, sought after data scientist and a pivotal contributor to CMO and CXO strategies in the JAPAC region. Mukundan knowledge of marketing data science helps marketing teams to analyze customer data and get a complete view of the buyer journey. His data-driven predictive analytics solutions are helping marketers decode customer affinity, boost response, and reduce churn. These solutions identify the highest value customers and address them with the right offer at the right time. Though his suggestions, marketing and sales lead across industries and the B2B and the B2C spectrum can launch highly effective marketing campaigns. Mukundan's knowledge of advanced micro segmentation based on the campaign engagement and customer behavior in helping marketers save millions of dollars of wasted spending. His data-driven expertise thereafter helps trialer communication to address the niche JAPAC audience most pressing needs specifically. It's making our clients highly context aware while developing adequate empathy or response towards their customer landscape. I warmly welcome Mr. Mukundan to present the topic on next level lead nurturing, how to segment and automate your marketing to close more deals.
Thank you so much for that. Right, that was a very warm welcome. Not to tell it right, to start with, why do you need lead nurturing is the first question what I wanted to ask everyone in the conference today, right? That building and keeping outstanding relationship is the most important. It's still essential, right? But lead nurturing allows you to present on the channels where your customers are engaged and engage with them and increase the probability of getting the ROI, right? And build a business relationship in a method. But overall, when you see that, it also helps your buyers to know your business, right? And to educate them, inform them, and establish your closure. But a study shows, right, 73% of the person who gives you the contact information doesn't buy it, right? Actually, in the B2B segment. But leads will be less likely to do business, all these people. In this case, right, we did a complete analysis using a multi-channel camping and everything, right? I would like to show you a real-time case study after the presentation, right? How it is working out for one of the client in Asia Pacific. So let us directly jump into the topic, right? How to segment the lead, right? Next level lead nurturing, how to segment and automate your marketing to close more deals. That is my topic for today, right? How to segment, right? Marketing automation is one of the most hottest topic in the world, right? Right now, for good reasons or for bad reasons, but it necessarily helps most of the small, right? If I take SMBs and to a large complex groups of customers and potential leads to close, right? The report by Marketing Automation says that 53% of the B2B marketers are actively using marketing automation, and 17% are considering to use the automation in the current strategies. But how is that going to help them is the most important thing right now. We're going to look at it. But to give you an overview, but how exactly can you increase the sales with marketing automation and close more deals is the most to maximize the marketing ROI, both sales and marketing anywhere, right? We know that sales and marketing will have to work hand in hand, but to apply for the quality for the customer and to close bigger deals. But we do have this gamut of marketing and sales don't go with hand in hand. Either when it comes to the month end, either one of them blame each other, right? That happens most of the time. But that can be taken care by the marketing automation in order to streamline the process, build better relationship. How do we do that and boost the ROI, right? That is the most important thing. And increase the top phase to sales with this automation tools is the most important thing what we cannot talk about, right? But choosing the right tools is most important. How do you choose the right tools, right? With the right effect of the tools, you can spend more effectively. Qualifying and guiding leads to drop into the top of the funnel. Bala had showed how the funnel works out for their employment engagement and everything from the brand story point of view. But coming from the top of the funnel to the middle of the funnel and to the bottom of the funnel, you have a lot of things. But when you do your drip email camping and everything, it makes a lot of sense for us, right? But emails have the power to drive targeted and meaningful engagement at much higher rate, right? But you can personalize and tailor your communication in no other way that can digitally happen. And you'll gain that visibility in the inboxes of the individuals, right? What matters the most, how do you curate that content very effectively? That is the most important thing, what you need to think about it. But the best tool will run on multi-channel campaigns, segment your leads, and will run the continuous delivery model. That is another one what you have to choose when you're doing all this, right? And the next one is, how do you research for this, right? When you want to research and segment it, you can't completely bank on your marketing automation tool to provide the complete intelligence what you wanted it. on your prospective customers. So when I say prospective customers, not all the persons who's coming into your lead form and filling it is not all your prospective customers, but they are leads. But when you want to do a targeted segmentation for the next level, you have to have the necessary human expertise in place to make your automatic systems work effectively according to the need. How do you segment it? One way is of lead scoring, what you can do it and track your customer profile in real time. That is one way. The next one, what I wanted to talk about is the revenue opportunities are indivisible. Part of your overall marketing automation strategy, what you want to do, use dashboards, create a customer story, track customer profiles. The ideal customer profiles are the most important that will give you, right? And implement the data in real time to enhance your cross-selling and upselling strategies. But most of them doesn't do that. But next one, but identifying the right type of follow-ups is the most important. Shorten the sales cycle is most important right now by using automated scoring program. I just mentioned about it to nurture the efficient marketing that delivers more high quality leads at a pace very much, right? Where sales should tell, right, from the marketing end, okay, we are having huge number of leads to follow up. You'll stop giving us leads, but never sales never tells that. They usually come and tell us, okay, at the end of the day, they'll tell us, we don't have enough leads or not. The strategy is not enough. You need to change the strategy. But not remember that not everyone will ready to buy right away, but that sales cycle will be longer. With automation, you can identify the different stages on a buyer's journey, right, which can be used to segment future leads and assign them and with the type of outreach what you wanted to do effectively with that. Next one is going to be on focus on security, right? This marketing automation has third-party access anywhere, right? And subsidiary systems, as we are using email as a major target, right now, what I told you. And therefore, there will be target for hackers also. But this kind of consolidation in which the business systems, what you're using in-house, are linked to each other and should be linked is one of the reasons why most of the cyber attacks are on the rise. But you know that every 39 seconds, there's a cyber attack across the globe, right? Protecting yourself is the most important one, and your data against the cyber attacks is an ongoing and complex project every time that has to be maintained by us. But when it is coming to the marketing automation, it is very clear. You need to choose a provider that takes security very seriously and tell you to measure that they take to protect you. But how do we go to the multi-channel is another one, right? Multi-channel is the one. How do we do that? I'll come to a case study right now, right? We have been working with this customer. What we are doing with this customer is, for example, we are running a drip campaign for this on an email. The initial open rate on this B2B email campaign for APAC is around close to, at an average, it's around 19% on a single campaign, right? When we take this opens and clicks from this campaign, and what we do with it, we do pass it to the sales guys. No, we don't do that, right? What we do is we do run a outreach on LinkedIn, taking only the opens and clicks from the marketing campaign. You have a huge database of 50,000 contacts. You segment audience, you run a campaign, right? You do a drip campaign on that. Then after that, taking all the opens and click, loading it on the Google Ads or LinkedIn manager, ad manager, we do a multi-channel outreach, trying to do the relevant content. In the meanwhile, we do dedicate couple of people to send them personalized messages for this opens and clicks from the email campaigns. But what do you think? This can include the email, social, SMS, anything, right? Where you can see, personalize the customized content for a B2B audience according to the needs. That makes your conversion very high, right? But the personalized campaigns as per the demographics and the customer preferences are the most important one, which will give you a segmentation of the lead insights, inform truly the multi-channel campaign is working. And taking a step, you're going to bring it down to the bottom of the funnel at the end of the day. But COVID has taught us a lot of lessons, right? Getting a PIA data is very important. We don't get much of PIA data with the mobile numbers or something. Keeping the data compliance and the privacy laws across the globe anywhere. So what we do is we do go and try to map the lead strategies anywhere, right? And help them to do better, tailor the needs, right? Tailor the traditional methods. As traditional methods continue to wane in the effective of the sales, and marketers are aligned are turning into digital channels, right? Prioritizing with like LinkedIn, emails, like tweets, also cold calls. Now, cold calls are not possible to the much extent, but email can be the higher. But compared to the 20% of open rate, what you're getting, it lead nurturing is an integrated component of any sales or marketing strategy. What we have to think about. Next is the map your lead strategies, right? It is critical for us to decide which type of lead strategy you're gonna to follow before investing on the marketing automation tool to narrow your focus accordingly. So think through that, what is important for your business this year or a month, right? Align your marketing automation tools on this track. Automation platforms let you to scan through the CRM records and identify your key personalities and the prospect you can re-engage. That is most important, because we don't do that actually. To boost sales, that is most important actually, to re-engage them, their key prospects. They would have not told us after 6 months you can come back, we are not buying this. But most of the tools we gather it while you're doing it on a conventional method or a traditional method. What happens is we tend to forget, but on automation tool we don't lose that strategy. So in that case, what we have to do is create a sense of urgency, right? When you create a sense of urgency, the first thing what we get to know that is the smallest decline in conversion can be a difference between hitting the and missing a target for us, right? Being able to employ explicit channels and succinctly convey the unique features what we have, but approach to what you adopt is the most important stuff what you have to do. But mostly what we do is we don't adopt most of the strategies, right? But first is fully understand the target customers, right? It is a very effective marketing technique, begins with truly understanding your ideal customer profile. Knowing your target market truly helps you to discover very much the most qualified prospect. But in the initial stages, we don't do that. This will help you to do that. The bottom line, what I wanted to talk about is, while there is no harm, right? Marketing automation doesn't have any harm for you, but you can try it. It's just a tool that can bridge the sales and marketing gap, right? While sales uses CRM to manage that most of the effective sales, right? Increase the sales and revenue. And when I come to the next one, right? Start the journey with a small set, right? You don't need to try it with a very long energy and spending too much of money. Do a trial proof of concept, that how do you want to track your customer interactions on your website. At some point you want to expand your automation, perhaps invest in a new system and go truly a multi-channel. But multi-channel really works. Taking in this example, what we have seen it, I've done many analysis, many research on this before, wrote a couple of papers on this. Overall, implementing this strategy gives you a lot of conversion rate. We have seen the conversion rate going around 63% for a client actually, right? Overall, implementing that marketing automation and multi-channel together can help you streamline your marketing efforts, drive more conversions actually, and ultimately improve your bottom line very much. And once you start using this marketing automation, there's simply no going back actually. When you don't have to go back, when you see that your conversions are getting, but it is not, Romo is not built over a year, right? Overnight, but you should be very diligent, have that perseverance to use it very effectively. It's one of the most beneficial approaches that can help you to take your business to the next level. So, and this is my QR code. I leave a lot of space for an interactive session right now, but for the thing, because there is top of the funnel, right, and the middle of the funnel and the bottom of the funnel, what we talk. But getting on the multi-channel level is very important for anyone. But mostly nurturing techniques used to involve creating a simple email drip campaign that send generic emails, right, to all list of. But Today, what we do is look out for new strategies and technology that go beyond the email nurturing one, right? And now multi-channel lead nurturing strategies supports it. But as I showed you, I'll show you that case study of a real-time camping, what we have done on it. Hold on a minute. I'll pull that up from our camping tool, right? So when you see this camping, right, what we have done, this is for one of the client, this is a very recent camping. I just took that as an example. We had a total send, deliver was very high, right? The open rate was 19% actually in this, right? There's already a warm-up list, what we have used for this camping, and the clicks is around 499. For this client, what we are doing is we are taking all these opens and clicks from this camping, right, and loading it on the social channels, right, Google ads as well as LinkedIn ads. We are not using all the 39,000. I'm using only this 7,900 here, whatever numbers are here. I'm using only this. And if you see this area, but the conversion rate reaching more than 60% for this, right? You can see that very best. This is not only for this is the English camping, what we are doing. In the same way, we are doing a camping for China, right? When I see the camping for China is also the better effective rate, what we have it, right? I can show you that example also to you, right? Let me pull that out. So you see this 14% is the open rate for this. It's a one-time camping, what we are doing. It's a warm-up plus, but we are doing a one-time camping. It's the same. Each camping are different and each one is different. In this case, there was another camping what we rolled out last week, and yesterday was another camping we are doing for this client. This is a 19%. This is on 17th, and there is one on 7th September what we rolled it out, right? This one, what we are doing is we are doing a lot of things. This is 16% open rate, right? This is a different template what we have been doing. And so taking all this, the client is buying all these opens and clicks, as well as we are loading this on the social channels and running a multi-channel. If they want to come to the bottom of the funnel, we are doing an offshore of marketing team, helping them to send them personalized email on personalized messages on LinkedIn, personalized messages on email, and everything. That's how we do very clearly segment the data. And this will help you to automate your lead nurturing. But we have heard about a multi-channel camping everywhere. But at the end of the day, when you do all this process, your lead nurturing stages are streamlined and you can have the conversion ratios high. I'm going to stop here. This is my QR code. You can scan the QR code. You can connect with me. I leave the floor for the questions for another 7 minutes so that I can answer them, all of it.
Thank you, Master Mohandan, on the topic presented today, next level lead nurturing, how to segment and automate your marketing to close more deals. Dear participants, please raise question in the chat box so that Mr. Mohandan can address on the same. And also side by side, we are enabling the poll for the presentation. Dear participants, please raise poll for Mr. Mukund. The poll is enabled now. Hope there is no question, Mr. Mukundan. It's
okay.
On behalf of the members of Texla e-conference, I want to thank you for your insightfulness presentation and your valuable contribution on this 5th GDMS conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Texla University, having me here. Happy to share my knowledge and thoughts for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. And our esteemed partners, associate partners, Digital Marketing Skill Institute, IROI Global OU, and our media partner, World Economic Magazine and International Business Magazine. So our next participant is Ms. Narmata. So we are starting our next session by 4 p.m., like after 1 hour. So we will come back on that time to start our second session of the day. Thank you, participants. Please be connected with us so that we will continue the session after 1 hour. We welcome back we are good afternoon and good evening. We are starting the session 2 of the day. So we start from the introduction once again for the new participants. TEXLA International Conference is a wing of TEXLA American University, one of the leading medical university in South America and Caribbean region. TEXLA E-Conference has successfully conducted 10 international conferences since 2014 in various sectors like digital marketing, medicine, public health, education, management, etc. We are conducting conferences for 9 years in a row. TEXLA has made revolution in the way scholars attend academic conferences and has attracted more than 8,500 participants from 80 plus different countries. TEXLA E-Conference stands in the front row conducting virtual e-conferences, saving your valuable time, money, and guarantees the comfort you require. The Global Digital Marketing Summit is a premier series of digital marketing conferences. It designs a significant platform for digital marketers, strategists, and entrepreneurs, marketing specialists to meet, share insight, explore new marketing techniques, and collaborate to achieve business betterment digitally. GDMS has 4 editions with 3,500 participants from 16 plus countries, and this is the 5th in the series. Since digital presence become crucial for business to thrive, this will be a signature event in the 2022 digital world that can't miss. GDMS is an online digital marketing conference packed with the most up-to-date trend, best practice, and strategies. The Digital Marketing Conference collaborates with experts from around the world to discuss the challenges of marketing online. TEXLA American University is one of the renowned medical universities in the Caribbean, and campuses are located in Guyana and Zambia. Also, our global process and operational offices are located in India, Mauritius, and New Jersey. The huge revolution growth of technology in the past 10 years made everything possible through the World Wide Web. About Zambia campus, we have campuses in Zambia also is a private medical institution that provides a various range of career-centered medical and management programs. The university is approved by the Higher Education Authority, Ministry of Education, Zambia, Health Professional Council of Zambia. It's a member of Zambia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and International Council for Open and Digital Education. With the state-of-art infrastructure, the campus have 25,000 square feet, dedicated learning space established in 2016. The TEXLA has carved a niche for itself as a leading institution of higher learning in Zambia's education landscape. The university offers programs such as Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery, Bachelor of Public Health, Bachelor of Science in Project Management, and it also has a distance and combinations of other learning programs that students can take up through its online learning management portals. We have campuses in Guyana. TEXLA American University College of Medicine, Guyana was established in the year 2010 and was registered with the National Accreditation Council of Guyana on November 2010. The university has maintained registration with National Accreditation Council since its inspection, and the current registration is valid 2023. TA started the first batch of the students on the Klitschko campus, Georgetown, Guyana on 2011. As the student population increased, TEXLA American University extended its learning facility and infrastructure with the extended annex campus located in East Coast 2014. In 2017, TEXLA established its new current campus at Plantation Providence, East Coast Demerara. Large academic space of learning facilities with modern classrooms, labs, and the library equipped with modern facilities. TEXLA American University received the Green Initiative Award in 2020 by the Guyana Chamber of Commerce and Industries for the efficient green building in Guyana. Okay, we call upon the next keynote presenter, Ms. Narmata, Human Resource, GenPact, going to present on the topic of what are the emerging SEO trends for 2022. I welcome Ms. Narmata here. And about Ms. Narmata, the major RAD2 find a combination of corporate strategy and people leadership with extensive industry experience of close to 20 years. Narmata is an alumnus of IIM Lucknow with her forte in strategic management. Narmata is a thought leader, global leadership coach, and certified Gallup professional, which is rare in India. She is an MBA from NIMS. In her unparalleled career, having worked very closely with a team member of Center of Excellence in Vedanta, Wellfrog US Investment Bank, and presently associated with Genpact. She has gained deep insight into the industry. Ms. Narmada comes with a vision of being in developed India and making a constant shift from being labeled as a developing economy to a developed economy with consideration of happiness index and as one of the determinants of the public interest. As a regular columnist in Hands India, she has authored many analyses based on the Indian and global economy. Internationally, she has even presented India at BRICS Research Conference in Durban in entrepreneurship and governance. She was also honored to take up the honorary role of President Telangana State for the Women, Indian Council of Chamber and Industry. Narmata comes with a social course of economic development and youth development and is a regular columnist in the Hands India print media, Narmata Dharmasana. The Hands India globally, she has recognized an organizational culture champion 2022, and she has recognized by the Indian Achievers Award of 2020 to 2021. Most Inspiration Indian 2022 featured in Corporate Citizen May edition 2021 have been on our famous YouTube channels and in media. Closest to her heart is her service to the nation. A proud ex-Indian Army officer who have her 15 years of youth to serve the nation. Narmata was selected as a woman Indian skydiving team and has gone skydives for 14,000 feet. She has also led a team of soldiers while riding up to 70 kilometers river rafting expedition. In her span in the Army, Narmata has led many strategic level appointments and has been lead some prestigious appointments like Officer Commanding Republic Day Parade Camp. I warmly welcome Ms. Narmada ma'am. Please unmute yourself so that everyone can listen. Yes.
Thank you so much for this warm welcome. And first of all, please accept my compliment. Congratulations for getting this thing started in 2022 to Takshila University, Takshila American University. And yeah, I was looking forward to have my thought leadership being spoken with all the audiences. With due permission, I'll just have drafted a small presentation, and I'll just like to share that.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, please share your screen.
Yes.
I can able to see your screen, please. Yeah.
Awesome. Great. Thanks so much for this acknowledgement. So I'll not take much time in letting people know about me. Just one more edition of taking one more award from Pillars of Mumbai as one of the best socioeconomic analysts, which is very close to my heart. And I work there as my social cause. So here are, sorry.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And here are my contact details as well for the audience and my social media handles as well. And with this, we'll just move to the agenda of today's presence of me. And we have all witnessed what industry has brought us after 2019. As the world is now reopening in fits and starts, we analyze the industries poised to thrive in post-COVID world. We have seen layoffs, we have seen mental health challenges, we have seen such a big wave of great resignation. And then crisis can be a catalyst or can speed up the changes that are on the way. It almost can serve as an accelerant. And that's where the digital marketing did by accelerating its pace. And that's where the emergence of this disruptive digital marketing started. The SEO industry is volatile and dynamic and is ever changing from time to time. The VUCA can be seen in so much of industry of digital marketing that if an SEO goes for an hibernation for 1 year, the person may start sensing a generation gap when they wake up after a year. And that's the kind of presence and importance SEO has made today after the pandemic has gone. These are the kind of pointers that I just quoted, is that there's a boom of digital marketing. We are in an era of being present in social media. We cannot, think of not being present in social media. There are all AI-based algorithms which just understand your character, your tastes, your knowledge, your all the kind of credentials that you're coming up with, the keywords and the SEO, and of course the schema markup. So when it comes to me to explain about SEO, and I just try my hand to explain what SEO is and what are the trends going to be. This is actually this comes to my mind, and this actually happens to me, but still I tried my best to speak and to share my experiences and share my knowledge and explaining about SEO. So SEO, we all know, it stands for search engine optimization. In simple words, it means the process of improving your website to increase its visibility when people are searching for your products or services related to your business in Google or Bing and other search engines. The better visibility your pages have in search results, the more likely you are garnering attention and attracting prospective and existing customers to your business. So search engines such as Google and Bing, they use bots to crawl pages on the web, getting from site to site and collecting information about those pages and putting them in an index. Now think of the index like a giant library where a librarian can pull up a book or a web page to help you find exactly what you're looking forward for in that particular time. Now, next, algorithms analyze pages in the index, taking into account hundreds of ranking factors or signals to determine the order pages should appear in the search results for that given query. Now, in our library analogy, the librarian has read every single book in the library and can tell you exactly which one will have the answers of your question. And that's the wonder of these algorithms of SEO. Now, our SEO success factors can be considered proxies for aspects of the user experiences. It's how search bots estimates how well a website or a web page can give the searcher what they're actually searching for. So that's what came to my mind when it came to explaining about the SEOs. So now, what are the trends of SEO? The SEO industry we have seen is volatile and dynamic and is ever changing from time to time. Now, speaking about index now, what is index now? Or it's something similar. It's like recent reports indicate that Google in the next one of the list search engines uses the index now protocol. For those of you who don't know what index now is, it is an open source engine used by search engines for discovering new content. Instead of the conventional pull approach, it uses the push approach and the push method. So when a website is integrated with index now API, updates its content, deletes a post, or publishes a new one, the API pushes this information to the search engine. Then we all know the importance of having the original video content, which is very, very important, and the long-term content. So the researchers have shown that one trend that will help in outranking our competitors into 2022 will be the consistently publishing long-form content and relevant content on your website. The website should adhere to EAT guidelines and should be 2,000 word to 3,000 word. As long-form content continues to garner importance in 2022, well-written long-form content can even cross the 2,000 word threshold and aim to standardize a 33,000 to 3,500 word mark. Now then about the mobile usability. So now the SEO is all about the mobile SEO, ensuring that your website performs well for mobile devices is something that you must continue to take care in this year. Mobile devices user experiences will be big focus for the SEO experts. Simplicity is the key to user-friendly web design, and you can also use to personalize your website content according to the needs of your users and of course to your business. Google will eventually ignore your desktop site and completely focus on the mobile site to determine your rankings. So if your focus is on improving user experience on mobile devices has been the bare minimum to date, it's time to shift your focus entirely onto it. If you have a separate desktop and a mobile site, it's time to consider migrating it to mobile responsive site. So, and that's how the user intent metrics will increase, the local search optimization will be enhanced, and if they are going to be lightweight websites when they are going to be mobile friendly. So this is something very interesting which I found about MUM and how its searches are performed. And I'll just quickly share a small clip of this video. It's multitask unified model. And Google has been putting commendable efforts into improving the quality of search results using advanced artificial intelligence.
Opening up helpful experiences for you across Google Search, Maps, Shopping, and Photos. Let's start with search. 20 years ago, Google was just 10 blue links, connecting people to the information they need from the millions of web pages out there. Since then, we've continued to innovate to understand new forms of information like images, videos, places, and more. All of this is in pursuit of our mission to make information accessible and useful. As Sundar mentioned, early research with Lambda and multimodality is pushing the boundaries of natural language understanding. Today, I'm excited to share how we'll be bringing some of these research advances to Google Search with our multitask unified model, or MUM as we like to call it. Like BERT, it's built on the transformer architecture, but it turns up the dial. See, MUM is 1,000 times more powerful than BERT. But what makes this technology groundbreaking?
The biggest ever leap in that form first happened with the introduction of RankBrain and then later with BERT in 2019. And now the search engine giant is making it another epoch by introducing MUM, Multitask Unified Model, or MUM. So according to the announcement made by Prabhakar Raghavan, as we have seen in the video, during this Google 2021 conclave, natural language processing model MUM is 1,000 times more powerful than BERT, and it's capable of multitasking, which enables it to analyze video, images, and text within 75 languages to give users the answers to complex search queries. What this means is MUM will combine different aspects of your search query and try to understand the sentiments, context, entities, and most importantly, the intent of the user. And then it is going to provide you the answers and really closest to what you are expecting as a user. Raghavan has even demonstrated the power of MUM by doing a complex search query. I have hiked Mount Adams, and now I want to hike Mount Fuji next fall. So what should I do differently to prepare? And I'll just share that clip with you.
Types of queries it might be able to solve, and the billions of topics it might help you explore. Let me show you what I mean. Let's say you're an avid hiker planning your next adventure. You might ask, I've hiked Mount Adams and now want to hike Mount Fuji next fall. What should I do differently to prepare? This is a question you could casually ask a friend, but search engines today can't answer it directly because it's so conversational and nuanced. MUM is changing the game. with its language understanding capabilities, you would know you're looking to compare two mountains and also understand that prepare could include things like fitness training for the terrain and hiking gear for fall weather. Then it's able to surface useful insights based on its deep knowledge of the world. Here, it's highlighting that Mount Fuji is roughly the same elevation as Mount Adams, but fall is the rainy season on Mount Fuji, so you might need a waterproof jeep.
So that's what is the beauty of this search engine, and it has progressed very fast in understanding what actually we are looking for. Moving on to next and making making people understand about the impact in digital marketing. So data is the currency of digital age, of an accelerated SEO and digital times. By 2025, as per the research and analysis, worldwide data will reach 175 zettabytes. But unfortunately, the human brain can't process and structure and even analyze all that data. So technology engines have to help, and digital marketers should be the driver. There's a massive opportunities for companies that can utilize data to create more engaging experiences. A recent study showed that 95% of business leaders recognize this as the biggest growth ever over the next 3 years, which means there's plenty of stake over here. Robust data analysis ensures decisions are evidence-based and have more accountability. Drawing on existing and new data sources to fully integrate business acumen and analytical skills into decision-making, sourcing, managing, and analyzing large amounts of unstructured data will ensure continued use and success. SEO began with data and has evolved. From the introduction of real-time SEO in 2019 and page experiences updates in 2021, SEO's future lies again with data and the creation of intelligent systems. Here, marketers can leverage combined data sources that structures data for them. As a result, they can achieve business success and objectives by staying ahead during all data and digital transformational changes. Technology and AI are helping SEOs to evolve. It goes without saying that advancements in technology, and in particular AI and natural language processing, has meant that SEO and digital marketers can become data analysts without having to become an actual data scientist. This is a key to unlock structured insights from your company's big data to make more precise predictions about what is coming next based on the existing information. So the digital marketers can really evolve and can understand key trends and learn in new areas such as predictive modeling and future trends and forecasting based on multiple types of data, real-time identification of opportunities and intelligence, digital research at scale with both historical and real-time data, leveraging automated visualizations for various stakeholders, improved data security and compliance, market and business intelligence at a macro level, and consumer behavior at the most granular level. So SEO and digital marketers can learn skills such as statistics, data analysis, data visualizations, and even strategy. AI, NLP, and machine learning are helping them to do this without needing expertise in computer programming and software applications. What digital marketers must do is to combine their communication skills and analytical skills with stakeholders who really cannot think beyond outside of this advertising box. So that's the kind of impact and that's the kind of lucrative career opportunities it has opened up for digital marketers. So this is the structured strategy to optimize SEO in websites or in career. And it is very step-by-step where we can have the keyword search, analyze Google's first page. We have an evolved strategy, create something different. We had a hook and then optimize it on a page for SEO, optimize for search intent, focus on content design, build links to your page, and then improve and update your content. What interests me here to share with you is about brand SERP optimization, knowledge graphs, and entities. Now this year, last year in 2019, keeping a close watch on brand SERPs and knowledge panels, they became very important. Understanding who you are, what you offer, and what audiences you serve, that has held a lot of value for all other businesses. We may now even start to personalize knowledge graphs in 2022. Google has so much information about you, including your search history, behavior, email, and social media, that it might be able to scale up the process of personalizing knowledge graphs. What does this mean for SEO in 2022? It means optimizing a brand's entire digital presence, like its social media profile, YouTube channel, etc., in order to influence Google to feature them the way they want. Today, it's just not about your website and what it showcases, but it is about your brand entire digital presence and how they interact with each other on SERP. SEO experts must understand how NLP, natural language processing, and entities play a role in Google rankings. The importance of keywords, good keywords, still remains crucial, but it comes secondary to understanding topics related to the query and the intent behind it. To share with you, Google search engine, the algorithms, even cares and even shares the data that you fill while having your meal in Zomato or any of the other food apps. I was surprised to see the kind of characteristics and all other kind of things which Google, when people Google about me and they come up with all the kind of, the character that what actually Namrata Dasmana is all about. So that is the beauty of these algorithms, and that's the beauty of this time that you do not have your presence in social media, then you are just not seen in industry. About SEO scalability is again something which I found really important to share some of my thoughts with you. And if you want to beat your competitors in 2022, you should just focus on building scalability in your SEO services. Vice President of Product Marketing and Training, SEO Clarity recommends listing all the tasks and workflow and then determining which of these steps could be automated using SEO tools. You should also set up an alert system that monitors significant changes like ranking of your important keywords, URL changes, or changes in the content if required. It is highly advisable to establish SOPs for any other task that you just cannot automate. So this is what I have understood about SEO, that if you do not know the rhythm of algorithm, then you really cannot dance with the SEOs. And if you do not know SEOs, the survival in this era is really very, very challenging. So with this, I'll take a pause with my thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Narmata. Dear participants, if you have any questions, please raise the questions in Q&A chat box. Also, we will enable the polling session for Ms. Narmata for the topic she presented here. What are the emerging SEO trends for 2022? The poll is enabled. Also, please raise questions in the Q&A session. Dear participants, please raise questions. We hope there is no questions raised from the participants. Mr. Ramada, we are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and experience with us. Thanks for participating in the 5th GDMS conference. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me here. All the
Thank
best.
you. Thank you so much. Be connected with us, please. We have the next speaker of the day, Ms. Roberta, Social Media Director, NAS Italia. Presenting on the topic, video, especially short form, and how the pandemic fueled video consumption on social media. Due to some circumstances, Ms. Roberta is not available with us, and we are playing that recorded session over here in live. About Ms. Roberta, Roberta is a senior digital and SM strategist with 15 years of experience in key roles of leading companies, developing and executing business and social media growth plans, team mentoring and leadership, brand and campaign management. She received her executive MBA with the highest distinction with Lewis Business School in Rome. She also holds an MA in media relations from 24 Business School in Milan and MA in Translation Studies from the University of Warwick, UK. She started her career in London in the subtitling industry, translating films, TV series, and shows. She then worked in public relations in charge of digital communication and PR activities for web, finance, healthcare, and technology clients. Prior to serving as social media director of NAS Italia, she also worked for Gruppo and Telecom Italia Group. Last. Okay. Here we go, the recording session of Ms. Roberta on the topic of video and how the pandemic fueled video consumption on social media.
Only boy.
Hey, zoom பண்ணல.
Welcome back, the participants. Sorry for the inconvenience caused due to some technical glitch. We're not able to play the video session. I welcome the next keynote speaker, Mr. Kunal, Account Management and Sales, BFSI Gupshup. Ready to present the topic on omni-channel experience versus single channel experience excellence. Mr. Kunal Moon is an alumnus of IAM Calcutta and COEP. He's a digital transformation consultant, TEDx speaker, and artist. Kunal Moon's journey encapsulates spikes of highs and lows in a multiple sector like banking, IT, political consulting, and arts. A glance of his experience spanned from breaking a Guinness World Record with his art group, eLearn, designing and publishing international anthology book, defining strategic imperatives for Indian banks and political parties, exhibiting arts on national and international platforms, and presenting the company on national CXO conclaves. Currently, he is working with Gupshup's technologies, handling solutions, sales for communications. These roller coaster rides of experience will be of a great learning for the younger minds. So welcome, Mr. Kunal, for the 5th Global Digital Marketing Summit. Please.
Thank you. And it's a pleasure joining over here. And thank you everyone for joining in at around 5:30. It's post that. And so let's start off with the topic. When it comes to omni-channel experience versus single channel excellence, first of all, what is omni-channel? Can somebody leave it the pointers in the chat section? What do you think? What comes under omni-channel? Well, I don't see any comments, but I think those are disabled. But what I'll tell you. So when it comes to omni-channel experience, a lot of things comes into place. So there are communication channels, there are physical channels where you are reaching out to the end customer. So when you're talking about marketing profiles, and when you would want to target to the end user, earlier there were limited options, but with the advent of technology, a lot of options have emerged in the market. When it comes to reaching out to the end user, you have the accessibility of phone, which has a lot of app applications in it. You have accessibility of physical kiosks as well as digital conferences such as this one. A lot of touch points have emerged in the market, and these all cumulative is giving you an experience of omni-channel. But when it comes to single channel, we are focused only on one particular channel. May that be for a traditional bank, almost like 20 years, the single channel was branch banking. You go to the bank and you do any interactions with the bank. That is a single channel. When you go to the retail store, that is a kind of single channel. But when it comes to now, there are a lot of channels. You have all of these. These are all constituting of the overall.
Sorry to interrupt again. Can you please share your presentation if you have?
No, I do not have the presentation as of now, so I'll be speaking.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, sure, thank you. So overall, when it comes to, if you see at the journey of the customers, so whenever traditionally the journey was more specific to the physical environment. You go to the store, you purchase a particular product, and that was a kind of single channel wherein your physical store is actually the channel which is driving the business for you. The physical store is something which is specifically helping the customer to purchase the product. Coming to the omni-channel experience, there are lots and different types of channels that have come in the market. So may that be website, email, SMS, your social media channels like Instagram, Facebook, Telegram. So you are bombarded with a lot of channels. Now imagine you have shown interest to a bank for a credit card, or you have shown interest to purchase a particular phone, and you are receiving a call from the call center. Hello, are you interested in this particular product? Okay, we would want to capture this lead. And now the person has captured the lead on in the call center. Now, given the situation, you go and you're happy that you have finally opted for your phone or some other products. Eventually, what happens is you receive another call from the same call center, but from the other person. This person has also pitching you the same thing. Are you interested in this particular product? Oh, I have received this order. What you do? You repeat the same thing to this person as well. Next part, you receive an stating that you have been shortlisted for this particular product and this is in the market. Would you like to purchase it? In WhatsApp, you're receiving the same thing. A lot of these channels are working in silos. That's today's one of the most important problem. These channels do not share information. So even if a company wants to give a kind of omni-channel experience for the end user, still they do not have the to provide it. Why? Because the data is not getting exchanged in either of these channels. So what do you do in bringing out the excellence in terms of the customer journey? So when we talk about marketing, connecting to the right audience at the right time, it is more important that you personalize it. Say, for example, you are going to a Starbucks. What happens? When you are ordering any coffee, the person is taking your order, and when the order is fulfilled and your coffee is ready, they are giving the name on your coffee. So this is like a personalization that they are bringing on board. Now just imagine the experience. You went to Starbucks, and now in this particular time, because you have purchased something in the last time, they recognize you. Somebody at the door welcomes you with your name. You go over there at the coffee shop for ordering a cappuccino. The person over there, they greets you with the name and tells you, okay, this was your last order. Would you like to repeat the same order, or you would like to try something else? When you're having your quick coffee at the table, somebody else is coming at you and they are again addressing by your name. What's happening in this particular case? You are delighted. That's the kind of delight you would want to have, even if it is simply remembering the name. If it is a even further occasion like your birthday or like your anniversary, and somebody greets you with this details, you are further delighted. All of these is possible. Why? Because first person who have come on to wish you, they have shared the information back to the person who is taking the order. And the person who is greeting you or sharing you the order, all of them are sharing the information, and that single information is just your name, to create a delightful experience. But what is happening in today's age, with the advent of so much of technology and so many channel points, we are unable to create that delight experience. Instead, we are creating an experience which is actually not delightful, but actually frustrating for the end user. And why so? Because we are bombarding a lot of information. When it comes to multiple channels, I am working in a firm, Gupshup Technology, we have 30+ messaging channels. But when we come to the excellence part or customer experience part, we first focus on one particular channel, and then we try and develop other channels in place. Say, for example, we are talking about WhatsApp. We specifically divide the customer journey into 3 parts. One is the pre-purchase, post-purchase journey. In the pre-purchase journey, we specifically talk about how you can generate more leads, how you can promote a certain product, how you can create that first brand experience. And how do you do that? You first select the channel of choice that the end user is using. If we talk about India in the market, WhatsApp has around 2.2 billion users across the world, out of which 500 million users are in India. They have been very active on WhatsApp. Almost like average daily spend on WhatsApp for a lot of people are 3 to 4 hours a day, which is huge. When you're using WhatsApp on a day-to-day activity and you are receiving a message from your favorite brand, that this is an exclusive offer to you. You are delighted that this is an offer that has come on board to me. You add an actionable to it that you are and you're interested to buy the product, and the customer will be able to, the enterprise will be able to take that interest into their purview. And based on that, they will be able to give you the rest of the journey. Now, say you have registered the customer, the bank for a valid credit card, which you are looking for. And now you have shown the interest towards the credit card. This is one of the channels shown the interest in WhatsApp. What you do is you use this particular interest to engage the user on the same channel. When you are using this engagement on the same channel, eventually you are creating a delightful experience without letting the customer go to any other further channels. This is called as the single channel excellence. So what you do next is, once you take the confirmation from the user that they are interested in credit card, you make the user register for the credit card right on the phone itself. The person has shown the interest, they have shown the registration details, they have filled all the registration details, and now they have filled the entire form into place. Now the next step is, have they got this credit card or not? Is it been approved or not? What you do is you acknowledge these details right upfront on the phone itself, on WhatsApp. Once you do that, the customer is engaged within one particular channel. And now when the credit card bills are arranged, this would be part of the purchase and the post-purchase journey, where we are talking about servicing part of it. You would want the customer to pay the bills right upfront. So you do not want the customer to move to any other channel, to go to website or any other channel and do the payments. You can do that on the WhatsApp itself. What we are doing is, we are one channel and trying to get the best out of it with the end user on this particular channel, using this channel's capabilities to the best of the possible scenario. Overall, when we are talking about the experience, the customer is now able to not just opt for the credit card, but also make the payment. If they have any complaints, they will be able to do on the WhatsApp itself. Entire journey, when we're talking about on one single channel, it's called as custom. When we are talking about single channel excellence, eventually we are framing the customer mindset based on their priority of the channel. Say, for example, you have a different target audience who are not very digital savvy. They look more for human element. For this human element, what do you do next? You have approached them on WhatsApp as one of the channels, but now you see that this person is not very active in terms of engaging with you on WhatsApp. And that's where you add another channels into place. What you do is, for this customer, you share the information with the other channels, with your call center team. Don't interest on one particular channel on WhatsApp, but now the other channels have come into account. That is a voice channel. Someone on the call center asking them that they have seen that they have shown the interest on WhatsApp. Would you want to carry out the next steps over the call? Would you be comfortable on that or not? Or the other example is, if you have approached on a website and you're looking at, say, some of the destinations on, would want to have a travel vacation across in Singapore, and you're just looking out for these options. And unfortunately, for some reason or the other, internet goes off. You have seen the drop-offs happening a lot on websites. When we have approached a user on website, when the user has approached you on website and they have shown the interest of going through the options and selecting one of the options, but because there was an issue with internet, they have dropped off. How do you connect back with the users of these, for these drop-offs? You connect back with them with the another channel of preference that they have. May that be over SMS, you share them nudges, or on WhatsApp, you share them nudges, stating that we noticed that you have come to website, but you have dropped off for some reason or the other. Would you like to re-engage with us on this particular channel? And that's how you create the excellence across omni-channel experience. When it comes, a lot of the customers are facing issues when it comes to quality experience. And that is because there is a high dependency on the digital performance. Many companies have digital capabilities that actually increase the customer demand for engagement. Indeed, organizations that attempt to migrate the customer to the digital channel before they are fully ready can trigger a kind of boomerang effect in which customers can keep coming back to the companies multiple times in an effort to resolve a problem. So you have a problem and you have used this problem and complained, have raised the complaints on website, and now you would want to check the status, but you're on your phone, you do not remember the website. Will it not be a hassle for the customer to go back, type the entire link on website and go back and check the status by typing the ticket ID and everything? It becomes a kind of hassle. But if you're using omni-channel experience, you would want the user to go back on WhatsApp also and just check it out. And there itself, you will be able to check all the information of your previous tickets. A lot of these things are in fact valid in today's day. Okay, people are using these omni-channel experiences across. In fact, a lot of these customers have used these experiences across multiple channels, and we will be able to share more details into it as we go along the journey. So that's what I would want to add more details into it. Any questions are welcome. I see Mr. Sanjay and Mr. Leonard have joined in. Hello.
Hi, great to see you. So, hi. Can you hear me?
Hi, how's it going?
Fine. Hi, Leonard. All good?
Yes, sir. All good. I'm glad to be here. It's an honor to be here. Thank y'all for having me.
The same from my side. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay, the participants, the poll is enabled for Mr. Kunal. Please poll for Mr. Kunal for the presentation done on the topic of omni-channel experience versus single channel excellence. And also please raise the questions in the chat box so that he can address the queries or concerns. And Mr. Kunal, please share your contact email or any contact number or something, so that if any participants having any doubts related to that, they can contact you and you can clarify on those things.
Sure.
Thank you.
Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Put it in the chat.
Okay, hope there is no question raised by the participants. Okay, on behalf of the members of Texala e-conference, I want to thank you for your insightful presentation and your valuable contribution, Mr. Kunal. And before call upon for the next keynote presenter of the day, we need to share the associate partners associated with Texala e-conference, 5th GDMS, and we have the IBIS, Digital Marketing Skills Institute, and our media partners, World Economic Magazine, International Business Magazines. We have one more associate partner, IROI Global OU. And our next speaker is Leonard Firestone, digital marketing influencer, going to present on the topic of influencer marketing. And I need to elaborate about Mr. Leonard. Leonard's story starts as a veteran of an army. On returning home, find himself homeless, dealing with the struggles of not having a home or support he needed once returning home. Working as a plumber for multiple years, breaking his back and barely getting up. This led him to an idea armed with nothing but an iPhone 7 and a dream. Leonard began posting reactions videos on Facebook and TikTok, where he began gaining an audience of people that loved his seemingly over-the-top reactions. After gaining well over 7 lakh fans of people that loved his positive vibes and reactions, and Leonard began to build his clothing company, Just One Apparel, and his dream team for this production company, Just One Media Group. I welcome Mr. Leonard to present the topic, influencer marketing, please.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said before, thank y'all for having me on. It's an honor to be here and to be able to share this and talk about this and my experience and some of the strategies and the tools and techniques that I use for social media influencing. Some of the things that I first go into when I'm coaching other social media influencers, or when they come to me and they're talking about they're interested in social media or content creating or any of those situations of trying to monetize social media, they always ask me, well, what are some of the things that, you know, I need to do? What are some of the first things I need to be focused on for me to start making content that people's going to be attracted to? Because in this realm, everybody's worried about going viral. How you go viral, and that's how you get your pays, that's how you get your views, that's how you get your brand endorsements. That's how brands are worried about how they're going to make their money back on their back end as well, right? So that's the constant question. And I tell them all the time, it got to start with your mind frame. You got to start thinking rather as selfishly as about yourself of, I got this, I need to push, I got this brand, or people think I'm funny, that this is the motive and this is what I'm going to push. And from my mindset, it's like, you really got to get to the mindset of a marketer. You got to understand that you're here to service them, especially in a content situation, that you're here to entertain and offer them a service that's outside of the product you're trying to push to them as well. So 2 books was very important for me to read and get a hold of, for me to kind of change that mentality of my mindset. Contagious, Why Things Catch On by Jonah Berger. That's a really amazing book for me that was able to show me, to open up my mindset to understand how a little tic-tac of a thing at a party or in a conversation can just explode into this big idea and explode into something so much bigger just by adding a little tic-tac of just noticing of something, or something that's going to blow people's mind, that's going to keep them talking. Another book was How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. And this was a helpful way. There's a quote in that book that he says that in 2 months, you'll be able to gain more friends by showing interest in them than you will in 2 years by trying to get people interested in you. And that's kind of how my whole philosophy and my whole thought process was with social media. Was I wanted to show them that I cared, and I genuinely cared about them, and was genuinely interested in them. I wasn't worried about forcing or pushing my products or anything that I was willing to sell. I was there giving them a service. And at that first point in time, it was entertainment, it was videos, it was something that gives them life and joke and laughter and a little bit of refresh and happiness throughout the day. So that was the service I was giving them outside of my product. They got to see that, and I built a relationship. Then that's when they dove in a little bit more, like, okay, well, you got this product, you have this services. And that would help me build the relationship of getting not only followers, but we're getting return followers and getting return customers that would come back and buy a product more than once. And not only come back and buy a product more than once, but then would go and tell their friends, and their friends would come and check. So a lot of those big things to me was being genuine in those moments, of being genuine to your followers. They're going to be able to see that when you're not being genuine about yourself or what you're truly caring about. If you're constantly just chasing these trends, they're going to see that and that's going to catch up to you. You want to make sure you're being genuine to what you truly believe in, what you stand behind, and what your product and what your brand is standing behind. They're going to be able to see through those things. Another thing is make sure that you're creating moments. You're creating moments for your audience, for your followers, right? They're giving you your time, they're giving you your money, they're working hard throughout the day, breaking their backs like I did most of my time, and they're giving you that money in return for your businesses, or they're giving you their time that they could be spending with their friends and their family. So you make sure that you're engaging back with them on everything that they're doing. They're commenting, if they're liking, if they're sharing, if they're buying products. You do those little good faith tokens. You do those little bitty things that go above and beyond to show them that you appreciate them giving you that time. You appreciate them giving you that money, because in a content creator realm, you're just a swipe away and they can go watch somebody else. It's very easy for them to give their time and their money to another creator. So you want to make sure that you show them that you're grateful, that you're thankful for those. And it might take you just a few seconds to go and like a comment or to reply back to a share and say, thank you for sharing. But for them, that's a moment that's going to live with them forever. This is somebody that they're following, a brand that they've really spent a lot of their money, that they love their product, and now it's reaching back out to them. That creates a moment for them that is then going to go out into the public and go to their friends and tell them about it. And what better publicity, what better marketing is there than word of mouth? I mean, you just let it spread like wildfire for you. You just got to give them the tools and the resources to go and talk about you and to share those experiences. For social media, it's engaging with that audience. So many people think that they can just go put post up or go put up a call to action or go put up a hook, and then it's just going to, generate some engagement for them. You have to engage back with your followers, with your audience, whatever it may be, no matter how small, no matter how big it is. That engagement lets them know that they're not just that number, that they're not just that statistic that you're just waiting for to come up on the screen, that you're actually seeing what they're saying, you're actually hearing them, you're actually paying attention to what they want. And then that return is going to help with your company understand your customers. And it's also going to help you understand your customers so you can build better products to push to your audience, and you can build better campaigns that'll help push towards your targeted audience as well. The two main things, once you built up that following and you're starting to engage with that, the two main things that I always look for to understand what type of products, what type of brands I need to be looking for so it will align with my audience and my followers, is that I find out how my audience is spending their time and what excites them. Okay, if they're spending time on sports, if they like to cook, if they like to go out into the public lifestyle events, there's many different ways that you can get a grasp on what your followers are into and what excites them just by making comments or just by making posts on your platforms to just get a more understanding of your audience. And it can just be small, engaging questions, tacos, burgers, waffles, French toast, just any of those questions like that. And it starts to let you understand what lanes and what area your audiences are for. Social media is a great tool and a great way that you can use to understand your audience and what they're really wanting from you in a way that companies used to do. And, survey panels, you go in there, you run a bunch of stuff, you let them see, then you get to ask them a bunch of questions of what they felt and what they feel. You can do that with social media now, and people will willingly engage with you and willingly tell you what they feel and what they're really expressed about. So you just make sure that you're really engaged with that audience. You show your interest and you're being genuine. So many people can do all of these things, but if you're not genuine with it, they're going to see that it's going to be folded right through it. You just got to make sure that you're really showing that you're genuine, because it's going to be able to show that when you're not and you're being a little bit fake for it. For me, it took me engaging with my audience. Like when I first started off, I wasn't running any ad revenue, any ad spend. It was just me constantly engaging, interacting with my followers, and sharing my my content and my products on social media that then would allow those people and allow my followers and my audience to then help spread everything for me for word of mouth. It just took making those moments and those memories, whether it was the commenting back on something, or even sometimes I even will just like on a comment and people will come back and be like, you just don't know that I know you're busy. And I see so many other creators and so many other people, they have interaction people, but they just don't interact with them. It's just those little bitty things that might take you a few seconds in a day that is impactful and means the world to your customer, or means the world to your audience or your followers, that just little moment, just taking a few seconds. And those are the things I think that set you above top, especially in this social media world, that everybody is so easily accessible and everybody is so in front of their face, that being genuine and actually caring, and making those moments for them is those things that will help set you above and beyond on that bar for everybody else. That's something that they're not truly necessarily doing. So like I said, those three things, be genuine, show interest, create those moments. My biggest followings of times has been not when I was running ads, not when I was pushing products. My biggest returns of moment is just when I would spend a couple hours engaging with my followers just on Facebook and just talking to them about stuff that had nothing to do with my product and brand. And sometimes those conversations would then lead into a product or into my product or brand, or them asking or being interested in it. By me showing them I was first interested in them and genuinely interested in them, that then returned was like, okay, well, what do you do? What products do you guys see? You make videos, but what do you do outside that? And it's like, oh, I got my clothing company. I got my media company. That's when I can start pushing those things. And it doesn't feel so much like a pitch. It doesn't feel so much like a sell. And I get more return customers that way, because it's that honey mentality. Gary Vee talks about it a lot with his company as well. It's that honey mentality. You're going to attract more by showing people you are interested and you care about them genuinely. It has to be genuine. Than you will ever about, well, look at me and look what I got and all these things, and I'm just this and that. You're going to be more of a viral hit. You're going to be more likely to get that organic growth with honey more than you are with that vinegar mentality. Sorry. That Contagious book, to go back to that, it was such an eye-opener for me on things, because there was parts in there that he explained and really elaborate to you on how to get people to talk about certain situations and talk about things without necessarily asking them to talk about it. And this was one story in there that really stuck and resonated with me. And it was, he went to a Halloween party of one of his friends. It was a Halloween party in this small apartment, 1-bedroom apartment, nothing too big, too fancy about it. Friends that come from coworkers, come around, hang out, dressed up, your normal average party, right? Well, as he went into the bathroom, he noticed that the toilet paper was all black. And now that's a talking point. So now every time somebody comes out the bathroom, they're like, hey, did you see the black toilet paper in the bathroom? And everybody starts talking about that. When you leave the party, you might not remember the costume, but you remember the black toilet paper in the bathroom, because it's the one thing that was so out the ordinary. Is the one thing that just didn't fit, that just kept in your mind and kept refreshing and refreshing. That's what social media is. You have to figure out what that black toilet paper roll is for you. Once you can get people to be able to talk about that throughout the party, after the party, those are those things that catch like that wildfire. You got to know that you can have the emphasis of what your product is, right? Is the party. Your product is that party. You got to figure out what it is about your party that makes it that black toilet paper roll that makes everybody talk about it. Whether it's the marketing that you're doing, whether it's the campaign of the commercials that you're putting in together, you have to make sure that you're finding out what that black toilet paper roll is for you. That's going to get everybody to talk. And even when they leave their party or when their product's not around, they're still talking about your product. They're still talking about you willingly without you having to remind them or even ask them to do so. So those strategies, and even if you're a business and you've tried a bunch of things and you're trying to come back, like even with when Snapple was first starting off, they was almost a bankrupt company, but they started putting in those facts on the little bitty of the caps. And now we're starting to get some of their clientele back and starting to get their interest back into the field. It was offering something to them of interest of outside of that product. And for them, it was, you could open up a Snapple, no fact, go tell your friends, and it seemed like you knew a bunch of things. It gave you a moment, right? So it's creating those moments, and that's what those big things are. It's just making it more than, I have a brand, I have a product, I have this that I need to push to you. You build that relationship with them first, and you're going to build a more stable customer clientele relationship than you could have imagined. Have any questions from anybody or anything, or if I get any further?
Thank you so much, Mr. Leonard. So attendees, if you have any questions, you can post it in the QA session so that Mr. Leonard will address it. Participants, the polling session has been enabled for Mr. Leonard. I request you to rate Mr. Leonard.
Mr. Fazlian, please type your questions in the chat box so that Mr. Leonard can address on the same. And dear participants, please raise questions so that Mr. Leonard is available here to answer your queries. In the QA session. Okay. Thank you for your time and effort, Mr. Leonard. I also appreciate the information and advice you have shared here in the 5th GDMS conference. Thank you so much for your participation, and please be in touch regularly for the updates.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Yes.
Bye, Leonard. Thank you.
Of course.
Dear participants, we have our next speaker, Mr. Sanjay, CEO, IROI Global OU, going to present the topic on transcriptions, how key technologies are changing traditional digital marketing. And I need to give a short note of Mr. Sanjay. Mr. Sanjay is the director of the European Internet Marketing Institute and CEO of Digital Marketing Consulting Agency, Soldi.org, awarded with the Internet Oscar Golden Web Award by the International Association of Webmasters in Los Angeles, USA, and twice with the Innovation Award of the initiative Mittelstand. And he is one of the most sought after European experts on the topics of digitization in companies and society. In his lectures and seminars, Mr. Sanjay ignites a firework of impulse from practice. He manages to make the complex world of digitization understandable for everyone in simple words. Mr. Sanjay captivates his listeners with his pictorial language and encourages them to put the valuable tips into practice immediately. A real enrichment for every event. I welcome Mr. Sanjay. Mr. Sanjay, glad to meet you here in the 5th GDMS. I'm just winding up here and leaving to you to continue the same. And I'm also able to see your video as well as your screen is already shared here.
Thank you so much. And it's a great honor to be here today. and let's just march into the world of how key technologies are changing traditional digital marketing. The first thing that we have to understand is that everything in our environment is changing at exponential speed. What does that mean? That means that we in our mindset have been educated in our world that everything goes in a linear form. So we always think incrementally. The problem is that the real world is moving exponentially. So we have to develop something like an exponential thinking before we think about how the impact of digitalization is going to happen on the marketing arena. What does that really mean? That means that in 2010, in the stone age of marketing, big fish eats small fish. That was the biggest slogan that everybody was talking about. But then just some years later, 5 years later, Klaus Schwab, the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, said, in the new world, it's not the big fish which eats the small fish, it's the fast fish which eats the slow fish. So between the first evolution, the first transformation, there were 5 years. And then just 3 years later, again, a move started, the disruption move. That meant that many small fish are attacking a fish of any size. And like piranhas, they are attacking them in niches. So a small fish won't attack a big fish in an arena of the big fish, but it will try to attack the fish in small niches and take away market share. The problem? The fish, the big fish, will only understand that he's being attacked if first he's aware of what is happening on the market, and secondly, when the markets are already being attacked by piranhas. So this difference between the linear thinking and the exponential development of the market of the new technologies is called disruption. Let me give you an example. I was invited in a logistic company, maybe you know it, FedEx, and I was talking about the future of transportation. So when I was talking to them, they said, oh, Sanjay, thank you so much for your input, but our competitors are DHL and 2 or 3 others. We don't have to really do much because our competitors are also left behind. So what I said was, then let me have a real look. And what you're seeing now is the website of FedEx with all their services. And after my research at the European Internet Marketing Institute, I found out that these are the piranhas attacking FedEx. You can imagine how shocked FedEx was when FedEx understood, oh my God, our enemies or our competitors are not the big fish, others. They have their own ocean or their own parts of the ocean. But here are small fish coming up who are faster, more reliable, more digital, who are cheaper and have a better service. So what happened then is, this is not only happening in industrial areas, this is also happening in marketing. So what happened now is that freelance websites are growing, and more people, more and more company leaders don't hire agencies anymore. They hire freelancers on one of these platforms. Guru, Upwork, Fiverr, freelancer, people per hour. Why pay an agency for their yachts on Ibiza if you can have someone in Africa, somebody in Bangladesh, somebody in India, in Pakistan, working for you at reasonable rates? And this is the disruption of marketing. And this has gone forward because suddenly you see, you can get people doing your search engine optimization for 100 euro. You can get somebody who can create competitor backlinks for 30 euros. Imagine that if the agencies, if we as marketers do not understand that our business is being attacked, we'll have the same failure like many other companies too. But never forget that we have to understand the difference between changing our business model or transforming the business model. Transforming the business model is like changing from a caterpillar to a butterfly. And that is the main difference. Look, if you just add some stuff to your service and products, it won't transform. It will be only a change. And that is a very important thing to understand. Transformation means that we move into a new world with new dimensions and create a transformation. We create an exponential growth. And while we are doing this and preparing all the stuff so that we are competitive enough against these piranhas, like here on the left-hand side, we are being attacked from the piranhas. From the right-hand side, we are facing other problems. Big sharks find out, hey, this is a good market. Let us enter it and let us see what we can do there. Let me give you an example from the praxis. Now you see, Energizer Holding, you know them all, they are from the battery industry. And what they did was they went to a traditional agency, you know, all these big names, and they told, oh, we have a strategy for you. If you follow this strategy, your share price will go up like that. And it's nice to hear about that. Everybody would be happy if the share price grows like that. And then their advice was, go to Amazon and start selling your products there. The problem of this all is only one thing. Amazon is a frenemy, a friend and an enemy at the same time. So the biggest problem is that when Amazon understands your business model, it develops its own brand, its own Amazon Basics products. And what happens then is they start selling, they have 28,000 people writing about it, 410 answered questions, and they're always Amazon's choice #1. What happened to Energizer? This is the real, you can have a look at it in your online and see how the stock price has been crushed. And this is exactly the way the world is moving to. So we as marketers in marketing have to really understand that this is not a game and that this is not for a short time. This is a revolution. And these are the big companies coming up, and I'm always very happy if I can support them, if I can work together with them, because they're very innovative. They don't have big hierarchies. They have everything agile. They work fast. They deliver extraordinary services for their customers. They are just great. And how can we profit from it? So what we have to understand is that the world as we have known it, the traditional normal, is over. The world has been crushed by Corona, by COVID, crushed by the war in the Ukraine, and has changed totally the whole viewpoint. People have suddenly become very rich, and many have suddenly become very poor. And besides all these changes, key technologies have advanced in their development. And one of them is, for example, artificial intelligence. Now, why should someone build a website with an agency? You know, all of you are experienced listeners and viewers. You know how long it takes. Why not use an artificial intelligence website builder? You just put in all your text, all your pictures, all your material, and the artificial intelligence will start building the website and optimize it for the customer journey. Sounds strange, right? We are victims if we do not change the way we behave and the way we use these technologies. The only way to survive is we have to unite. And if any one of you is interested in uniting, please send me an email. You see, you can get a valuable ebook. Just mention Texila in it, and I'll send you material and we stay in contact. The only way to survive is to unite. And then the biggest shark of this planet can come. If we are united like these small fish, then we win. And everybody has its own specialized areas, but if we combine them, we are unbeatable. So if anybody of you is interested, let us join hands. Now let's look into the future of digital transruption. When I was studying at the MIT, I developed transruption, artificial word, because I had to make something for a brand. It is transformation and disruption in one strategy. And it's very, very easy to understand. Let me explain you what it is about. The first thing every company needs in the future is a business-centric strategy. They have to understand how their business works, supply chain, products, and all that stuff. But this is not enough. You can be the number one in your industry of understanding what you're doing, but you're dead. Believe me, Amazon did it the same way with all the bookshops. The bookshops were business-centric strategy, but they never understood how to make it bigger and how to make them understand, because they believed that all the people want to hold a book in their hands and use it. And imagine how much Amazon is earning on Kindle. So what we need is a cross-silo team development in every company, also in yours. We have to bring in the talent from different departments together and not think about, oh, this is my part of the job, this is my part of the job, but we are sitting in the same boat. We are swimming in the same ocean. And if we are floating one by one, the sharks will eat us. If we unite, then we are strong enough to fight every shark. But that is also not enough, because if you have people cross-silo and they are panicking in the water, you're also dead. So what we need is a digital company behavior. We have to change the most difficult part on this planet. Einstein said, it is easier to split an atom than to change the behavior of people. And this is extremely important. The first thing that I do is, when I go into companies to coach them in digitalization, I always have the buy-in of the CEO. Is he really ready to change his behavior? And only if he's ready to change his behavior, we can move on and change the behavior of the staff. That we call transformation, because that is the transformation of the company. Many companies have tried this and they were very angry because they said digital doesn't work for us. True, because this is only one part, one side of the medal. The other is we need a customer-centric strategy. We have to understand the needs of the customer and not what we think the customer needs. We have to think about what is that the customer really needs. This is how an iPhone became a world-changing gadget. Because nobody, if you would have been asked 20 years ago, would you like to have a mobile phone? No, I like my normal phone. The thing is, we have to get into the core. Why are people using our services or products? And then we have to start solving their needs digitally. Don't develop something where you have to send a fax. You know, I also work for the Christian Democratic Union in Germany. I sometimes give them educational stuff, and they go back to fax. And that is the death of everything. And that also appeals to many other political parties. We have to start thinking how to solve needs digitally. And from there, we try and start developing new business models. These business models are those who are going to survive. Companies without new business models are dead. If you are in a company where the company head is saying, oh, we have always been doing this like that the last 30 years, and we'll also continue the next 30 years. Leave this company. It is better to starve in harmony than to die in agony. Believe me, this is disruption. That means that we are now developing something that makes a company really strong, and marketing agencies should really think about this, because we have to change our business model thinking. If you want, there is a test. I have a transruption score developed at the MIT where I can benchmark your company by asking some basic questions. So if you're interested in, just get into contact with me. I'm certainly there for you. And what we developed there, what I developed there was, I developed a customer focus in the center and looked at 24 technologies like blockchain, Internet of Things, digital marketplaces, also the law, the change of digital law, nanotechnology, robotics, and I developed this transruption cycle of excellence. And in this cycle of excellence, how do we partnership with agencies? And how do agencies profit from it? Well, it's very easy. You have your portfolio, your own existing portfolio, and hence it with transruption, and suddenly you can inspire more new customers from day one of our partnership. But what is the real content of this cycle of excellence? Well, when we talk to customers, we don't only talk about marketing. That is just too little. And it's basically, you know, as I told you, the piranhas are coming. So they'll be doing social media for $20. And the question will be, where can we sell valuable marketing and get good budgets for that? So what we do is we go into the company and look at their problems, and then we use this cycle and combine technologies. Now, that's the great art. We do not use only one technology. We combine technologies. Let me show you an example. So let's take big data, let's take e-commerce, and let's take robotics. What can you develop? This is something that the customer developed. A robot at the point of sale, where the robot is going to help you find the products you're looking for. You just talk to the robot, and the robot says, thank you, I'll take you there. And then it is also collecting data. In the store, collecting data. On the website, that is something that is Stone Age technology. But at the point of sale, because we can now combine robotics, e-commerce, and big data. Let me give you another example. What about artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and automation? And let's also take something more, drone technology. I was invited to a farmer, and the farmer said, we have to transform our farming. And I said, okay, are you ready? He said, yes, we are ready to learn and to change. So what we developed is this drone. With this drone, the farmer is sitting in his house, and by remote, the best thing is that the drone is now semi-automated. It scans the field and looks where there is too little water and gives the water automatically. Especially in times where environmental problems are coming up, we cannot just put water everywhere. We should put the water there where the plants need it. So again, you know, you don't sell them, oh, let's do some marketing for your farm. No, let's transform, let's transrupt your whole business. And this is where I see the future of marketing, which we should use. So next example, we have drone technology, crowdfunding, we have digital society, and we have sustainability. Maybe some of you, or maybe all of you, know that there is one insect. If this insect dies, the day this insect dies, we have 3 to 4 years as human beings to live on this planet. If this insect is gone on this planet, we are dead. It is the bee. So what a Dutch company has developed is using this transruption cycle and understanding all the combinational possibilities is through crowdfunding, they finance the honey drone. Very intelligent. So you can get money without begging at the bank and then develop your own products. This is really transruption. This is something that combines transformation and disruption into one strategy. The next step is e-commerce, virtual and augmented reality, and digital marketing. So this is a tablet, and with this tablet, you can just march into a DIY store. And in the DIY store, it will tell you where are the best prices, which products are on sale, and also sends you an email and of course records your buying behavior. And that is what it makes so beautiful, because in the retail store, we are recording what the people are doing. Perfect for marketing. Marketing should not be sold as the number one. Marketing is an interesting side product of the whole transformation of a company. Because if we are doing a lot of marketing for a company, but the company inside is still old-fashioned, we will never get the right customers. And that is why many marketing campaigns do not really work. Another example is big data, blockchain, and industry and factory 4.0. Home Depot, all their shipping dispute resolution runs on blockchain. That is fantastic, because blockchain and smart contracts deliver exactly what you need in today's time to be fast. You can't be waiting for your lawyer to send a contract and then wait and then phone back. This is so boring. You know, the worst thing in digital world is that digital experienced people are getting bored. That is also why people are not, companies are not getting the right people on board for their company. Why HR has such a big problem to recruit people. Companies are dying here in Germany because young people are not interested in the company, because the first thing they do is they ask, are you agile? And then the HR person said, what is agile? And you know what happens? They leave. They just leave the company. It is better to be hungry but happy instead of having food and a job where you are dying because you're working like in Stone Age. Next example, 3D print, digital society, and crowdfunding. Now, the first 3D printed meat is coming to the market. It is real meat from real animals. The only beauty of it is no animal has to die. If you're interested in that, look at YouTube. In YouTube, you will find a lot of videos on bioprinting, or send me an email. I can give you a complete insight into these 24 key technologies because I've done my master's in it. Another example, digital society, cybercrime, minority report style crime prevention is becoming reality. In Munich, in Germany, they are using it, and they already predict in which area the next crime is going to happen based on big data, smart data, and on cybercrime and education in that, how it works. So you see, you can also use virtual and augmented reality, digital marketplaces, and e-commerce. And look, this is how you shop for a bra today. A new world, a new way of doing everything. So the challenge of digitalization lies not in technology, but in empowering people to think and act in complex ways. And how do you do that? The only way to win in the digital world is through lifelong learning. And I can really tell you that it is extremely important for everyone to understand how that really works. So that would be everything from my side. And now I'm ready for all your questions. Anything you would like to know in the chat, I'm going to paste all my contact details. If you are interested, send me an email. if you need any more information, any questions, I'm here for you. So there's one question from Fanfan Felicien. Can anybody help me and adjust put the question in, or could you put the question please into into the chat, please? Then I can answer your question.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Sanjay. It's a nice presentation, and we have received a question from the participation side. Why a company will change from traditional marketing to digital marketing?
Exactly. The main thing is that the customer behavior is changing. And when the customer behavior changes, it means that the products around the customer have to also change. So if we, as a traditional marketing, or as a company, are doing traditional marketing, we are not reaching the demands of the new customers. For example, they are used to delivery, free delivery, or delivery in 48 hours, or even 24, or same day. If we are doing traditional marketing, then we are selling them stuff in the old way and not reaching the customers in the way they want it. So if I'm doing traditional marketing and printing stuff on a paper, I may not be reaching the people who are on a mobile phone, and then I am losing market share to a competitor who is doing this stuff. And there is no industry today that is not using newest digital marketing tools. So the old industry will finally lose. It doesn't matter how big they are. Always remember, Kodak was a company and was one of the biggest companies in the world. And they lost their whole market share because of Instagram. Because Instagram understood that the people are not in the chemical industry, but in the industry of memories. And using digital brought it to their fingerprint, brought it to their hands, instead of, oh, I have to go and develop a film because it is chemical. So the main thing is teach everybody that traditional marketing is dead, and you will also die as a company. Sooner or later, it depends on how much money you have in your accounts, but you will die if you are not prepared of what the customer wants and what your competition is doing. I hope this answered mainly the question. But if you have any more questions, please feel free here or send me an email. I'm very excited to help you.
We have another question, Mr. Sanjay. Can digital media replace traditional media?
Yeah, the thing is, it's a question about our behavior. We get used to stuff. So I still read newspapers, but I don't read so many. I still have a record player because I have a great collection of a lot of music, but I don't buy new anymore. So it won't replace it 100%, but the big part of the market will adjust to the new ways like music streaming, but still a small part of fans will stay. Like also there are people who like to drive a bicycle normally without an e-bike. So our behavior is everything that we get, we keep as long as there is no better replacement for it. So on traveling, I use the iPhone and I have all my music streaming with me. But when I'm sitting at home and I want to relax, I just put an old record, and it reminds me of forgotten times.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. And we have another question. What are the tactics of digital marketing?
Yeah, one of the biggest question, absolutely true. I have a strategy called IROI, Internet Return on Invest. And there are 7 steps that need to be taken into account. And these 7 steps, if you follow these 7 steps, then you have a complete digital strategy, and then you can implement it in every company. If anybody is interested in more details, please send me an email. I can send you to a web page, where you can find all the deeper insights on that.
Thank you, sir. And we are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and experience with us. Thank you so much for participating in this 5th GDMS conference.
It was a great honor for me. Thank you so much. And stay, everyone, please stay healthy.
Thank you so much. And dear participants, please poll for Mr. Sanjay regarding the presentation done by him. And also, if you have any additional questions, please contact him directly to get it clarified. Thank you, participants, for your patience and listening the GDMS here with all the presenters here. And thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation once again. Your conference is being conducted along with the cooperation of associate partners, the IBIS, the Digital Marketing Skill Institute, and we have IROI Global OU and our magazine partners like World Economics Magazine and International Business Magazine. We call upon the next keynote speaker, Mr. Ashish Tiwari, on taking a presenting area. We would like to rewind our Textile American University introductions and all. So Textile International Conference is a wing of Textile American University, one of the leading medical universities in South America and Caribbean region. Textile A Conference has successfully conducted 10 international conferences since 2014 in various sectors like digital marketing, medicine, public health, education and management, etc. We are conducting conferences for 9 years in a row. Textile has made a revolution in the way scholars attend academic conferences and has attracted more than 8,500 participants from 80+ different countries. Textile A Conference stands in the front row conducting virtual conferences, saving your valuable time, money, and guarantees the comfort you require. Global Digital Marketing Summit is a premier series of digital marketing conferences. It designs a significant platform for digital marketers, strategists, entrepreneurs, C-level executives, marketing specialists to meet, share insights, explore new marketing techniques, and collaborate to achieve business betterment digitally. GDMS has completed 4 editions with 3,500 participants from 16+ countries, and this is the 5th in the series. Since digital presence become crucial for our business to thrive, this will be a signature event in 2022 digital world. Thank you, participants. We will take a short break of next 30 minutes, and we will start from the next keynote speaker, Mr. Ashish Tiwari, a Chief Marketing and Digital Officer, Future General India Life Insurance Company Limited. Please stay with us. Dear participants, welcome all to the 5th GDMS conference hosting today. And we welcome next speaker, Mr. Anupam Dasgupta, VP Marketing, Type Technologies. I'm going to present the topic on measuring performance of your content. So I'm just giving an introduction about Mr. Anupam. Mr. Anupam is a senior marketing and strategy leader with extensive experience in driving the growth of software products and service business. Anupam specializes in business planning, marketing strategy, new product launch, product marketing, demand generation, and branding. He has been instrumental in enabling consistent improvement in revenue numbers across organizations, ranging from startups to MNCs. Anupam was recognized as the most influential MarTech leader at the World Marketing Congress in 2017, 18, and 19. Anupam has been featured as a speaker and panelist at global conference. He has also served as a member of the editorial board for Airport Focus International UK-based magazine. Anupam is also an author with a couple of fiction novels to his credit that has been featured in leading newspaper. I welcome Mr. Anupam Dasgupta to turn on your video and you can share your screen, sir.
Hi, thank you so much for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure being here. Just give me 1 minute though, I'll just get the video on in a proper way. 1 second.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, hi, sorry about that. Just wanted to get the video going, right?
It's okay, sir. No issues. You can turn on share screen and share the presentation if you have.
Yeah. So, right, is the screen visible?
Yeah, I can see your screen. Please give slideshow so that the entire screen will be captured, the slides.
Yeah.
It's in a note page, slideshow. Okay, good. Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Right. So today I'm going to talk about measuring performance of your content. So the gentleman introduced me. So most of my experience has been, for the past 15 odd years, I have been focusing on B2B marketing predominantly. Also, a fair share on B2C, but my pet area has been B2B marketing. So today as well, I'd probably share insights more on B2B and some on B2C. So with that said, we'd be talking about around the need for performance of your content. What do you measure? What goes into the entire works, right? So what would we be talking in the interest of time, in the interest of the time we have, in the interest of making the discussion concise and yet insightful and interactive with all of you coming in and sharing your questions as well. I'd be covering more around the topics which you see here. And without further ado, I'll just jump into some of these topics. So what is around content creation, right? So when you look at marketing, any form of marketing, be it digital marketing or offline marketing, you're really looking at two pieces. One is the content creation and two is the content distribution, right? So as long as you're writing the right messaging or you're putting the right messaging out through your video or your audio or whichever format, be it a billboard or a visual or an emailer or a video, whichever way you're going, as long as your messaging is for the right target audience, which is conveying the value proposition, which resonates with the needs of the target audience, right? As long as the benefits or the value that you're delivering with your offering is conveyed clearly, and crisp and clear to the target audience, and they also get to see at the next level the differentiators which which probably your product or service brings versus competition, is when they really look at you and say that, hey, I want to read more, I want to see more, I want to hear more, right? So really it's about creating the right value proposition, or rather the right messaging, which conveys the value proposition and the competitive differentiation to your target audience through the right channels, right? So it is very important to understand that content creation in isolation doesn't win you the battle, right? So content creation, and good content creation at that, content which is relevant for your target audience, which will make them feel attracted to read, view, learn more about you, is half the battle, right? The other half is actually reaching out to the target audience through the right channels, which is something which is very, very important, because I have seen in my own experience that you might have the best content, but the unfortunate case is that it does not reach the right eyeballs because you're not using the right channels at the right time for the right audience, right? So we need to take a step back and see that content performance, or content relevance of content, relevance of good quality content, is only as much as the distribution that you're doing for it. And the conveyance of what you want to say needs to reach the right eyeballs, ears, and through the right channels at the right time to make the maximum impact. But having said that, if you've got the right quality content going, you've actually literally won half the battle, right? Because half of it, as I keep saying all the time, half of it is content creation, half of it is distribution through the right channels. So literally you've won half the battle if you've got the content right. Of course, you need to get the channels right as well. Now, that said, I've kept it simple in this deck, right? Because content marketing on its own is an area where you can talk about it and discuss about it, and we can together collectively have a discussion around it for hours together, or days together actually. But what is it that goes into it simply, right? In the sense of let's say the content that you own, the content that is on your website, for example, right? So going back to the concept of owned, paid, and earned media, right? So what is the content that you own? So what do you need to really worry about your own content? About your own content, you need to be sure that you're getting enough total and unique visits, as rather visitors, sessions, and page views, right? So when I say that, I mean the total number of visitors who are coming in is an important metric. The number of sessions they have on your site is also very important. And the number of actual page they're viewing is also very important for you to track. And you would notice and you would realize that the words total and unique are very important, which tie up to the second point, which is new versus repeat traffic, right? Now, depending upon the nature of your business, right, there is no silver bullet to this, that you need to have, let's say 65 versus 35 or 75 versus 25 new versus repeat traffic. It really depends on the nature of your business as to what percentage of new versus repeat traffic are you looking at, right? So for example, if you're in a very niche B2B segment where your target audience and your market is also fairly restricted in the count of customers, while the individual deal sizes might be very big, which is why the total addressable market is good. In that case, you don't expect a lot of new visitors coming in every day, right? Because your total count of expected customers is low, while you have a total addressable market which is way higher because of the individual deal sizes you expect, right? So I can in fact cite from one of my previous employments where the total addressable market in terms of count was in thousands, barely in thousands of customers, but the TAM in terms of dollar value, of course, was in billions of dollars, right? So coming back to the point, if that is the case, then you would not expect a lot of new traffic to come in. You'd be happy if your existing traffic is coming back again and again, and they are engaging with your content, right? So engaging brings us to engagement, though. All traffic that comes to your site is not necessarily, something which you should be prematurely happy about. unless that traffic is actually having enough pages per session, or they're spending enough time on your site, or they're not bouncing off your site, right? That a typical problem which you see is that oftentimes is that, there are visitors to your site, but they're bouncing off. They are landing on your site, but they're not viewing anything else. They're just immediately leaving the site, right? So which is, again, a problem which needs to be solved, which can be a combination of factors, right? How do you solve that? You can actually look at improving your content performance by making the content more relevant, engaging, compelling for the target audience which is coming in. You can make in a digital marketing sense, you can make the user experience better on your website or on your video or on your podcast, so that people, when they come to your website, they actually like staying onto your website and reading more, right? So those are the additional things in addition to having the quality of content relevant to the target audience. Now, engagement also brings us to social media in this world of, modernity that we live in. Social media, of course, is a reality where you need to look at the likes, comments, shares that you're getting on let's say a LinkedIn, or the retweets that you're getting on a Twitter, the video views or the video likes that you're seeing on a YouTube, right? So all of that go in and constitute a key part of your engagement, right? So that is on the engagement part. Now, eventually, once if you have had enough traffic and engagement, the other piece which you need to look at is whether you're getting enough conversions, right? So basically, in the terms of, let's say you have put in some content on your website, or you have a video, but at the end of the content, at the end of the video, you want a certain action to be taken by the visitor, right? Possibly you want the visitor to download your content, fill their email ID and their phone number and download a case study or a white paper, or click on a link in the video and go on to your product page or your demo page, and from there on take certain actions, right? So now the conversion can be in a B2B sense. It could be some of the examples which I said, which lead to, let's say, qualified lead generation. In a B2C sense, in an e-commerce sense, it could also be a direct sale, right? So are you getting the desired response, which is person clicking on the, collateral or on the content copy and actually going and buying that product or service, right? So it depends on how you have configured your what is your objective of your content, and based on that, are you getting enough responses, right? So that is the other piece which goes in terms of measuring whether your content is successful or not. Now, finally, all these things, traffic, engagement, and conversion, all of that is good, but the person who is in charge of revenue would always tell you that, hey, I'm happy that you have millions of traffic visitors, you have zillions of sessions, and you have a lot of engagement, and you're getting conversions, but am I getting the right quality of conversions? Am I getting the right quality of people coming in? Are they from the target geography to whom I want to sell or want to be visible to, right? So to take a step back, it is not always about lead generation or selling. The objective of your content could very well be and should be a brand awareness as well, right? So is it that your quality of your traffic, which is coming in, getting aware of your brand, or making a purchase, or generating an inquiry on your website or any other third-party site? Is it the desired audience? Is it from the right target countries? Are they the right profile? For example, probably your product is focused on the CXO level of travel company, travel agencies, or let's say, of CPG companies, in case your product is a supply chain product, right? So just to take those examples, trying to put in here that is your buyer persona, is it the right job title? Is it in the case of a B2B sale, is it the right job title, right company, right industry? In a B2C, is it the right demographic, right age, right gender, right income profile, right? So all of those things are important to see whether you are getting the right quality of response, right? And then is it coming through the right channel? Because traditionally you might be getting a lot of good business conversions, which ultimately leads to revenue for you through organic traffic, through search engines, versus through paid traffic. In a different scenario, you might be getting a lot of good conversions coming in through paid traffic, right? So are you getting the traffic and the engagement through the right channels, which have historically proven to be, useful, or a proven channel in getting you the dollar value, right? The business value. Now, having said that, oftentimes you will also observe, as I have observed in my past experience, that let's say your company has multiple offerings, right? Your business has multiple offerings, and you keep getting a lot of traction for a particular offering, which may or may not be your most desired offering in the product mix to sell, right? Probably you have another product which at that point of time for this financial year or the next, you're planning to sell more or create more awareness for. So is the awareness generation or the demand generation or the inquiries or the sales happening in proportion to the business strategy for the different offerings in the mix? That is also important when you're measuring your content, right? So all that is happening through your content, all the inquiries, sales, brand awareness, is it happening to the right people, to the right organizations, to the right buyer profile, through the right channels, and for the right products that you have, is very important, which also ultimately impacts your deal sizes, right? Because, for example, if you are set out to selling enterprise products in a B2B scenario, but you only get a lot of interest from smaller buyers who have lower budgets, then you are not in line with the business objective, right? This is a classical problem which happens in a lot of B2B software companies, for one, where the digital marketing team does their own thing and they get a lot of demand from smaller companies, but which really does not meet the target objective in terms of getting the enterprise customers in, right? So there are a lot of nuances, like I said at the outset, that this discussion could go on for hours, but I'm trying to summarize here on what should you be possibly looking at in terms of whether your content is performing or not, in terms of the criteria, right? So now quick touch base on the entire paid versus organic world, right? So when you look at the organic world, a lot of the things which I mentioned here, like website traffic, engagement, conversions, they naturally link to organic, versus there are a few things which are exclusively for paid, right? For example, your ad copies or your landing pages linked to your ads, or how well are you targeting your audience with respect to your ad copies. I think that entire piece is very important to make sure that your paid media is doing well, right? So when you're making an investment on an advertisement, you have a certain budget as a person who's taking care of marketing. You would want to get the right count of qualified impressions, clicks, click-through rate, and conversions. Please note the word qualified when I say that. That actually ties back to the previous slide, fourth bullet, that is it really the right quality of the audience who is coming in and showing interest for your offering. So it really matters if, when you're putting out an ad or any any paid content, that you again have the right ad copies which attracts the audience. When they click on your ad, they land up on the next follow-through content, which is typically your landing page. That is optimized not only in terms of the messaging that is there, but also in terms of the structure of the content, the way the page loads, the entire user experience on the page, so that your ad dollar doesn't go for waste, right? So that said, what are a few of the other things on the organic side, right? So we all keep hearing about search engine optimization, right? So search engine optimization is a buzzword which is here for eternity. It would remain forever, whatever happens to ads or other technological advancements. So even recently Google has had an update, right, where they've come up with this helpful content update, which says that, hey, your content should be written for the users, for the target audience, for the readers. It should not, or the viewers, as the case may be, if it's text or video, and not for to make it appear higher in the ranks of search engines, right? So having said that, your content would always have the right, should always have the right ingredients of keywords, meta tags, alt texts, and all the on-page parameters which go to make your content rank higher on search engines, which is typically your on-page SEO, you would also have the right mix of backlinks, which is basically putting links back to your website at different areas of the internet, which typically even third parties would do if you have done reasonably well in the space you are in. So the entire off-page SEO, which is basically literally off-page, the links in the entire, on the whole World Wide Web. So the on-page, off-page, and the website performance, meaning how fast is it loading, does it interact well when you click it? So those are the three real components at a summary level, which impact the SEO for your own media, right? So you've got your on-page, off-page, and your website performance, right? So you need to really create SEO-friendly content, but the holy grail goes back to having the content in a way which is original, not copied, not me too, authentic content, which is written for the user, not written with an objective to stuff keywords and rank higher, right? That's it. I already covered the next point, which is around website performance, which is very important. And in today's world of, constant measurement, you would also measure website performance with things like, core web vitals, which are basically linked to the things I was saying, like how fast does your website load, whether it is responding when you're clicking on a link, how fast does the first element of the website load, how fast does the entire first web page load, is it good on mobile, is it good on desktop, right? So there is multiple combinations that go into make your website performance good. And this is really important because please understand that your content is only as good as it renders, right? You might have written the best content or might have hosted the best video on your website, but if the website itself doesn't give a good experience to the user, then all that effort is lost, right? So that said, I think I have covered the basics now of as much as can be done in a 20-25 minute coverage. So that said, I would also want to touch upon other things which are the entire piece of earned media, right? So it's not just about having your own or paid media. You also have earned media where you get featured in press releases, you get featured in different articles, or an analyst report where, because of your work, because of the business where you're excelling, because of your presence, your brand, you get featured by third parties organically, right? And it may be editorial also, but typically earned media are the organic pieces where in a press release or an article, an analyst report, you're prevailing because of merit, right? So that said, that piece is also very important when you are looking at the entire content gamut. And it is important to see that how much of a visibility do you get on that front as well. So that said, I think content, as they say, is the king. I literally believe that content is the king, but I always give the disclaimer that it also depends on how well you distribute it to the right target audience. So I think I have covered what I had to a little ahead of time, possibly. But if there are any questions, any discussions, I would love to get into an interaction. And before that, I would like to give a disclaimer that my baby downstairs has been very noisy today. Sorry about that. That has created a little bit of a disturbance. My apologies, but it's just that he's not in good shape today.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Anupam. And we have some questions here. Okay. How do you determine style, tone, and voice for a recent piece of your content?
For what?
For a recent piece of your content.
Recent piece of your content. Okay.
Yeah.
So, so basically, style, tone, and voice are very important things which should follow the brand, right? So when you have any brand should have its brand guidelines, which should have its style, tone, and voice in terms of, whether what does the brand stand for? Is it a bold brand? Is it an innovative brand? Is it a forthright brand? Is it someone who is a little, well calculated and a little cautious in his approach, right? So is the brand similar to a person? Is it a what is the kind of an approach that the brand advocates or the voice that the brand speaks of, right? So every communication or every messaging should be consistent in terms of that tone of the conveyance, right? Now, there are a lot of other things that go into your brand guidelines, which in a digital world would include your, your fonts, your colors, your size of font, your foreground color, your background color, but literally all those being more or less hygiene in a scenario where you have your brand guidelines fairly standardized. What really matters to me is that the tone or the voice in which you're speaking or you're conveying to your target audience, which should be consistent. So the target audience, if it is used to a certain brand being bold, it should not get indirect messaging in the articles or in the videos or any of the content or any of the stuff they find on the website or anywhere else for that matter. It has to be very clear and direct, right? So I think outside the gamut of font colors, size of font, foreground, background colors, I think the tone, the messaging, the way it is conveyed reflects the personality of the brand, which is very important.
Thank you, sir. And we have another question also. What are the biggest mistake that companies make around content marketing?
Okay, so some of the biggest mistakes are starting with the fact, which I stressed upon during my session, is that a lot of companies assume that creating content is it, right? You create high quality content, you perfect your content, and you leave it there, and the right people will come and find you, right? So those days are gone. Those were 10 years back. Expectations that you have written a perfect piece of content and the search engines are going to come to your door and find you out. But I think there is a lot more awareness required, especially for the startup world, to understand that content creation is only one part of it. But now you have to disseminate it using different channels, like be it a social media, be it the search engines, be it through webinars, be it through paid media, right? Be it through tying up with partners to make sure that you're reaching out to the audience which is anyway overloaded with a lot of content coming from all directions, right? So I think one of the cardinal mistakes is that. Beyond that, I think in the content creation process, one of the things is to understand that who is your reader? Why is the reader going to give you time, right? When we go back to the concept of an elevator pitch, right? Literally a 30-second pitch, which you have in an elevator with your target audience, you always want to convey the why, right? What I keep seeing a mistake happening in content marketing is in 2022 as well, a lot of companies start their website talking about what their product or offering is about. They are so happy with or proud of the product or offering that they start the first few sections of their website homepage talking about here we are, here's what we do. Sorry, the audience doesn't want to know what you do. The audience wants to know what they will get out of it, right? So they want to know why should we read about you, not what you do. You might have done the most brilliant thing on this planet, but they really want to know what is in it for them. So one of the cardinal mistakes which still happens is that a lot of collaterals, be it starting from a website to a brochure, to a white paper, to a blog or any article, it really doesn't convey to the audience why they should read or why they should watch that video for the first 5 seconds and not stop it there, right? So I think the cardinal sin of content marketing at a summary level is that understanding that the objective of any content is to engage the audience, and the audience will be engaged if they find in the first 5 to 10 seconds that what is the benefit for them to read or view this piece of content further, right? So it has to resonate with their needs, their pain points at the very beginning for them to read further, find out, okay, this is something that could solve my problem. Now let me see who else has got this problem solved by them. Oh, my competitors are using their offering, so probably I should look at it. Okay, how long have they been in business? Okay, what is their product looking like, right? But before all these deep dive things happen, the most important thing is what is in it for me as a prospective customer.
Thank you, sir. And we have another question. Can you give us a brief on content marketing contribute towards SEO?
Content marketing?
Contribute towards SEO.
SEO, yeah. So content marketing, like I covered in my slides earlier, content marketing and SEO go hand in hand, right? So basically your organic presence or your presence in any of the search engines, of course, primarily Google, is very important, right? So in today's world, most often what happens is wherever you get to know about an offering, whether you see in a YouTube video, whether you've heard from someone, whether you've seen them in an event, or your so-called dark social, right? Your Slack channels or your Discord and whatnot, right? So in your communities, you've heard about it. But when you go back home, the first thing you do is you search on search engine. And when you find them on search engine and you find something credible and engaging is when you get more engaged. Typically, that's one of the most important parameters to engage your target audience. Now, content, like I said, the first point for content is it has to be genuine, authentic, compelling, and relevant content for the target audience before you do any of the technical marketing on your content. By technical marketing, I mean the on-page parameters, which is typically the keywords which you put into your content, the meta, which is basically the description which you see on search engines when you search and you get a search result, the alt text, which are basically the image tags which you put at in your content management system for the image to come up faster, to be captured in searches. All of those technical pieces come later. The first most important thing is whether your content is geared or attuned for your target audience. And Google, for example, is becoming more and more cognizant of it with every passing day, right? So all their and recent algorithms updates, core updates have been towards making the content more and more useful for the user. So beyond that, assuming that your content is really authentic and meant for the user, you have to have your on-page parameters, which we just discussed. You have to have enough off-page leverage. So you have to ensure that you have a brand so that people are talking about you. If people are not talking about you, your in-house SEO team is creating a lot of backlinks in the right forums from high domain authority sites, so that Google perceives that, hey, you are being referred from high domain authority sites, hence you are a good relevant site which we can rank up there for users to see. And the third and also very important part of it, other than on-page and off-page SEO, is the website performance. How fast does it load? Is it equally good is it really good on mobile and desktop? Is it interactive? When you click on it, does everything navigate well? How fast do the images load? All of those pieces, right? So content and SEO, to answer your question, go very closely with each other. I always put the quality of the content up there first, and the remaining three parameters as something which are also very important, but they're only important when your content is genuine, compelling, and relevant.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful presentation today in the 5th GDMS. Okay, I'm just declaring to the participants that the poll was enabled for Mr. Anupam Dasgupta. Please poll for the presentation done by him.
Sure. Thanks for having me here. It was a pleasure speaking and sharing my thoughts and getting to know from you on your questions, which were very relevant. The questions were really nice and relevant to the topic. So that said, thank you so much for all of your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And dear participants, our next keynote speaker, Mr. Toby from Digital Marketing Skill Institute, the founder and chairman here, and going to present the topic on keys to understanding your audience in a noisy online space. About Mr. Toby is a passionate entrepreneur, global speaker, digital transformation and business growth expert. Toby's entrepreneurial journey started while he was in his final year at the University of Portsmouth, launching an hotel booking platform that trained and lead him at to learn digital marketing. Fast forward to the present day, Mr. Toby is the founder and CEO of Digital Marketing Skill Institute, where he is championing the operation and global expansion model that is building a global edutech business with over 115,384 learners in over 37 countries and 4 continents. He is currently the digital communication advisor to the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce and the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce. He's also worked as a web consultant to the Lagos Eco Project, and he is a governing council member of Nigerian Britain Association. He has also been recognized in the UK by the Portsmouth Enterprise as an entrepreneur to watch in Africa. Also inside Watch Africa endorsed him as an upwardly mobile and African tech entrepreneur. I warmly welcome Mr. Toby again to present the topic on keys to understanding your audience in a noisy online space. Mr. Toby, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. It's good to be here, and thanks for having me present. Okay, so I'll just go straight and share my screen and talk about the topic today. So today I'm going to be talking about keys to understanding your audience in a noisy online space. So why did we use the word noisy, right? Why noisy? So I just want to show something, the statistics that is real life. So for example, when you look at this, right, you see that there are about 5.4 billion internet users in the world, right? And that number is growing every single day, right? More people buy mobile devices, more people buy laptops, more people get connected to internet by the second, right? And you also see the amount of website, 1.9 billion, email sent about 183 billion, and the list goes on. Tweets, the amount of tweets that have been sent today, the amount of blog posts, the amount of Google searches that has occurred today, the amount of YouTube videos that people are watching. And the real question becomes, how do I stand out? How do I really stand out from the crowd, right? So it's a big ocean, you know, you have a big ocean and you have to go fishing in that ocean. How do you get across to the fish, the right set of where the fishes are for your particular business? So that's what I'm going to be looking at today. Going to be looking specifically around how to identify your audience, who makes up your audience, you know, how can you make room for your messages to be heard by the right set of people, by the right audience. I mean, if there's one thing that we've all seen or that I've showed you is that there's so many people online, and it becomes a lot more difficult also because when you even target the right audience, then you have other companies also competing, you know, to also stay, other businesses also competing to also showcase themselves in front of that particular audience. And that's really where the creativity comes, the knowing exactly what you need to do. And I'm particularly happy about the lineup of this particular conference because earlier on was spoken, the previous speaker spoke about content marketing related to SEO and things like that. And now I'm here to throw more light on how to ensure those contents you're generating, those contents you're putting out there, how do you actually understand the right audience? How do you stand out? How do you show yourself to those particular people? All right. So, so the first thing, all right, sorry, 1 second. All right. So, so the first thing is the key to understanding your audience online. Now, like I explained earlier on, I mean, companies are increasingly using digital marketing, increasingly using sophisticated strategies. They need high quality, they need to communicate in a more high quality way in the digital space. And that means more competition than ever, right? So first of all, you have one problem, too many people on the internet, too many people using the internet on a day-to-day basis. Then you have the issue of companies competing, you know, to get their voice heard, right? And the number one thing that you must really do if you want to be heard by your customer is to really understand who those customers are, right? To really understand who they are and how do we understand who they are? What are the things that we can do, right? So I think the first thing that I'm going to advise every one of us here today to do is to learn to segment our markets, right? The first thing we need to do is to understand to segment our markets, right? So, you know, even though the big ocean, you know, you have to understand, you know, the area which the kind of fish that you're looking for is going to exist, or the kind of fishes, obviously we all know that there are different fishes in the ocean. So the kind of fish you're trying to look for, right? The first step is to do what? To segment them, give each of those fish, so the different types of fish are almost like different segments. So for example, if I run a business, for example, and I run a business for training, for example, right? I need to divide my customers into segments. So I need to say, okay, you know what? I'm looking for business owners, and I'm looking for students that want to ensure that they have an advantage before they finish, right? So that first step allows me to kind of know where to look at, to find those particular type of places. So the same thing, I'm using the ocean. You have a big ocean, there are fishes inside it. There are some types of fish that swim on the surface, right? And there are some type of fish that you will never find them on the surface of the ocean. They are down below that particular ocean. Now, once you segment based on the type of fishes, then it becomes easy for you to know the type of, to know where to go to, right? Whether you're going to be looking at the top of the ocean or how the depth of the ocean. There are some fishes that, they can go way down 20 depths, and there are fishes that would always stay above. And so based on that, you kind of start to have an idea on where that is. And how does that actually apply to digital marketing? So one of the first things I try to explain to people is that, when we say, so what's special about digital marketing, if we are still saying that there's so much noise, there's so much audience, and a lot of competition. So what's the difference between the normal traditional style and digital marketing, right? So one of the things that digital marketing gives you as an advantage is the ability to be able to target the right audience once you are able to understand their characteristics, right? And the first step to understanding their characteristics is to be able to segment them. And I would first of all also like to explain, how does this actually work, right? So we all have devices, we have mobile devices, we have different set of devices. And one of the things that happens to us is that when we want to buy something, right, we tend to do what? We tend to do some Google search, some YouTube, some asking of friends on social media and things like that. Or we see certain things that we like, we comment on it. And, we even go as far as DMing those particular people based on those things that we want. Now, those things are what they call it, are information that we've also authorized, for those platforms to, to be able to see. But most importantly, because obviously nobody is going to say, Toby searched for this yesterday. But what happens typically is that based on the things that I've been doing and my device, then you can easily show things to me based on those characteristics. So let me give you an example to just talk about how this segmentation of markets could be of huge advantage to you, for example. So for example, I can segment my market, for example, and say I want to target human resource personnel. Now, human resource personnel typically would typically do certain things online, right? So they would visit HR softwares, right? They will visit HRM softwares. They will use ATS, application tracking systems, right? And they will use different of those platforms, right? And now that, to me, it's an advantage, because once I'm first of all able to say, okay, you know what? The first step is to think about the segment, which is human resource personnel. Then it can help me to define further what those people do on the internet. And like I've explained, we typically leave certain traces on what we do. So in this particular type of case, for example, I could use Google Ads, to target HRs that recently go to search for certain HRMs, to search for different lists of HRMs, or they're using certain HRMs. Most people, even when we know the website, the products that we use, we typically just go on Google to search for that particular product name and then click into it to actually visit the website, even though we use those products every single day, right? So these are pointers, these are ways that it helps. So like I said, I've used different illustration to try to explain these. And the good thing about this also is that there are tools that now help us to define our segment a lot much better, right? You have Google Keyword Planners, you have Google Trends, right? You know, one of the things that a lot of people don't use very well is Google Trends, because Google Trends, you know, can also let us know, you know, what is trending. So for example, and it goes back to understanding the segment first. We're looking for HR. Then the next thing we go on Google Trend, and then we check, okay, what exactly is trending in the HR sector, right? And then that gives us certain keywords. And those keywords can be very, very instrumental when we're doing something like Google Ads. So Google Ads allows you to run Google search ads. You know, when you do a search on Google, the first part of the ad, you'll see AD, which shows adverts. So let me just, so for example, if I come here and I search for digital marketing course in Nigeria, for example, right? This first few part of the their ads, right? So it allows me to be able to put keywords, you know, that are trending, you know, for that particular sector that I'm actually targeting. And, you know, so one of the questions a lot of people ask is that, okay, so can you really target B2B? I know we're business owners, and some of us feel like social media is not for us. We feel like the digital marketing thing is not for us, because we are also looking for other businesses, right? So we are business owners, we're looking for another B2B business, right? And so we feel like, okay, so fine, you know, that's what it is. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? But the truth of the matter is that when we look at when we look at what we want to achieve, right? When we look at the people that we want to target, right? We realize that they are also human beings, right? So if I'm looking for the HR of a particular big bank, right? So maybe HSBC, for example, I'm using a global bank, for example, I'm looking for the human resource or the people, head of people in that particular company, right? I can use some of those information, right? Again, going back to segments. So I can say I'm segmenting, looking for bank industry, human resource in bank industry, that's a segment, right? And then from there, I can start to understand the characteristics of that particular person, right? And I think I'm jumping the gun, right? So I can look at the characteristics of that particular person. What website does that person visit based on his day-to-day activities? So in his job, for example, he's going to be doing XYZ and all, right? And also there's also something also that you know, that you also have power to also, you know, which is geofencing, right? So what that means is that you can, you know, everybody on their device, you probably have Google Maps, you use it to find locations, use it to move around and things like that, right? You know, and also when you go to a new location, you use probably most of us connect to their Wi-Fi and things like that. So when you're at work, you typically we use your work Wi-Fi and things like that, and that also automatically gives a location, you know. So these are things that you can do, you know, to be able to, you know, beat over the noise and be able to actually define, you know, who your audience is, and who you should actually be going after. And another way to, you know, because it's so noisy, right? And there's a big issue in terms of, okay, now we've understood who the right set of people should be. We've been able to segment, we've been able to define their characteristics, you know, and things like that. And then the next thing we're looking at is, okay, so many people said I've done it well, you know. So one thing is that when I last year I went to Maldives, right? And I went fishing, you know, and, you know, these guys didn't tell us, right? But, you know, at some point it became so easy to fish, you know, and I caught almost about 4 to 5 different fishes within a short period of time. But this was after like 2 hours of trying, you know. And one of the things that taught me was that, you know, these fishes typically, they would come up more, or they will swim more towards the top of the ocean, right, in the evening period, like around 6:30, 7 and 8, when it's getting darker. So, and it's always easier to, you know, to catch them at that particular point in time as well. So, so that just told me that it was timing, right? So initially I thought I was very, very bad at it, but it became a lot more easier because it was what they call it, the timing was right, when it became the right time. And I was, in fact, I have a very good fish. I don't know why I didn't add it to this presentation of the amount of fishes that I caught, and I was so proud of myself. But one of the things that made that happen was, getting the time right, right? And that's something that you have to also be very, very good at. Although there's no magic stick to the time, there are some certain logics to how you can think through the process, right? So for example, someone that works, for example, typically might be more inclined to use certain platforms on his way home, right? Or after work, right? And then you can look at, okay, so I'm looking for a segment of human resource. When they are at work, they are probably using the HRMs and things like that. But when they're on their way home, they are probably on YouTube trying to watch some comedy or trying to get off stress, right? So at that particular point in time, I know that the timing I should be getting to them or getting to their face is between a particular time, right? And then that automatically makes it a lot much easier. So like I said, timing is everything. You have to pay attention to your target markets. You have to pay attention to the segment that you've defined, right? You have to experiment across different times, right? So sometimes we might be doing things every morning, we send emails, or every morning we call people. But meanwhile, what really happened is at a particular point in time, that's when these people have the time to even consider your offer, consider what you sell, listen to your presentation, and things like that. So being able to understand your audience, amongst all the noise, right? You have to be able to understand the best time, and the best strategy is to experiment across different timing and be able to, carefully observe the particular time that, what they call it, that you get, the particular time that you get more response, right? The particular time you get more response, the particular time you get more tractions, and when people pay for your service or pay for your products or buy from you, you have to have some post engagement where you talk to them to try to understand, what pushed them at that particular point in time to actually say it's time to buy and things like that, right? And look at the timing where they made those decisions as well, for you to be able to understand the right time. So timing is very, very important. Like I told you, when I went to Maldives, one of the things I learned so much was the fact that, my lesson from fishing, aside from patience, the fact that I was patient for 2 hours trying to get one fish, and all of a sudden, when it was 6:37, I started to get fish back to back, and I was so happy. And later on, I had to think, so for me, I like to self-evaluate myself. And I went back and I thought about it, and I said, what exactly happened, right? Was it I got better those 2 hours, or was it that it was just the right timing, right? And the answer was, it's the right timing. So it's very, very important that we focus on the right timing. Now, how do we also get out too much noise, and I said competitors and everything. And I tell people that, your competitors have already done the work for you. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Your competitors have already done the work for you, right? So if I look at the ocean, for example, I'm going to go back to the ocean again. I'm not sure why I'm using that example, but I just want to use something that we can probably relate to, or we probably have an idea of, and it's going to be much easier to illustrate some of my examples, right? So you're in the ocean, for example, you're trying to fish, and you see another fisherman, another fisher boat, by your side, and the guy is just raking out all the fish in the ocean, right? And you are struggling to catch like 2 or 3, right? What does that tell you? It automatically tells you that, that particular position might be a good position to go fish. So why are you struggling to go somewhere else? And that's one of the beauty of digital marketing. Digital marketing actually allows you to pay close attention to your competitors. There are different tools that help you to do that. You have SMErush, which particularly is so wonderful when it comes to search engine optimization, platforms where your competitors advertise, right? You have SimilarWeb as well, right? So you have those platforms SimilarWeb allows you to analyze every single thing about how they get their traffic. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, right? And I think that that's beautiful information that if you have access to, automatically, allows you to be able to know where to concentrate on, especially when you know that a competitor is doing well, right? You now need to figure out, okay, so what's making that competitor do well, right? Then you can use those tools, those digital tools to do those research, to be able to really pinpoint exactly what they're doing right. So please, if I'm going out of time, please, I would love to be told, right? If I'm going out of time or how many minutes I have left, okay? So research your competitors is very, very important. You need to know what they're doing, the type of people they are regularly like their posts, right? You know, the type of content that get a response, you know. So some of those things allows you to improve what you do. You know, so you're doing social media, you're posting every single day, nothing is happening. You just need to sit down on that guy's on that competitor's page that gets a lot of, try to dissect where he's getting his try to dissect the strategy or the reasons or the type of ways he's being able to attract the right audience. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? And you have tools like Social Blade that can help you do that. So Social Blade can help you do that very, very well. You know, you can find areas your competitors aren't working so well. That is, so, you know, so one interesting thing that I so much love about SimilarWeb, especially when you're on the paid version, is that it tells you where your competitors are lacking. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Which gives you a lot of opportunity to be able to know how to, you know, build your strategies very well to overtake them, right? So that's the beauty of all these. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And then what you can always do is always look at those strategies, come up with your own structure, your own means, and then you have something good. Okay. All right. The next thing is that I want to talk about is create market positioning, right? A good way to identify a target market for your website is to use market analysis method, such as market mapping. Now, market mapping is a simple diagram that allows you to identify gaps in the market and industry your product, service, and website operating. Now, when you use SimilarWeb, when you use Social Blade, when you use SEMrush, right? What you now need to do is you need to map those audience. Like, for example, the initial thing I spoke about was segmenting, right? So if you segment, your competitors are also probably targeting the same audience or similar audience, but they also have segments. So when you look at those data, they are also, you know, two different segments. So let me try and look at an easy way to break it. So let's say, for example, I do research for another digital marketing company, and I see that they run YouTube ads and they target they target people watching since I'm using human resource, like let's say, for example, how to use a particular CRM or how to set up a particular CRM, for example. I think setup would be more ideal for that audience, right? How to set up a particular, what they call it, human resource management system, right? And so they're looking at that, and I saw that, oh, wow. So they go to this YouTube, they are showing advert, and the advert is showing for this particular YouTube video. I need to be able to know that that audience is for my HR segment, right? I do training, let's say, for example, that's for selling corporate training, for example. Now I do training, and I'm looking for people that are just coming out of university, right? 80% of the time, they're probably going to be on YouTube. And I go and research my computer, and I thought that, oh, they're using YouTube also to run ads, and and most of their ads are showing on videos that talk about how to prepare for interview, how to do CV writing, how to do all those things like that. Then automatically, what does that tell me? That tells me that that audience is for this. So I have to be able to map that audience properly, right? And so that I can be able to target the right set of people and use that information that I'm getting properly in order to be able to drive the most and the maximum result. And this also works when even your own information, your own data. So you run ads, you know, and let's say first of all, you run ads to an open audience. And then when you're analyzing yourself, you realize that more people that convert are coming because they interacted, you know, from this particular channel than another YouTube channel or another channel, for example, right? What that tells you also is that you need to also know how to map it so that you can develop tailored information and structure tailored information to that particular audience, right? What do you guys think? I'm sure you are enjoying this and you're getting a lot of brilliant ideas from what I'm sharing. Now, also, the use of SEO tools, keyword research. So I've already spoken about it. Look for keywords that other people are searching for, the phrases and things like that. Those information are actually information that are at our disposal, right? And they're things that we can take advantage of, by using search engine optimization tools, doing keyword research, knowing what other people are searching for, your competitors are searching for, what your customers are searching for. And the interesting thing is that, keyword research actually helps you to understand, okay, the amount of your customers. So you also want to know how big a segment your customer is. So you're in a big ocean, right? And then you've done your mapping and you realize that in one portion of the ocean or one part of the ocean, there are just about 200 fishes there. And then another part of the ocean that there's about 100,000 fishes there. I'm sure you'll go for the one that has 100,000 fishes because then your probability of gaining traction is a lot more higher and a lot more. So that's one of the things that you really want to do. Okay. All right. So I'm sure I have 30 minutes for this. So I'm just going to move to my next slide. The other thing is you also need to look for the appropriate channels, right? Understanding your audience, you have to understand the channel that they spend their time on. That's very, very important. Gone were those days where you need to be on all the social media channels. You need to be engaging on all the social media channels. No, you don't have to do that. If most of your audience are on Instagram, you have to focus on Instagram, dissect Instagram. It's even easier to win that way than trying to win across board, right? So if your audience is on Instagram, you can dissect Instagram. You can do everything possible to understand Instagram in and out so that you grow traction on that channel before you move somewhere else, right? So like I explained to you earlier on, once you understand where your market is, it's easier for you to what they call it, to reach out to them in a more effective manner, okay? Now, the last thing I want to talk about today, which is my running up stuff is, I think I've spoken about it already, right? So yeah, use appropriate channels. And that's the most important thing that you must do. Thank you very much. I hope my session was enlightening, and I look forward to questions and answering your questions. Thank you.
Mr. Toby, and we have some questions here. And how to grab the audience through digital marketing?
How to what?
How to grab the audience through digital marketing.
How to grab?
Yes.
All right, so the word grab is quite broad, right? So when you mean grab, what do you mean, right? So if you're saying that how to what they call it, convert your audience through digital marketing, right? If that's the interpretation of your grab, then it becomes easy. I think one of the first things that we need to understand is that digital marketing is not magic. You have to nurture your audience. That's how you actually get them to buy from you. That's how you grab them. That's how you convert them, right? I use this analogy a lot. If I meet a girl for the first time and I ask her, will you marry me? She most likely will say no, right? But if I ask her for a simple thing, a date, and I help her, I mean, not help her, but I ask her for a date and we go for multiple dates, then I increase my chances of the next time I propose to her saying yes to me, right? So the same thing happens with digital marketing. You've defined your audience, you know where they are, right now, you want to first of all start by building a relationship with them, give them something that is simple, right? And I typically advise our students and a lot of businesses that I consult for that you need to help before you sell, right? What that means is you need to give them, you need to start from an angle of getting to know them very well, getting to give them information that are useful, that actually helps them to achieve their potential outcome, right? Without giving them, obviously, and then that way they'll be more inclined to want to do business with you. You need to build trust with them. And when I mean help, I don't mean, give them your secret sauce. No, that's not what I'm saying, right? But you need to show that you care about them. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You need to show that you care about them, and then they would be what they call it, and eventually you will be able to grab them. Right now, if you're talking about grabbing attention in terms of the definition of grab, right, then you're talking about the angle of, being able to use content appropriately. And how do you use content appropriately? One thing I tell people is that there are two things that happen to anybody that wants to buy from you, right? One is they are either currently at a struggle, at a pain point, and at a right, or they have a desire. Do you understand that? Now, if you want to grab anybody's attention, you have to come from a storyline of either a desire or a pain point, right? So let me try and illustrate that, right? So, okay, I'll go back to my HR analogy, all right, permit me, right? So I go back to my HR analogy, for example. So you run an HR person, for example, gets frustrated about trying to recruit for a role, right? And you can help that HR, increase that recruitment, shorten his recruitment timeline, right? And he's already getting complaints from his from the boss that why is it taking so long to recruit these people? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Now, a message that would appeal to such a person, that would grab the attention of such a person, is when you have something like you can what they call it, hire within 24 hours or hire within 48 hours. So because in that person, that does two things. It helps the person to see the desired outcome, right? And it also helps the person to solve his pain point. Or you can come from the angle of, are you tired of what they call it, posting jobs, waiting for 4 weeks before you find a talent, right? Or and then go and say, do you know that so and so can help you to recruit within 24 hours, right? But obviously, you don't use this as a tool to defraud people, right? So what that means is that you have to be able to offer the service. So it's a very strong weapon that you can use when it comes to digital marketing, to really understand that there are two major things: just the pain point, the desire. The desired is the outcome. And typically, most people buy because they want to move from a before state to an after state. So they are currently at a state where they have a desire. They want to get to that desire. They're at a stage where they have a problem, and they're looking for the best brand or the best product that would move them closer to their solution. So that's how you grab attention, by understanding the pain point, the desire, and crafting your content, your story around that. So I hope I answered that question.
Thank you, Mr. Toby. And again, you have another question: how to identify a target market for analyze the gaps in service of website?
Sorry, come again. How do you what?
How to identify a target market for and identify the gaps in services or websites?
Okay, so how to identify, so the last part was more clear to me. How to identify the gaps in your services on your website.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that's an interesting stuff, because that's something that actually led us. That's one of the things that led us into digital marketing training. Right. So far back in 2013, for example, so we used to run an agency called Vibe Web Solutions. And at some point during that period, we decided to run a course, a training called Digital Marketing Conference, right? And when we ran that conference, did well, but we didn't redo it again. And then, so I mean, we converted it to a training. We tried to convert it into a training, and then we abandoned it and focused on the agency part of the business. And then one day we went on Google Analytics, and when we went on Google Analytics and we're analyzing Google Analytics, and we saw that so much traffic. First of all, the site was ranking on Google. A lot of traffic were going to that website, and we're not making any money from it, and we're not doing anything. So my answer to you is, how do you know missing opportunities, missing services? Use Google Analytics, right? Check your Google Analytics, see sites that are ranking, but you're not getting tractions from it, and go back to those pages and optimize it, right? And that was what we did. And that was how the training journey, started, and then we started to focus on training. When we went back, we optimized it, and voila, we started getting students. A page that was not driving any sales before started to drive sales. So you have to continue constantly optimize. That's how what they call it, the missing services on your website, and where you're losing opportunity from, right? And also another thing you can do also, which I tell people, which not necessarily is digital marketing, is talk to your customers, right? When you talk to your customers, they tell you the reasons why they buy from you. They tell you what informed their decisions. And then you can know that, oh, there's some services, because 80% of us, we get customers and we have other services that they can buy, but they don't know that we offer those services. So you need to talk more to your customers, and then that can also open additional doors of opportunities for you. If you can repeat the first part of the question, that could help, or if there's another question, I'll be able to answer that.
How to identify a target market for analysis?
How do you identify your target market for analysis?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
good. All right. So first of all, I mean, there's no magic, there's no direct process towards this. You have different, everybody has their different businesses that they run, right? So the easiest way would be to even start from your customers, right? Your competitors, right? So every business, one way or another, there's no business that is new in the ocean, right? And there's no business that is particularly different or unique today, right? So the first thing is to look at your competitors, look at the kind of customers that they have, right? So you have competitors that will put their logos of their customers on their websites, right? That's the first easy step you can do. And then from there, you can map out the type of industry those customers come from, right? That could be your first leg of defining who your target audience are. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You can look at the testimonial that they give. Do you understand? I mean, these are high-level structures, right? You can look at the testimonial that they give. In those testimonials, a lot of them will talk about their background. You know, some people will say, oh, I was this and now I'm now this, you know, and things like that. So you can get some really, really good insights from who your audience are that you can now go ahead and proceed to do more analysis on. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So those are like really, really straightforward answers. And the easy part is, if you have your competitors, use platforms like SME Rush, Similar Web, you know, Spyful, what they call it, Social Blade, and you will be able to, you'll be able to research further, find more ideas of who your audience are, and continue to dive in and dive in and dive in. And one thing I tell people is that your audience is also always changing. So don't just find an audience and think that audience will be it for life, right? So you have to continually do this process over and over again to get the kind of traction and the kind of results that you're looking for ultimately.
Mr. Toby, for the wonderful presentation, and I'm requesting the participants to raise questions in the Q&A, and also we enable the poll for Mr. Toby on the presentation on keys to understanding your audience in a noisy online space. Please, participants, please poll for Mr. Toby. Thank you so much. And we call upon the next keynote session speaker of the day, Ms. Tanu. Ms. Tanu is going to present the topic on uncomplicated the technical SEO audit, uncover common issues preventing your site from ranking. And about Ms. Tanu, is an accomplished digital marketer developing transformational business strategy for a digital world. She has over 20 years of experience in B2B and B2C digital marketing. Her experience spans digital analytics, SEO, and paid search. She developed an SEO framework to research and execute product-level digital optimization that drove the strategy for over 200 plus key product projects, completed worldwide, resulting in increased ranking, traffic, engagement, and lead generation. The approach won IBM CMO Award and an industry award. I welcome Ms. Tanu for presenting the topic under this 5th GDMS conference.
Thank you. A quick check if everyone can see the screen. Yes. If I do have dual screens, I want to make sure the right slides are showing up.
Yes, we can be able to see your video as well as your screens also. Thank you so much. Please proceed.
So it is this screen, correct? That you can see?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So I can begin. I know many different folks have joined from different parts of the world. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening from where you're joining. I'm Tanu Javeri. Today I'm here to share with you my thoughts on uncomplicate the technical SEO audit. Over the years, I've held multiple roles in digital marketing and digital analytics space. Currently, I am the head of SEO for Foundry, formerly known as IDG. Since 1964, Foundry has been creating media and software solutions. Just a quick disclaimer, none of the Foundry data or slides have been used in preparing of this presentation. It will be purely SEO knowledge-based presentation. So let's quickly get into what is technical SEO. If we look at this image that was used in an article by Andy Bates, it was published in Search Engine Journal. This image talks a lot about the history of technical SEO from the early starts of 2000s and where we find ourselves today. The journey of websites or digital environment actually started with codes and making sure that the content was crawlable and indexable. And then came the mid-2000s where we found ourselves with the black hat SEO, where it was very rampant and Google algorithms couldn't keep up. Of course, soon towards the end of 2000s, Google did catch up. And then we heard this term of SEO being part of the mainstream marketing package or techniques that we had to follow. Soon in the search industry, we heard terms like Panda, Penguin, there were updates, Google updates, core updates. These were ways of Google's way to tell us the penalties that the sites could get because of thin content or low quality content. As the decade moved on, if you look at what happened in the mid 2010s, we saw that, there was a very strong foundation of SEO and content that got established. Technical also was still a concept of how this content was actually rendered. But more importantly, things that started to impact were social and video that became a part of what search would be about. If you see the last 5 to 7 years, we saw dramatic changes. One of the most important was actually how the search was screen would render. The SERP actually changed. We had the emergence of voice, we had the emergence of digital assistants, and guess what happened? Today, we stand at another update from Google, which is talking about helpful content, talking about core updates. And we find ourselves again at that juncture of saying, is the site crawlable? And is the content unique and useful for our users? So it's almost like a full circle that we have had. Now, if you think of what would be the pillars of a technical SEO, I can say broadly that there are 3 ways to look at it. First, we should ensure that the content can be crawled and indexed by all major search engines. Second would be, what is the site hierarchy? Are the URL structures good enough for the search engines to be able to crawl and also for the users to navigate? And of course, this structure should be actually allowing or facilitating the flow of internal link equities through the site. The third is the speed. The old saying that, patience is a virtue may probably not apply when you are on a website, because we actually want any pages that we want to service or visit to load quickly. If we encounter slow pages, it does, as a user, we feel that why do we have to wait so long? And that applies to your users or the websites that you cater for. So always improve the UX, the page load time, and you will see that the conversions or even the sales revenue actually reflect at the changes in page load time that you bring. If I have to relate it with any of the changes that are currently happening, I would say look into where your core vitals are. That would be a great place for you to understand how your page load system is actually impacting your overall website health. So now that I mentioned core vitals and where can you get this information, it is your Google Search Console. It is important and very powerful tool that a business owner or marketer, or if you're an SEO specialist, that can use to understand how the organic traffic is coming. How is Google Search actually considering your website? sometimes as a novice user, people are not necessarily in tune, or we can say that Google Search Console is not intuitive to use, but there are three main sections that you can look into when you think about what information you can get. One is the performance that actually gives you the information on search results, which would be in this section. And it kind of tells you about how well you're performing in search, discovery, news, and things like that. Index allows you to see the valid and invalid URLs. And this is a very important part to understand what portion of your websites are, or what URLs are actually being rendered, are being considered valid in terms of code, in terms of other requirements that Google has. And then these valid URLs actually get shown into the search results. The ones which are invalid allow you to say, okay, there is improvement that has to be done. Now that improvement could be technical or content-based. And of course, also look into the sitemap in the same section, because that allows us to understand how the search engine is actually evaluating your website. You know, if the search my report actually shows a status of success, that's all good. But you could also find at times that it actually says has error or couldn't fetch. Both of these results are saying that there is a problem, and then we need to go in and check. Experience section, which is right here, is where you can get information for core vitals. And if you have been keeping up with news, you would notice that right now Google has started to provide information of core vitals per URL as well. So that's a great place to start evaluating your URL performance. Now, we talked about sitemap a little bit in the previous slide. What is a sitemap? It is basically telling the search engines about the website structure, telling them how to discover new pages, which pages to crawl. And if we get this right, we can actually give the search engines, literally think of it from a map perspective, your highways and your roadways, and it can navigate and crawl. Same thing for your users as well. Typically, sitemaps are of two formats, the HTML one, which typically is used by your users, and the XML one, which is specifically for the search engine. So if you want a search engine spider to crawl your site, ensure that you have actually submitted an XML version to their particular console. So in this case, Google Search Console. You can also leverage Google Search Console to actually remove, delete, or resubmit a particular sitemap. If you do want to check as to where or how your sitemap looks, you could use tools like Screaming Frog, or you can even put sitemap.xml onto a browser for your particular website and find what your sitemap looks like. Do ensure that it is correct and valid, because it does make a difference as to how the search engines actually crawl your website. As the search engines start to crawl your content, some of the issues that they can come across, or when you log into Google Search Console to see your performance and your valid URLs or invalid URLs, you may find that there is something called as duplicate content. The reason I start with duplicate content up front is because that is one of the most common problem people find, and it can be a big SEO performance barrier. Now, duplicate content doesn't necessarily mean that there is a third party or an external person who has stolen your website or copied your content and, without permissions and done that. If you are an enterprise client or a big enough website, as you publish new content, whether it be blogs, whether it be products, whether it be articles, you would find that as the volume of your pages increase, you might end up having duplicate content. Also, how do you actually create the framework of your website can impact as to when and how duplicate content actually takes place. Now, what does duplicate content entail? In this situation, I'm talking about the content-specific duplication. That means the web page actually contains identical information or nearly identical information, and that can lead to several problems. One, maybe a wrong version of your URL will show up in SERP. pages may actually not perform well, and search engines may have indexing problem. Actually, measuring the site metrics or performance of these pages can be challenging. It could also lead to the point where search engines actually think that this content is not good or is confusing and actually drop them from the search results as well. So as a SEO personnel, what can you do? Some of the actions that you can do is actually do a canonical tag onto the page to tell Google which is the preferred URL that we want. And of course, canonical tags actually helps transfer the value to the main and primary page that might be. And on the flip side of it, to say is instead of using a canonical tag, actually write good content and maybe actually rewrite the content so that there is no duplication of traffic or content. The next problem or issues that we tend to face when we are doing a technical audit is pagination. What does pagination actually relate to? Pagination relates to pages when companies or websites actually want to show index pages or category pages where they group a list of articles or list of products that the users can actually see. Now, for the search engines, it is very important to crawl these pagination pages. There are folks who actually think that it would be a good idea not to include paginated pages in indexing because it takes up the crawl budget and things like that. That's fair enough. But in that situation, you are actually taking away the option of the search engines to be able to actually crawl any of the listed links on those category or indexes pages. So we should probably include the page 1 of paginated pages in the XML sitemap and allow the search engines to crawl. We should never do no index or no follow for those kind of pages, and it should actually be permissible to be crawled. The other piece that we should certainly check is if this pagination is working through an href attribute or a JavaScript. Although Google does say that they can crawl JavaScript, JavaScript does render issues in crawlability and becomes a challenge. So always ensure that these pagination links actually function. Very recently, or actually around 2015, this change started to hit in where Google and John Mueller from Google mentioned that pagination is not a consolidation of all those pages. You know, they don't take initially in the prior years, the concept was that if you create a pagination, Google would treat anything under the pagination as one single page as long as you use rel next and rel previous and consolidate into one bucket. But now they consider each page in pagination as an absolute. So a lot of people actually have started to create paginated pages which are absolute and not with a parameter either. So make sure that you are taking that into account as well. And page 2 onwards, you can de-optimize how the pages are actually done, but ensure that this page is actually crawled. Another aspect of pagination is based on your business requirement, decide how you want the pagination to render. Do you want to show first and next, and then the number that the user is on? You may want to create sections where you may have the previous or the first or the next, and then the number of page that you are, and something higher in the series. There are different kind of algorithms that you can leverage to create how the pagination shows up for your user to crawl through. Each pagination system allows you to create the link depth. So experiment based on your business requirements and certainly see which might be most suited for your requirements. The next piece in your technical audit that you should review is robots.txt. It actually tells the search engines which part or which portions of your websites should not be crawled. So it is almost like we are kind of sharing a directive with the search engines to what to crawl or not to crawl. Do remember that this is just a directive and not a mandate. They are still able to crawl this and may index those pages, but may not render them in the search results. How do you check if you have a robots.txt? It is present in Google Search Console, so you can actually look it up there. Or if you want to do it, you can use a tester to do robots.txt to your root domain, and you can find it there. Ensure that you don't have all user agents disallowed. If you have anything that looks like this, that means nothing on your website is being crawled. And I have, in my experience, found out that when websites are migrating, new sites are being created, very often this is how the robots.txt goes. And then we wonder why we are not showing up in Google, because we have blocked every search engine to actually crawl the site or render it on the search results. A better example would be to disallow the sections that you don't want to see. But be careful, robots.txt is case sensitive. Any changes that you make in this particular section will impact how your website is crawled and which sections are actually rendered into the search results. Many web developers and SEO folks are sometimes tempted to put in a crawl delay directive in a robots.txt file. I don't think so. That's value, and it doesn't add to any SEO gain. So you should probably avoid that. Getting on to the URLs and a little bit of continuation from the duplicate content and how that gets created. If you think of what are the sections of a URL, is one is the protocol, the domain, the subdomain, or the www part of it, the actual domain name, and then the path or the pages that we may be having. When you are creating your URLs or reviewing your URLs, it's really important to see if there is a situation where capitalization or lower cases are getting created, and if they both exist as a unique aspect, or they are actually creating the duplicate URL of the same content. Parameters can do that as well. So it's always good to have user-friendly URLs, which are short and simple. When we don't follow these kind of precautions, we could end up having URLs of the same content or the same page look in multiple format. And this could actually lead to multiple versions. And search engines, to be honest, actually limit their crawls for indexing only the unique and valuable content. At this stage, we are confusing the search engines, and actually they may say that this is confusing and is not unique content, so let's not crawl it. And maybe from your website, only few of your pages actually get crawled and then rendered on the search result. The same can actually happen to your domains. I had a client which had the similar problem where they created an HTTP www version and HTTPS www version, although now HTTP is gone away, so at least that reduces. But then there were different multiple versions of how the domain could be accessed. And to be honest, at one point of time, they were rendering the same URL in 72 different formats. And I'm not making this is an actual business case that I experienced in my life. And they were a very large e-commerce site, and the URLs were probably too, but Google was able to identify 55 million URLs because of this non-single domain maintenance. So this also creates duplication, and that actually, once we fix this particular single domain aspect, suddenly they were ranking #1. So please check how your domains render. Now, when this change is happening, you decide one particular single domain and redirect all the other different versions of domains to that one single domain presence that you have selected. Make sure it doesn't just apply to the homepage, but actually to the entire website. All pages can be duplicated because of this reason. Many times the solutions are actually put just on homepage, and then the rest of the website actually suffers. And then, as we said, your website or pages get disqualified or don't rank to a good position. How do you check this? You can do a Screaming Frog crawl and they can pick up any number of URLs. You could also do a spot check by just putting different versions of your website into the browser and see which all render and which actually gets redirected. So that could be a good way to identifying where your single domain is functioning or where there may be errors and that needs to be updated. How do we fix this problem? Now, there are two ways to look at it. A banded solution is you can do the canonical tags, as we talked about the duplicate content. But even in that situation, rewriting the content was important. Similarly, we can do the canonical tags here or disallow the incorrect URLs in robots.txt. But the better solution would be to actually have a better website architecture, ensure that all other versions of the URL and domain actually 301 redirect, and ensure that when you are building internal links within the website, there is a naming convention that is followed. It's consistent. And when you are defining URL parameters or query string, it doesn't generate duplication, but actually maintains that anything after the parameter or the query is not becoming into an absolute URL, but actually redirects to the absolute URL. What happens when we don't have the URLs functioning? A lot of times we come across these aspects in Search Console, which says broken link. We see an error, 404. Why does that actually happen? You know, as I said, if you're a larger client, enterprise client, we tend to write blogs, new products come in, and then eventually there are legacy sites or things that one page gets moved to another place, and we end up having a 404 page. What a broken link is nothing but that there was a hyperlink present on a page, and when a user or the search engines clicked on that hyperlink, it led to a page which said file not found. Now, how do you find these number of 404s that may be present on your website? The best way to do it is you could use anything like Xenu, or you could even do Screaming Frog, and you can actually extract all the broken link URLs from that. You can break it down for outgoing links, which would be going from the domain, or you can repeat steps for in-link, which is within the website where you may be having this issue. Another aspect happens which is that it doesn't actually break, but it redirects. Redirect is a big part of live websites. You know, all of us have redirected a page once or the other because there were domains that were moving, or we were moving a legacy site into a new site, or we were using a different CMS tool. And we can tell both the users as well as the search engines to find the new page. Redirects always falls into categories, permanent and temporary. Permanent is the 301 redirect, which we should probably use every single time. Temporary is, you know, if you have a product which is out of stock and you don't want it to be featured, we can do a 302, but you should avoid something like that. But after a couple of migration, and this is more prominent for companies or websites that have been there for many, many years, they find themselves in a redirect change where, you know, page A goes to page B, and page B goes to page C, and page C goes to page D, and you end up looking at a redirect chain. What does that do? It's very bad for the user experience, slows down the page speed, and of course, eventually have a drop in conversion rate as well. Now, how do we manage these redirect chain? You should certainly read up an article by Href. They have a learning section for SEO, technical SEOs, and they talk about redirecting chain. It's a really great article to read, because it allows you to see where is it leading? What if something breaks? What if there are different loops that you have to do? Again, Screaming Frog is a great place to find these different redirect chain and actually identify where and how these redirects should be managed. Ideally speaking, page A should also go to page D. Page B should also go to page D. Page C should also go to page D, if that is your final destination. We have talked about 301, 400 in this presentation a little bit. So these are some of the response code. Now, if we talk to any web developer or a technical SEO, we would find that there are about 60 plus HTTP codes that we can use from an SEO perspective. But these 6 are the main ones. It is good and important for SEO folks who want to do a technical SEO to update that, to get familiarized with these codes and understand what kind of backend activities you can recognize. And if you are looking at these codes in your search engines or in Screaming Frog or other SEO tools that you might be using, what possible solutions you can apply and who may be the person you can go to fix some of them. Sometimes you may have to interact with your web development team to have these codes updated. Now, 301 is very common, and I think most of us have utilized that. That basically tells that 301s are a permanent redirection from one source to the other. 302 is temporary and should be used very sparingly. And of course, we can go all the way to 500. That could actually mean that you have a server error. These kind of errors should be actually contact your web development team to understand what could be causing such errors. Now, I have mentioned a couple of tools in this conversation that we've had. But depending upon your requirements and your website, here are some of the tools that you can use. Some of them have a couple of sections that are available for free. You can also have a higher versions of those tools for an individual where you can buy individual subscriptions. And if you are an enterprise client, you can actually get the enterprise license as well for some of these tools. So depending upon your business requirements, feel free to access any of the tools. With that, I would say thank you. And it was great presenting to everyone here. I can stop to share and see if there are any questions.
So thank you for the presentation, Ms. Tanu. And we have some questions here. What types of websites got the most traffic?
What types of websites get most traffic?
Yes.
That's could be anybody. You know, I don't understand. Is it an industry or a news article, like, or Amazon for e-commerce? The person who has asked this question, do they want to specify the industry that they want to talk to? Because that's a very broad question as to which websites get most traffic.
Okay. Can you tell me about a short glimpse on that one, if you don't mind?
In what?
In the e-commerce industry, using that.
If you think of e-commerce, again, depending upon the industry, but if you think of it, today, Amazon is a big market player for traffic. So if you can think of that, then followed by Shopify, they have a larger volume as well. But if you get into maybe medical grade or medical instruments, they could be Thermo Fisher, there could be, if you're thinking about computers, it could be, and I'm just making this up, it could be Microsoft because, you know, they have so many laptops, or it could be Dell for all we know. So it depends upon the e-commerce industry that you would say. But if I had to just say a broader e-commerce question, it probably would be Amazon.
Thank you, Ms. Tanu. And one more question, few tips on right keywords, how to find the right keyword. Do you have any tips on that one? So the participant can get the knowledge about that? How to?
So you can look into Google Analytics to see what kind of keywords, but otherwise in the Google Search Console, you have the keyword reports, the query reports. You should certainly look at that. The other way to find keywords, which I personally like, is Ahref. You can do both from a keyword research where you can just put the broader keyword, let's say cloud computing, and the rest of the words can come into it. Or alternatively, if you have your website or the web page that you want to optimize, you can put that URL into Ahref, and then it can submit some suggestions that may be useful for that particular page based on the website, the content that it has. Folks have also found a very good utility for SEMrush as well. And you can try a couple of these tools to find keywords. You can even do it in Mars, but I would say you can begin with Ahref. They do have, I think, if I'm not mistaken, their keyword generator is free, so anybody can access that.
Another question: how to improve core web vitals of a website for mobile?
That's a very, very broad question, and I probably can have a presentation for another presentation on that basis. So that's a really great question. One of the key things about core vitals is actually breaking down into understanding what your page template is. When is your first content that's getting loaded? And I would say that for mobile, it is really essential to test your lazy loading or not. The best way to do is not change your template. Maybe the image loads maybe 3 seconds late or 2 seconds late, but ensure that the template gets fully loaded. So that's one piece that I would highly recommend. The other thing is, depending upon your design, it should be responsive so that a desktop version can actually render enough in mobile as well. Do test if your design has any challenge on rendering on mobile, because that will impact your core vitals for a mobile piece. Images, video, check your validation for images, because they do have a particular resolution that it should have. So ensure that your design is responsive enough to ensure that resolution gets rendered. Another piece for mobile is important is that all your feature articles or feature content should have imagery associated with it. So that allows you to rank much better.
Thank you, Ms. Tanu. It's a wonderful presentation on our 5th GDMS conference. And dear participants, please raise questions, and you have a poll session also. Participants can poll for the presentation done by Ms. Tanu. The poll is enabled now. And Ms. Tanu, please share your contact emails and all in the chat box, so that if anybody having any queries related to that, they can contact you and you can guide them, or you can clarify their doubts.
Thank you so much. Have everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Tanu. So I call upon the next speaker, Mr. Junaid D. Lane, founder, Chief Strategist, Digital D-Lane. Going to present a topic on future-proofing your digital brand, 3 ways to prepare for post-pandemic marketing, the metaverse and Web 3.0. About Mr. Junaid, is a sought-after strategist, thought leader, and influencer. He's the founder and CEO of Digital D-Lane, a full-service digital marketing agency, the founder of Digital Branding Institute. He is often noted as a top social media and content marketing influencer, and has spoken around the world advancing the practice of digital branding. I welcome Mr. Junaid here. Thank you for coming, Mr. Junaid. And your screen is visible now, and you are also available in the video. You can start the presentation now.
All right, thank you so much. If you guys can hear me, go ahead and put something in the chat.
Yes, we can hear you. You can present.
Awesome, great. This presentation is going to be a very short presentation. I do have a hard stop, so about 10 minutes to present this to you all. But ultimately, what I want you to get out of this is essentially how to future-proof your brand. You have other speakers in this conference focusing on all aspects of technology and digital marketing. So what I want to do is kind of take a pivot and focus on how to future-proof your digital brand, and 3 ways that you can prepare for the post-pandemic marketing, as well as the metaverse and Web 3.0. So let's talk about how we essentially got here. And in most of these events that I'm going to speak about next took place in the US. We had the Occupy Wall Street movement, which changed the way in which corporate brands in the US communicate with their target audience. We have the Me Too movement. We have Black Lives Matter movement, and of course the pandemic that's pretty much has, shut down a lot of different industries and really impacted the way in which brands are able to communicate with their target audience. And so I want to give you some key things, some key points on how you're able to future-proof your brand and prepare for what I call post-pandemic marketing. Now, to learn a little bit more about myself, I've worked with many different Fortune 500 companies and small businesses and high-profile individuals. I have many different accolades to my name, being touted as the top 13 marketer by LinkedIn. I'm also on many different lists, and I speak across the US and internationally on digital branding. So this is a little bit more information about me here, but what I specifically want to talk about is, again, how to future-proof your brand by post-pandemic marketing in the metaverse, and of course, Web 3.0. So I'm going to fast forward a couple slides here based on time. But what I essentially want you to know is when we engage with brands and we communicate with brands on social media, we should understand that customers on social platforms, they don't want to be helped, they want to be engaged. And so this is a shift in communication from years ago, where you're using your Twitter handle or other social networks as a customer service platform. So what does this mean for you? It means that when you think about ways in which you should change your brand voice to be more personal, right? Professional communications are now becoming more personal, as an example. So you should certainly tweak your brand communications accordingly so that it is on par with what consumers actually want to engage with. The other is day parting. So when we think about what day parting is, most of your target audience is probably working remotely, which means that their behaviors are different, right? When we think about really when they wake up in the morning and they go to the gym, if they go to the gym, they may now hop on their Peloton because of the pandemic, or instead of going to a coffee shop, they may go to the kitchen. Instead of going to the work desk, they may go to their laptop, or instead of even going home, they may actually go on vacation, because that's what remote work affords. And so what does this mean for you all? Well, it means that if you have your CRM with a bunch of communication baked in, whether it be emails or postcards or what we call snail mail in the US, you would have to change the times in which you're communicating with those individuals, because now their day parts have changed. Their daily behaviors have changed. So instead of focusing on sending an email out on Mondays or Tuesdays after they get back to the office, now you can think about sending that email on the weekday, or instead of sending it at 1 p.m. after they come back from lunch at noon, now you can send out at any time of day, because people are just eating, right? They're not necessarily focusing on having lunch at 12 noon, as an example. At least that's what we certainly do here in the US. Reviewing the buyer's journey also is another thing that you can consider, as the buyer's journey have certainly changed based upon the pandemic. They're mostly focused on value-based purchases, as an example. Now let's pivot, and I'm rushing through this presentation here because I want to make sure I'm able to get all of this in in one specific presentation. But when focusing on the metaverse, there's a couple things to think about here. Is one, is your brand actually able to go into the metaverse? And my recommendation here would be, instead of focusing on gearing up for the metaverse, try to have a full understanding of your target audience and if you're able to convert them on your website. If you're not able to do that, I wouldn't even think about going into the metaverse, simply because you ultimately want to get that conversion down first and foremost, because the metaverse is just going to be an extension of all the other digital marketing activities that you may have in your brand. All right. So how to move your business into the metaverse. So when we think about how to do so, ultimately you can consider it like field marketing. So if you're familiar with field marketing, you can simply apply those same principles into the metaverse. If you have a sponsored conference at a physical location, you have, maybe some banners, you have signage, you have a table and collateral. All of this is an experience. So you can create the same type of experience there in the metaverse as well. The other would be Web 3.0. So when focusing on Web 3.0, we have to understand, well, what are the other versions of the web, right? So when we look at Web 1.0, it's just static images, right? It's text, it's web pages. That's pretty much it, right? In the US, we have America Online. That's when we first started to get online there. And then we have Web 2.0. This is really where a lot of communities are able to be built on the website. So now, instead of regular just general text, now you have communities that you're able to engage with. And then we have Web 3.0. And in Web 3.0, it's all about decentralization. So there's not one central authority that you have to pass through in order to get access to information. You may be familiar with some firewalls, right, that are around different countries, as an example, and the government is suppressing certain types of communication online. With Web 3.0, that is no longer the case. Everything is decentralized. So there's not one central location. And of course, Web 3.0 is also driven by the blockchain and Bitcoin and so on. And this ultimately helps with the openness of the internet. And so what this means for you all is that if for brands that adopt blockchain technology and focus on privacy and transparency, that is certainly going to be a way to future-proof your brand. Because as users become savvier, they also understand that they want to deal with a company that is concerned about their privacy, that is protecting their privacy, and that is utilizing tools that adopt that blockchain technology as they run their business. So what I'll leave you with here is the path to success in a completely virtual world is already being set, and those that walk in that path are certainly going to win at the end of the day. So really quickly, just to give a general recap, I talked about the post-pandemic marketing and how you're able to focus on the new day parts, the new behaviors of your target audience, and align all of your communication with that. We talked about, if you're interested in jumping into the metaverse, you can consider it as an extension of your field marketing to try to implement that same experience on the metaverse. But also, you should make sure you have a complete understanding on how to convert your target audience before considering jumping into the metaverse. And then we talked about Web 3.0 and focusing specifically on leveraging tools and technologies that utilize blockchain and adopt them as a part of your organization, so that you can showcase that you feel that your target audience's data and privacy are a major concern to your organization. So what I want to leave you with here is a toolkit. You can either scan that QR code or go to that URL at the bottom of the QR code, go.digitaldelaine.com/toolkit, and you'll be able to get this brand strategy toolkit. So what my agency does is help brands focus on executing their digital campaigns. And we utilize this brand strategy to make sure that their brand voice, their brand approach, their position, and so on is resonating with their target audience. And this toolkit will be able to have you complete that, and you'll be able to give it to any freelancer, team member, or vendor that is working on any type of communication for your organization. And everything would be consistent because we'd use that brand strategy toolkit as a way to guide the communications going forward. All right, so I hope that was helpful. I know it was pretty short, but we have a limited time here based on the programming for this live event. I hope you guys enjoyed this quick presentation. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn, on Twitter, at Junte Delane is my handle. Feel free to email me as well if you guys have any questions. And if you guys are looking for a marketing partner, check out digitaldelane.com and some of our case studies there. So with that said, it's definitely been a pleasure presenting this quick presentation, but I hope to see you guys someplace in social media or via email. Bye for now.
Mr. Junaid, thanks for the wonderful presentation now. And if any queries related to this topic presented by Mr. Junaid, you can reach on him on the web address so that he can guide you on the things. And thanks for the wonderful presentation once again, Mr. Junaid. Thanks for the day, and have a great day to you.
Thank you. You too.
Again, I'm just welcoming our esteemed partners, associate partners, Digital Marketing Skill Institute, the IBIS, and our media partner, World Economic Magazine and International Business Magazine. And dear participants, looking forward the end of the day now, and we are looking forward to see you tomorrow on the 5th GDMS conference under the theme, the next big digital marketing, rethink into the inevitable. So today we are closing the session of 5th Global Digital Marketing Summit. Dear participants, please be available on tomorrow also on the same time. Thank you so much.